We're just waiting on a quorum, folks, so feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've hit the magic number. Very warm welcome for the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee. He's Kieran Leone and Ken, Deputy Mayor, and early departure Julie. Any other apologies? Thank you, Wayne, and thank you, Chris. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Electronic attendance, and so we've had requests from Julie Ferry, Mike Lee, Hokura member, Billy Brown. Someone like to move that that be approved? Thank you. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. And allow them to come online. Oh well, we're up to 3 ticks, so we'll move on. Reminder in regards to declarations of interest, so if you have any far. Next item is the confirmation of the minutes for the 6th of March, the open only. Someone like to move? Thanks, Chris. Seconder. Any discussion? None. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And again. We have, though, received 2 requests, and they both and that is, the first one is from the North Shore Takapuna Golf Limited, and in regards to Fred Thomas Park, and then the so I would ask David and Ryan and anyone else to come on up who will make their presentation. So welcome, gentlemen. And you know how much time you've got, and then you'll be subject to some questions at the end. So the floor is yours, and love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors, for this opportunity. Yes, 5 minutes. So myself as a planner and a water environment manager, and my colleague Ryan, an engineer management and land development projects. This was the plan that was presented to on the 24th of February, the very day that their 33-year lease expired, and was presented to them as the only proposal, and various other parties, including downstream residents. This permanent wetland plan is a single focus proposal which will destroy New Zealand's busiest and Auckland's most popular golf course. It predetermines the investigative design process. It was presented to the local boards as the only option and proposal to be advanced through the business case to be considered today. And it resulted in even the local board prematurely investigating alternative uses to replace the golf course, and then overseeing the expiry of the golf course's lease after 16 years occupancy by the incumbent lessee. And this particular plan will need to go through 3 public notification processes under the local parks management plan recently adopted by the board, reclassification under the Reserves Act, and a unitary plan rezoning under RMA. I'll now ask Ryan just to talk about this proof of concept work. I should say that over the last month there has been a small team working full-time on this, and the primary focus is to achieve the flood detention requirements. That's non-negotiable, so that the downstream residents' needs are fully accommodated in these alternative proposals. So over to you, Ryan.
Good morning, Mayor Brown and esteemed councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. As Engineering Director of Civil Plan Consultants, I'm here to outline a concept that enables us to meet the critical flood management requirements while preserving and enhancing the Takapuna Golf Course as a community asset. Our proposal is a dual-purpose solution that combines flood detention with recreational and ecological enhancements. By carefully lowering and reshaping sections of the golf course, we can achieve the necessary 550,000 cubic metres of flood storage, matching the volume stipulated by the Council's permanent wetland proposal. A dry basin design allows for the land to completely drain down without any standing water after an event. This proposal not only meets flood protection objectives, but does so in a cost-effective manner by utilising existing course infrastructure, reducing both the capital and maintenance costs. Unlike permanent wetlands, a dry basin design does not preclude the use of the land for recreation activities. such as golfing, walking and cycling. So it's a dual purpose solution and avoids expensive standalone options. I want to emphasise that we are currently completing further assessment in collaboration with council stormwater modellers. This work ensures floodwater from the Wairau Road catchment can enter the golf course efficiently, be stored during the peak of the storm, and then be released in a controlled manner after that peak. By doing so, we protect the lives and properties while fulfilling the vital flood detention function. To date, the 550,000 cubic metre volume has been based on information provided to us by the council. What sets our concept apart from the council's permanent wetland concept is its ability to coexist harmoniously with the council's broader goals. We enhance the site's resilience by incorporating sustainable eco-plannings and creating interlinked detention areas while we maintain the 18-hole golf course. The addition of a perimeter walkway and cycleway along the northern and eastern boundaries further improves public accessibility, aligning with the council's commitment to shared community spaces. Our plan is both pragmatic and visionary, delivering flood protection, recreational value and ecological enhancement without disrupting the current use of the site. It represents a balanced approach that recognises the need of both the environment and the community in a collaborative way. My respectful recommendation is that the committee can adopt our dual purpose plan as the preferred proposal for consultation. Our intention is to achieve a solution that not only safeguards against future flooding, but also preserves a highly valued public asset for generations to come. And to just look at, obviously they've been cycling through as I've been talking, just talks about the different concepts that we can achieve with this flood detention level. I'll pass it back to David.
Right, so just briefly, we still need to test the flow rates and assumptions that have been used by WSP, the council's engineering advisors, but this will enable both detention of floodwater and for protection of life and property and retention of the 18-hole public golf course. And there are other ecological and regulatory benefits we've listed. And of course, can be delivered without the need for notification. The latest statements from Healthy Waters is that it's now, this permanent flood storage is now being described as one. So no longer the only option, but now one of them, which means, and that's why we're here to present you another one. But there's still concern in the public messaging that there is a desire to develop a transition plan for golf members to go to alternative facilities. So there is that, I think, philosophical issue in play. Thank you. I'll pass over that slide. I'll leave you to reflect on that. Again, this, we say that our plan addresses the community concern that a secondary anti-takeover golf course brief takes Healthy Waters beyond its flood protection remit. And that these are the words that we're respectfully suggesting you might wish to resolve if you are in agreement with the what's been presented to you today. But we certainly welcome questions from you. Just given our 5 minutes, time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Ryan. So questions, Wayne?
Sure. So I've got a few questions, Mr. Chair. I'll just make the observation first that we've had very little contestable advice on this issue. I don't think we've had any workshops. That's my understanding. I checked that out with officers or a site visit against a background where, as we've heard, this is the most popular golf course in New Zealand. So I say that because I would hope that you allow for a few questions, more than would normally be the case, because this is our most important opportunity to get some contestable advice. So I guess the first question I've got is from a costing perspective, given that what we're doing here is providing for, I think, a 1 in 250 year event. That's correct? 1 in 250 years, something like that. Over the course of time, obviously the golf course is going to continue to run as a golf course. Will there be any maintenance costs attached to what you're proposing as compared to the permanent wetland that is being otherwise proposed?
The beauty of having a dry detention basin is that the maintenance costs would fall within the same maintenance that the golf course itself would be otherwise doing. When you take that out and put a wetland in its place, the golf course would not necessarily be maintaining that. It would then rely on the council, Healthy Waters, to maintain
Okay,
that as
and
as
it
an
would
asset.
be correct to say that the golf course funds itself, it's sustainable, it washes its face.
That's right.
Okay. What about the comparison in capital cost between what has been proposed by officers as compared to what you're proposing?
So we haven't yet been able to get into that level of detail, but I would imagine that the capital costs would be comparable, at least, or maybe slightly cheaper. The reason why I say that is because there is still the volume that needs to be excavated somehow at that site. 550,000 cubes needs to be stored there. Whether or not that's a wetland or a reshaped golf course, it's still a cost, which is the same. Where the difference might come in is the fact that we're reusing golf course infrastructure already, and therefore there could be some efficiencies there. But as I said, we haven't yet had that time to digest the costs, but we will, and we will present them.
Okay, the other question I've got just goes to best practice. There are other golf courses around the world in other countries that are like your proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. The image you're seeing in front of you now has been designed in a concept level by Christine Kerr from Kura Golf Design. She's been involved in a lot of other international golf courses where this has been successfully implemented, and the most recent one she's been involved in is down in Christchurch, where there's a dual purpose of flood storage, mitigation, and a golf course.
Okay, and just in terms of effort, I appreciate the month of effort you've put in, some cost. Will your team benefit from more assistance, more collaboration from Healthy Waters, conceivably access to the flooding modelling and so on? Would
Yes.
that help?
Yes, it would. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. John?
Just a couple of quick ones, gentlemen, if you don't mind. You mentioned that this is the busiest course in Auckland, New Zealand, I imagine. How much of that is attributable to this precise location? I mean, the epicentre of the North Shore. I'm assuming the notion that people will just somehow go somewhere else is not really a realistic one, is it?
Yeah, that is correct. The analysis done by the Techman Golf Management is that they come to the conclusion that it's irreplaceable. That really is the other courses are under membership capacity and years of waiting lists, and this is a public course which is for casual golfers from all sorts of genders and ethnicities, and it's regarded as extremely playable, extremely welcoming, casual dress and all of those things. And it just happens to be in a highly accessible location. So it's clearly the number one of the 13 public golf courses on public reserve land. This is clearly the top of the list. Chamberlain's second after that, and then I wouldn't dare to guess how it pans out. But clearly it's the busiest in New Zealand and most popular in Auckland.
In terms of your dual purpose that you've put up as an alternative proposition here, how helpful is the existing site for that type of work? And I mean, what seems to me, I was out there yesterday, seems to be largely flat with a slight incline up towards Sunnybray Road end. It would seem to me to be a site that is well suited for that kind of detention you had in mind.
Yeah, that's right. It's not only the fact that it's a large open space, which isn't constrained by things like buildings and those sorts of things. It's also the position in the catchment is useful because it's able to intercept water from the Wairau Road catchment and divert it from the creek there, store it, and then discharge it. So it is in a good spot in the catchment location as well.
Morris?
Yeah, well, just a quick comment first. Well done. This is incredibly well researched and so on. So my question follows on from that. And you don't need to answer it because it's a bit cheeky. Have you spent a lot of money doing all of this work?
Yes, it's been a month full-time for a dedicated team that was stood up very quickly and brought in the right expertise to do that. So yes, a lot of effort has gone in, and that priority was to accept the bottom line that we have to protect lives and properties. That's non-negotiable. And so this alternative design achieves that, but saves the existing course.
So all this work with civil plan consultants and so on, that you paid that yourself?
The North Shore Takapuna Golf Limited is our client, but they also engaged other expertise, civil planning and civil engineering, hydrological engineering. But there's also, and Acura design, of course.
Well, I wish that every submission we got in the public submission space had this amount of research and work done before we started to think about it. So well done. And I did pick a comment up. You haven't had a lot of cooperation from us with things. Is that right? Or you haven't even sought it?
Oh, we've certainly sought, and there's been various discussions with staff, and I think they've been as helpful as they can, but I'm told they were advised to use Lagoima, which has slowed us up. So that's why we can't answer the question, for example, about confirming the flows, management of the flood flows.
That's very interesting. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, so no more questions. Richard? Cool.
Kia ora, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And I think we are looking, worked with Andy with the Chair's rec on further investigations of this option. But just on the engagement, my understanding is that Healthy Waters had met with you guys a few times on different designs, like this isn't your first proposal, is that correct? I've had heard of several different.
No, we've this has been presented to them as this dry basin has always been the design that we've presented.
Okay. And also the other thing around, because I've been in a lot of the meetings, did you know the local boards in 2023 did actually ask for Healthy Waters to investigate many options, including A.F. Thomas, so that's almost 2 years. But Healthy Waters at the time said they weren't sure if this was an option, but did you know that the local boards both asked specifically for this to be investigated? It wasn't the other way around.
I do recall seeing some of the local board minutes where they passed some resolutions, but whether they were motivated by the board or by advice they'd received from Healthy Waters, I don't know.
Okay, Shane, sorry about that, mate.
Yeah, it's all good. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, this might be a pretty fundamental question, but I guess I'm just a little bit confused about the whole affair. So is this currently being leased by your club? I thought it had expired. I'm not sure.
Yes, it was a 33-year lease. North Shore Takapuna Golf Limited, who is the incumbent lessee, so it's a commercial lease. The lessee, this particular lessee, has been there for 16 years. When they took it over, it was only playable 8 months of the year. So a lot of money has been invested with, drainage and a lot of additional planting. A lot has gone on there. The double decking of the driving range, all the latest technological advances that go with driving ranges. So a lot of money has been invested, all the while paying the highest rates in Auckland for any golf course, and funding, I'm told, on average about $300,000 a year in revenues from the lease rentals.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. Can I just be clear? So it's a current lease right now?
sorry?
So it's the lease currently operating?
No, it's expired on the
Okay.
24th of February,
Okay.
and it's now under a month-to-month at least an invidious position for anyone in a commercial world to be put in.
I gotcha. So this leads to my sort of next question, which I suppose is also fundamental. I mean, this being a local reserve, isn't this a decision of the local board, and have you been discussing it with them?
Yes, it is, and we did meet with the local board 3 years ago when the what was called the Golf Investment Plan was floating around, and the local board was strongly against it and opposed that one. But at the same time, the local board requested the relevant staff to commence lease negotiations with Takapuna Golf. So it was 3 years ago. The Parks Department staff didn't act on that. And then 2 years ago, we filed an actual lease application, which was informed by extensive evaluations and all the other information that Parks Department needed for commercial leases. That still didn't proceed. We were told that we'd have to wait the outcome of the local parks management plan, which we did. That plan was adopted just a year ago, and so the conversations was struck up again by Takapuna Golf's management, and some discussions were had with park staff, but again nothing happened, and they ran out of time, and were then told only a few months before the expiry that they would be put on a month-to-month lease. So it went from 3 years to 2 years to 1 year, starting off initially with the local board requesting staff initiate leases. If that had happened, that would have been extremely commercial of the council, because you know that this is a very rare sort of property asset. It's quite a unique commercial operator one has to find. A specialised operator of a golf course is you know, they're not that common. So we really felt the local board made an excellent resolution when it did 3 years ago.
Thank you. And look, I wouldn't want to usurp or be seen to usurp any local board role or decision making. So maybe when staff present on this, they can give advice as part of their discussion. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for extending the question period. Welcome. A couple of questions. They're really helpful to have these maps. I've just been studying the one with the cut and fill here, and it looks like you'll end up with some surplus that you take off site. In terms of the Lagoima information that you have to date, I was just curious if you knew what the surplus spoil is in the council model. Do you have that type of data?
On the first slide, there was, sorry, on page 3, there are some handwritten numbers there in the bottom left right of the slide, 350,000 cubic metres of cut and approximately 100,000 cubic metres of fill to be relocated on site. That is their plan as we understand it at the moment.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I guess it might be helpful. Obviously, the council has their modelling of what it's going to look like afterwards. Is this something you'd ideally like this run through the same modelling, so it's kind of apples for apples?
Correct.
Yeah.
So during the Lagoima process, they have provided us with some key information that we've asked for, and we're generating our own model right now, where we can hopefully be able to overlay that design and create what we need. That proves the concept that the 550,000 cube can be stored in half the golf course. So we're confident.
Very good. And in terms of, obviously, that also is quite obvious about the amount of area that's involved. So the closure of the golf course. So how, in terms of, amount of time and closure of
I would imagine
interruption?
that you would be able to do it in a staged manner, where you have 9 holes open while you do half, and then flip it back over. So you can do 9 and 9.
Right.
That's reason 6 of the 10 reasons we're asking you to prefer the Takapuna Golf's design.
Very good. Right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Christine?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, we've got the local boards appearing before us today, so I'm not going to delve into local board issues. I I thank you for the comprehensive material that you have provided me, so I don't want to get into the detail of that. So indulge me, Chair, on this question. In the past, at different periods, golf courses have been in the firing line because there is a perception that it's somehow elitist and golf is for a very small section of the community. I took great interest in Chamberlain Park, which is the second most used public course, and was very interested to discover that 61% of the regular users were Pacifica, and of that, they were very much younger than people realise. So we know all the health benefits, we know all of those things, but what I don't really have a clear understanding of for Takapuna is what is the profile? Have you got the breakdown of your regular users in the same way that we've been able to have it established for Chamberlain Park?
Yeah, it's a very good question. There is some data. We don't know about ethnicities, but there's obviously, I suppose you call it anecdotal reporting because everyone passes through the underpass and they're seen there. So, so it's true that Takapuna Golf is like all the other reported aspects of golf in terms of crosses all age groups, all ethnicities and genders, and in the case Takapuna has this appeal because of its casual use. I should say there's only a very small club membership, and it's declining because the owners, the operators, want to keep this purely as a casual golfers for the public golfers. And it's this, wide range of socio-economic groups, with Maori, Pacific, Asian, all evidence. But I think, I'd like to think there's ways we can capture that information.
Well, if you can, I would be welcome receiving it at some future point. Obviously, not today.
Yes.
And I suppose my last question, Chair, is you will be aware of the challenges financially facing the council right now. So we're not in the mood to fund projects that are going to have ongoing challenges for us. And I'm not talking about necessarily parks or anything of that kind, but just in general. What I'm interested in knowing, given the comprehensive way that you've gone about making this submission, you say zero cost to ratepayers. To what degree can you give us that assurance?
Yep. Those are for the maintenance of it.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about ongoing OPEX and maintenance.
Yes. Look, that's absolutely confident about that it's zero cost to ratepayers because it's part of the commercial lease arrangement. Once we can get that reinstated, it's the dry basins are mowed and taken care of, and that is all just part of the rental revenues that come back to the council. So the current golf course maintenance team will manage these dry basins, and the self-funding model under the commercial lease results in that no cost ongoing maintenance costs.
Thank you very much, and Chair, I'm happy to move a vote of thanks for the submission.
Okay, thank you. Last one, Mike Lee, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. My question to the presenters. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for the presentation. I'll just proceed my question with a comment. It does concern me, given the regional significance of this facility, that though quite rightly, Healthy Waters and council officers have consulted with local boards, this is a completely new project for me, and I think given, as I say, its regional significance, I don't think that's particularly helpful for given the decisions we've been asked to make here. My question is, quite appropriately, this matter has been dealt with by the Transport, Resilience and Infrastructure Committee, but I guess in this situation, officers are looking at the resilience and infrastructure of stormwater management. Overlooking the resilience and infrastructure of the region's recreational facilities, of which golf is obviously very important. And so what would be the consequences in terms of the reduction or removal, destruction of a major part of this particular golf course in terms of public demand for outdoor recreation, particularly in regards to golf? Is there other, would the other golf clubs in the region be able to take up the demand, or would it result in long waiting lists for membership and so on? Grateful if you could help me with that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lee. Look, as I was mentioning earlier, that analysis has been done by North Shore Tagapuna Golf and in discussions with North Shore Golf and Auckland Golf, and the feedback is that it will be very difficult to relocate these casual golfers to public courses, and indeed if they were able to fund memberships with other clubs, we're told that there are waiting lists there. So basically, you know, I think we've used in our 10 reasons, I think I've used the word irreplaceable somewhere in the PowerPoint, that seems to be the case.
Thank you.
Okay, so no more questions. So gentlemen, thank you very much again, and great to have you here. Is there any discussion? No, then Chris is moving, Richard is seconding to receive and to thank. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. Next up is on the same topic, generally, is the Milford Residents Association. So we have co-chairs Debbie Dunsford and Norma Bott. So ladies, welcome. Same fashion, so all yours.
Co-chair Norma Bott on the far left, and another committee member, Francis Haig. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the effects of the January 2023 flood on Milford's families, property owners and the entire community. The Wairau catchment project to us, together with the buyout process, is a watershed recognition of the severity of Wairau flooding issues. This is an essential project, and the Wairau is a special case because of the size of the catchment and the large number of homes and businesses throughout the catchment at ongoing risk. As we understand it, the proposal is to lower the Wairau floodplain by converting part of Takapuna Golf Course into a wetland and flood retention area. This would hold back flood waters from Glenfield during a flood event, at least for a time. We understand and are fully sympathetic to the objections of golfers who would lose part of their public amenity. And in fact, we're pleased to see that they are saying that the protection of downstream of property and life is non-negotiable for them, and that their proposal would be the same amount of, would have the same effect in terms of retaining floodwater. Nevertheless, Milford was one of the communities worst affected by the 2023 flood. 131 homes have been designated Cat 3, and those families continue to experience trauma, distress, and now dislocation over 2 long years. Hundreds more experience less severe but still traumatic flooding. We feel that this large-scale project of flood prevention is imperative and cannot be scaled back or delayed. Our goal in speaking here today is to support a project that will enable Milford residents along the Wairau to feel that they and their homes are safe. Milford's position on the lower Wairau means it receives water from the whole catchment. At its peak on 27 January, the volume of water flowing down the culvert from Wairau to Kitchener Roads was double the culvert's capacity. No wonder the flooding was so severe. If I could have the next slide with the table on, please. Numbers in the categorisation process illustrate the intensity of flooding in Milford. And you can see that 131 homes, category 3. The next one is Muriwai, which was Cyclone Gabriel and has slips. The next flooding item is 62 homes in the same category. The latest update of property registrations for categorisation show Milford represents 5.6 of total registrations across Auckland, but 11.7 of properties designated category 3. Milford is overrepresented in severely flood-damaged properties. And without a comprehensive plan to mitigate Wairau flooding, Cat 3 land and neighbouring homes, we feel, will continue to be at risk. It's clear to us that a Wairau catchment project is a necessity and must do the job properly. Next slide, please. There's a long history, 100 years of flooding along the Wairau in Milford. This photo taken on the 23rd of July 1928 of Wolsey Avenue, Milford. The flood was a common enough occurrence not to be reported in the newspapers. The next slide is July 1953. Flooding along Nile Road was common during this decade. Perhaps this was the time that house building should have been restricted in this area. Instead, in the decades since, infill housing and intensification has packed houses ever more tightly, as well as motorway construction and the Wairau industrial area covering the original floodplain upstream with concrete. And the next slide. So Milford people have experienced firsthand or witnessed through family and friends the ongoing trauma connected with that night. We all know families whose homes were flooded, and it was not just the flooding, but then the clean-up, dealing with insurance companies, making repairs, and ongoing emotional distress and difficult decisions. Later, those most severely flooded have gone through the lengthy categorisation process, accepting the need to move, maybe away from Milford. Families thought they were in their forever homes, with friends and community around them, children in local schools. But 27 January changed that dramatically for 131 Milford households, and still counting. We're speaking here today on behalf of the Milford community and ask councillors to support the business case for the Wairau Flood Prevention Scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have questions. Wayne?
Sure. I understand that part of the problem when we had that event on the 27th were blockages in the stormwater system, especially downstream towards Milford, from debris and the like. So I'm assuming that you're pretty insistent that those sorts of things be rectified as part of this plan.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. We think that the widest possible view should be taken of what's about to happen, and certainly things like any blockages should be dealt with. But I would say that as volunteers, we've removed tons and tons of rubbish from the estuary further down below the actual culvert. So, something like probably 70 wheelie bins ended up down there, couches, fridges, they were all ended up in the estuary
Sure.
at the bottom. So I think that I'm not aware of a huge obstruction within the stream itself.
Yeah.
I think most stuff just got carried away and ended up in the estuary.
So what's the present state right now in the Milford vicinity in terms of the flow of water? Is it okay, or could we be making some immediate moves?
Well, I think that generally there's not much water in the stream down at Milford, but the moment the rain starts to fall, and if it up in Glenfield and Sunnynook, then it comes down very, very quickly. But I'm not aware of any particular problems at the moment.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Sharon?
Thank you for what you've just presented. Do you think you'd be interested in the council looking at getting Audit New Zealand and an independent consultancy to do a review on the flooding issues that are happening not only in Milford but across the region? The reason I'm just suggesting that it possibly could be a good idea for the council to look at one of these reviews is back in 2004, I organised Audit New Zealand and Montgomery Watson to do a review on how Manukau council allowed resource consenting to happen out there. I'll just show you, we didn't actually have, out in Howick, we didn't have the flooding that you had during the Gabriel and whatever, but at different times we do have the flooding issues, and I've just got a photo here of something that happened in Howick in May 2023, and this area here, I've known for about 30 years it floods like this all the time, and in June 2023, our
Councillor, have you got
resource
a question
consenting staff.
on the topic?
Well, the topic was, I was just asking, I'm just letting them know, and I'm just so they can understand, whether we should be actually encouraging our council to get Audit New Zealand to do a review, because this particular photo that I'm just showing you, that was in May 2023, and in June 2023, our resource consenting staff permitted 6 dwellings to be built on this floodplain, which, the stream
Sharon, can you, we're not talking about Howick. We've just had a
No,
presentation,
but what I'm
have you got a question for
Yeah,
the ladies?
no, well, I
or-
did ask the question. The question was, would you like our council to look at doing another Audit New Zealand review with an independent?
I think if the council thought that was a good idea, that's fine, but we don't want a delay.
No.
We don't want this thing kicked down the road, and that's what we worry about with someone like the golf club coming in. We think there's a sense of urgency about this. And so, really, we're fine. If that project for the golf course works, well, that's okay by us. We want something that works and is actually going to be implemented with some degree of urgency. So we don't want, fine to have an audit review, but not if it's going to take years and it's just going to mean everything gets talked about and nothing happens. We want something to happen at this stage. It's 100 years since this has been a problem, and we need to have it worked on fast.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
Good Chair, I've got a couple of questions. First of all, just want to thank you all for the phenomenal amount of work you do anyway, but during the floods, it was pretty horrendous, and if you guys weren't there supporting the community, literally it felt like 24/7 in those few weeks. We wouldn't have been, other than I see some of the other Sunnynook and Totara Vale community here too. So I guess, first of all, could you give a bit of a picture, because this is not about block drains, this is not about, yes, maybe the industrial area shouldn't have been built in 1970 and those concrete channels, but that was 26 years so before I was born, so that's so far in the past, we just have to deal with it. But could you go through maybe a bit of what people saw that night? I don't think a lot of people realise what your community dealt with that night, because when the sun comes out you can't see.
No,
it's not like a slip. Like the levels of the water inside people's houses, the danger on the streets, people piggybacking each other out of the
Norma,
retirement
do you want to
homes.
start with that?
Okay, so I'm Norma Bott, co-chair of the Milford Residents Association. So following the rains that night, which everybody just, if you lived in anywhere else but Milford, you just thought it was a pretty rainy night, unless you went to the Elton John concert. But if you look at those slides up here, that's what happened a few days after, when people had to start emptying out their homes because they couldn't live in their homes. They were putting their actual homes out onto the berms. That was horrific to see. Albums, children's clothes, everything. And that was because of the flooding. And it's still carrying on because people are now having to move. Children are losing their friends because they're having to move out.
Do you want to say something?
I think it's very difficult when we think that Milford residents is a community group who absolutely came together on that night. People were in danger. People had to be rescued. The level of flood water in their homes was horrifying, frightening. The community responded in a way that represented not only the health of the community, but the need of the community on that night and ongoing for many weeks afterwards. The co-chairs pulled together everything they could in Milford, and people had no clothes. People had no food. They had nowhere to go. So the impact of flooding was quite extreme. And I think for some of us, we've lost sight of that now because it was a few years ago. But for Milford, it is still very real. And we support, as Debbie said, we support anything that is feasible that enables the flooding in Milford to be mitigated.
And perhaps I'll just say, on the night when that rain came down, for instance, it was low tide, and I can see the estuary from where I live, and generally at high tide there are mangroves, but you don't see any water. You just might see the glint of water in the sun because it's just covering the ground. But at low tide, suddenly within an hour, all I could see was brown water and very few mangroves. That water just filled the estuary. It was over the piers in the marina. And this was low tide. And so that water was just pouring down. And then further upstream, for instance, a friend of mine, he was having a little bit of flooding because he was near the Alma Road Bridge, which was proved to be an obstruction. And he was out just in the garage trying to get the water away, and he said suddenly he was just inundated with the most massive amount of water. He was suddenly the water was up over his knees, and it went right through his house, and he's been brought out as a Category 3. So it's the power of the water. We know of one set of people who, they had elderly people in a house that was being flooded, and the neighbours came together to try and get those people out. And they actually put them in a wheelie bin because it was the only way to get an elderly 90-year-old lady out safely. And the group of guys took her out in a wheelie bin and then went out for the second elderly person. So there's all these sorts of stories. I mean, Woodbridge Lane, a whole development of townhouses. And really, I mean, it's right on the side of the creek, and they were also absolutely inundated. So whole families having to get out quickly, use surfboards to do it, this sort of thing. So it was just a traumatic event, and people are still traumatised by it today, those who actually were flooded.
Thank you for sharing. I didn't mean to obviously trigger those memories, but I'm trying to get people to understand how serious this was. The last question is, what has been the experience since? I know you might want to talk about the two big public meetings that I've spoken to, and there was an extremely stressed one, but the expectation from those hundreds of people at those meetings that we are already well behind, we need to act, and the reason people are so scared, because that 130 or 140 houses is only a tiny piece of who are affected, who were affected.
So I think what we want in Milford is to know that this is not going to happen again. That whatever the council decides to do, that they do it quickly, because the rain still comes down and you don't know when the next 100, 250 or whatever flood's going to happen. That's just a number that was chosen. If you look at the photos that Debbie put up on the screen, that was in the 1930s. That's just under 100 years. So it can happen. And we've got more concrete. We've got more roads now. So water can flow a lot faster than what it did back then. So please, whatever you decide, make it happen.
Thank you. Chris.
Thank you, and what you've said today really resonates. In Albert Eden, Puketapapa, we suffered, and for many homes, things are still not resolved, and every time it rains, in fact, I've been reading emails while you've been presenting, saying what will be the impact of the rainfall that we've been warned of. So people continue to be traumatised and are fearful whenever it rains. So I I get that absolutely. But what I want to be crystal clear on, and my question to you is, you are saying to us you want council to act with urgency. You are not saying you're opposed to the proposal, the submitters that we heard earlier. As long as it doesn't delay things, you just want to see council acting as quickly as possible on behalf of your community. Is that right?
We do want to see a resolution, but we know that the council is restrained on budget. I mean, Healthy Waters presented a few options to us at a meeting we had in December. I think there was 2 options shown there, and one, the price was so high that they said that just wasn't a possibility. So we need something that's done within the council's budget, but that, as I said, that can be done and it's going to work for a long time.
No, I understand that, and
Yeah.
the same is true in the Aberdeen Puketapapa area, which I spend a lot of time looking at. But within the bounds of reasonableness, what you are advocating to us today is that you want a sense of urgency because you are speaking on behalf of your community, but you're not coming along just to oppose.
No, Debbie?
No, that's fine. I'm pretty clear about it. And
We don't know enough about it. We're not engineers, but we want it to move forward, and we don't want it to be kicked down the road.
No, thank you very much for the clarity
the
around that.
council's proposal.
We're very keen. We haven't seen the golf course proposal before. We understand it's proof of concept. We don't know how feasible it is. We don't know how long it will take. We don't know at this point whether financially it's viable for the local board. All those things are really important, and we're not opposed to anything that works. What we're desperate for is a resolution for our community.
You want certainty, so thank you.
Thank you. Chris Junior.
Thank you. I think Richard, Councillor Hills will move. I'll second the acknowledgement of the group. Thanks, you all, and thanks for your massive commitment for over a really long, tough period. So I guess the key message here is, okay, we want to implement something and actually create solutions so that we don't see this happen again. But we've got to back up a bit and take it through a business case, you know, that right process. So basically you're here today saying, yes, please take it to a business case. Look at the options as a business case requires you, and you, Norma and Debbie, I know more than Francis, but you are very familiar with the testing of a business case approach. You are saying, yes, put things in the mix, test them well, don't mess around, get to the end of this process. Is that your call to us today? And in asking for that business case full options analysis, you're saying, well, if on a course assessment of civil plans, and they're a respectable, you know, organisation on behalf of Takapuna Golf, if on a course assessment that is worthy of including in the business case, do that, but don't mess around, don't drag the chain complaining about everything, as so often happens around this table. Get on with it. Is that the blunt message of your community?
Yes, it is. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, so thank you.
If I could just say, the longer it takes, the more lives you put at risk, honestly.
Okay, thank you, ladies. And look, I just want to thank you for turning up today, and but also, I guess, your leadership in the community that you've shown since on the night of the event, but since. And so it is, you know, it is very, very, you know, we do acknowledge that and want to thank you on behalf of the rest of the community. So thank you very much. It is lovely to see you here, and you can wander back. So Richard is going to move. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Chris. Oh, so we'll do that. Christopher, yes, Christopher, Chris Junior. We'll second. So those in favour say aye. And against? Aye. Carried. Thank you. So next item is local board input, and so we have. I think we've got a joint local board input. So welcome here in the room. John and Danielle from Kaipatiki, and then online we have the newly minted, and congratulations, Melissa, on your succession to the throne in Devonport Takapuna. Great to have you here, and also Deputy Chair Terence. So welcome, team, and all yours.
Can you all hear me? Can you hear me from here?
Yep, we can hear you, we just can't see you.
Oh, okay, that's all good. Kia ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou koutua. I'm Mel, the newly minted, I like that, chair of the Devonport Takapuna Local Board. I'd like to introduce my colleagues and neighbours from the Kaipatiki Local Board, elected members John Gillen and Deputy Danielle Grant, and online is also Terence Harper. We've been working closely together on flood issues for our community, and it's a real pleasure to co-present here today as two neighbouring local boards. From the outset, I'd like to make it really clear about what our position is. We are here today to advocate for a solution which mitigates all risk to life for our community members from the inevitable flood, future flooding in the future. So to tautaku, what Chris was just saying, and also to the Milford community, yes, we want this to go to a business case. We want it fully tested. We don't want to wait, and the time is now. I just hand on now to, can you please change the slide?
Worried about us.
I'll pass on to John.
Thank you, Mel. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for having us here today. What you see in front of you here is the Wairau catchment that crosses both the Kaipatiki Local Board and the Devonport Takapuna Local Board. Our boundary follows the motorway right up the middle there. This is a significant catchment, this picture shows where the water wants to go. So it flows down through a series of streams, ponds, concrete channels and pipes from Sunnysnook, Totravale, Hillcrest and Glenfield.
I'm actually going to go on the Tuesday undecided because I've got a meeting I have to dial into that I'm really things.
Mel,
I can't slide.
Okay, so it comes down from Sunnysnook, Totravale, Hillcrest and Glenfield through Wairau Valley, from where it should go through to Milford and exit at Milford Beach. However, in high storm events, as we saw in 2023, it floods at various points, notably in the Nile Road residential area and along the Wairau Road concrete channels, where it flooded many businesses, including Pack and Save, Bunnings, it flooded major intersections and flooded AF Thomas Park. And this is because these are the natural flow paths from before the area was built up and the channels were built. And across this catchment, there have been more than 124 Category 3 properties, and we saw an earlier slide where there might be a more recent number there. Mostly in Milford, but also Totravale and Sunnysnook. And I'll hand back to Mel. The next slide, please.
Thank you again. Really, I mean, we've heard already from our Milford residents, but what happened in Wairau, we just never want to see again. Never again do I want to look in people's eyes, the victims of flood, the flood victims, and their eyes for their families, and say that I'm sorry for your loss, which is what we had to do on the night. The stories still haunt us. A family member recently told me that he rescued his elderly father in Nile Road, who was standing on his kitchen bench with only about 20 centimetres of space for air between the water and the ceiling. People lost their belongings, their wedding dresses, their photo albums, their precious things. But of course, the loss of life still hits hard for our community. We are fully in the recovery stage and continue to be in that place. Next slide, please. There is a range of emotions for what is happening in our community at the moment. It ranges from relief and even joy of single women who have received their Category 3 buyouts and have moved out of their area. They email me that now they can sleep at night and they don't panic when it rains. It's interesting because our local board office doesn't have windows, but I can tell when it's raining because I get all these emails that come in for residents that are concerned about the rain. To people still working through their categorisation, we often have a lot of stressed people who are just in this council land processes of complexity with categorisation. And then even this week, just on Monday, I had an email from an elderly flood victim in Nile Road asking me what a categorisation process was and what a navigator does, even though her house had flooded. So we've got this range of emotions and range of processes because we still are fully in the recovery mode. Very unique to our Devonport Takapuna local board is the age of our residents. We have a higher population of ageing people that live in our local board area, higher than the Auckland average. And a lot of these people were affected by the floods. So we have a unique population of people who have lost the equity in their homes. They may be considering rest homes. They've have complex issues around dementia and their health issues. And now they're facing how to recover from the flooding. What is a slap in the face for the residents is when houses continue to be built in Nile Road and flood zones. Right now, there are 7 new houses being built over the fence of a house that's being removed on a truck like the one that you can see. This makes community members really angry and very confused. Next slide, please.
So that we actually had an updated presentation with another slide in there showing a recent public meeting that Danielle's going to address.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. One of the things that the Kaipariki Local Board would definitely like to make clear is that we are very supportive of golf. We're very supportive of active recreation and the open green space that our community very much enjoys. Kaipariki has 30% canopy cover, and so the environment is particularly important to us. When we've been having our public meetings, and in particular our meeting at the Takapuna Golf Course, it's very clear that the interest and participation in golf is very strong in our community, and it's definitely one of the things that we have been considering over many years as we've done the local parks management plan that we started a number of years ago. One of many comments that has been made has been around how we see the future looking and the importance of golf. And when I think we've done our local board plans, we've actually continued to consider that as an important issue. What we do also know is that immediately around A.F. Thomas Reserve is significant infrastructure. We've got the North Shore Hospital, and the main road that runs past that actually runs around past the golf course. We've got the fire station, which is based in Wairau. We've got a couple of our largest high schools, Westlake Boys and Westlake Girls, immediately in the vicinity. We've got one of the cheapest supermarkets and busiest supermarkets, Pack and Save, which sits virtually next door. When we look at how our community interact in a low-lying, flood-prone area, most of the time it's absolutely fine. And I think if we reflect on the summer that we've just had, it hasn't been a problem at all. But I can assure you that getting here today took much longer because everybody's jumped in their cars. The level of anxiety increases when the floods happen. I know that when I drove out of my home today, I was looking at the drains thinking, have they been cleared and what's going to happen? That anxiety that we all face is very, very real. And when we look at this area, we have to think far broader than what is just the A.F. Thomas Reserve able to provide. It is what does it have to support and what is its responsibility to look after and care for the lives of a much, much larger catchment. So our residents associations, our businesses, our school community, our sport and recreation community, our golfing community, these are all of the things that we absolutely take into consideration when we try and show leadership and future planning and future direction, and the significance of us working in with Healthy Waters to actually say, what advice can you give us? What protections can be put in place? What future focus can we consider for our broader community? These are the questions we're asking.
Which leads us nicely into this slide here that shows the proposals. Of course, you've got more detail in your agenda. These are the proposals that have been put forward. So this is a series of projects across the catchment that collectively will reduce flooding in the whole catchment. And as you'll hear later, the keystone to the whole project is AF Thomas Park. There simply isn't another council property in the vicinity with the potential for holding a huge volume of water that is required. And we understand that the project here results in an approximately 30% reduction in flow downstream to Milford. Both the Kaipari Local Board and the Import Takeover Local Board passed resolutions in August 2023, so only a few months after the floods, supporting investigation of large floodwater catchment at AF Thomas Park, because we could see back then that this was going to be essential to minimise the risk of going through what we had done. And as Danielle said, I want to note that neither local board is anti-golf in any way. If there is a way to retain golf at the park, then this would be ideal. And I do want to squash also the speculation online that I've seen that we're trying to remove golf and that we might build houses or something else ridiculous here. This is a local park first and foremost, and it's protected under the Reserves Act, and it is flood prone. So doing something here appears to be the only option to ensure that we can proceed with essential work in the Nile Road area to protect the wider Milford residential area. We also support the other smaller projects that you can see on the map here that will ensure that we realise the full benefits of the changes at AF Thomas Park and Nile Road. The work to widen Wairau Road and Wairau Creek channels is also required to reduce flooding further, particularly for the Wairau Valley businesses, but we understand that this likely can't be achieved with the current funding. So essentially what I'm saying is that we support all three stages that are in your agenda, with stages 1 and 2 being the top priority, and which would be your option 3 at a minimum, and option 4 if possible. And the next slide I think shows, you've touched on this already, the North Shore Hospital. And we'll go to that one, yeah.
Thank you. So, yeah, that's the proximity to the flood zone in the North Shore Hospital. Next slide, please. So we have shared concerns. Really, it's time to make a decision. We can't wait. What we really want, as John said, is that the catchment area, which is phase 2, is really the most important to our community in terms of reducing the flooding. But both of phase 1 and phase 2 work together. So option 3 is what we're recommending. It's really important that we consider, because of the money that was taken out of the mitigation budget because of the extra houses that needed to be moved, we really need to take advantage of this opportunity, as we can't do it alone. So it's really important that we advocate for this business case so that we can get on with it, not to prevent any more time that's being wasted. We really need to get people out of the way, and so stage 1 and 2 together makes logical sense for our community. Next slide, please. The community expectations for this project are very high. They are very highly attuned to what's going on here. As you heard from our Milford residents today, we're looking for answers, we're looking for certainty, and we're looking for action. Ngā mihi nui, thank you for listening, and we'll take questions now.
Thank you. Questions, Daniel?
Thank you for the presentation. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, look, it's it's not dissimilar to a big project in my ward called Awakiri Artillery, which is obviously about drainage attenuation. What I wanted to know, John, look, you persuaded me, and Danielle, thank you very much as well. In the event that we proceed with this, this will still be contentious for some. So, John, you're comfortable in your advocacy to front face the community and say that, quite frankly, there really isn't another viable solution, and there cannot be any more delay, notwithstanding any concern that people may have. You're willing to front this and say, look, we have to proceed with this if the business case stacks up.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So we would be looking at the advice from Healthy Waters and other staff on this, and if that is the ultimate proposal, then the local board would be voting on whether to support that or not. But at the current point in time, we've supported the investigation for this space, and we can't currently see an alternative option, but we're looking forward to the different concepts coming forward in the business case.
And further to that, we definitely acknowledge Takapuna Golf Course have put considerable work into a proposal, and we absolutely urge our Healthy Waters and Auckland Council staff to look at that and to see what opportunities that might present. We're not the engineers. I think that we need to wait for the quality response from Auckland Council with all options being on the table. But doing nothing is certainly not the option.
Thank you. John.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty constant theme emerging that no one wants to do nothing, but I guess my question, and it's a little bit of a statement of the obvious, is given the primacy of this golf course, its usage, its history in a very fast growing area that you guys know better than anyone, obviously, and we heard a plea from the presenters that they be given access to all relevant information, but obviously the local board and the community's view would be if you can make something work that preserves the golf course, then that, taking a long-term view in terms of open space and recreation, that would be absolutely vital too. No one's wanting to waste time, but you do want to make a decision that's the best decision, and if you can get one that does both, that would be the board's priority, wouldn't it?
Yes, Councillor. I think that is what I said earlier on in the presentation, so yes.
Greg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My question is just around if the local board has any transparency around the funding model that's associated with getting this work done, and are there any concerns or risks or otherwise that the local board might feel around bringing in an alternative model, and like can they get funded through the funders?
We definitely need quality advice from Healthy Waters and Auckland Council. So for us to really comment at this stage, we haven't received any of that advice. What we have heard in public meetings is members of Parliament, it's Simon Watts for the Northcote electorate, it's Dan Bidwar in, Dan Bidwar in Northcote, Simon Watts in North Shore. They have both shared strong commitments to work with Auckland Council for stormwater projects in A.F. Thomas. I don't have those details and look forward to Auckland Council and Healthy Waters investigating further and taking seriously, obviously, the proposal that's being put forward by Takapuna Golf. I think as Councillor Watson's just said, we want the best outcome for our community. We need to have everything on the table. Financially, it's difficult for council and it's difficult for central government. If we can pull those resources together, it's a great opportunity.
Wayne?
If it was likely, based on more advice that we get, that the golf course proposal is faster, conceivably much more economical from a capital perspective and an operational perspective in particular. I mean, if you assess the net present value of the cost of the detention over time, that could be considerable. Does it make sense to actually pursue that option, especially if it delivers in respect of speed? Because you're not going to have the same issues around the reserve and so on.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question, but I can't predetermine the local board's position on that.
Richard? Thank you both, and both the local boards, for all your work during the floods and the time since. It's been intense, additional. It almost was full-time over our normal jobs, especially for that first year, and the difficulty of working with households and families who we weren't able to get buyouts or weren't able to get, there's a lot of people who are in dire situations that we can't buy out or don't fit and that's been tough on everyone. I'll go to Mal first, or Terence, because Kaipātiki's been asking the questions, but our understanding is Crown have approved this proposal to go forward as business case, and although Councillor Baker and I have worked on a resolution to say that the golf plan needs to be investigated, we still need to make the decision to move forward on this, otherwise we may lose the funding. I just want to check with both local boards that you're definitely endorsing what is in the plan and everything that comes with that, no matter how hard it's going to be for us working with all parts of our community, with the proviso that also we will investigate, because I know there has been a lot of options investigated. But Mel first, and then the local board, and then I've got another question.
Yeah, kia ora, Richard. Thank you for that. Of course, we really want to work together with our community. We're not opposed to having difficult questions and difficult conversations posed to us. We want to engage in the conversation. That's really important for everybody to have their voice heard. But collectively, we're going to need to make a decision around the way forward. I think this business case is an important process for us all to have that, and is quite urgent.
Yeah, if you don't answer that question as well.
Oh, exactly. Mel spoke very well then. That's exactly what she said.
And just for Kaipātiki specifically, because the decision making for what goes on your reserves, whether there's flood mitigation or not when leases expire, just want to go through exactly that is your board's decision, not this committee's decision, and that you will be, I assume, working through a process if this project goes ahead or not of what goes on there. It's not up for us to decide.
Yes, so AF Thomas Park is a local park. It comes under the local board jurisdiction. Currently, as was mentioned earlier, the lease for the golf course has expired, but we're rolling it over on a month-by-month basis. We felt it would be improper to renew that while there's a question mark over the land, and we're going through this process at the moment. So at some point we will be making a decision on lease of the land, but we need to get through this first. But absolutely, it's a local board decision. And
the last question, because it sort of isn't in the agenda, but on those resolutions that both boards passed unanimously, you did request specifically that Healthy Waters look to AF Thomas, and I believe at the time Healthy Waters weren't sure if that was a goer and were looking at other...
I've got the resolutions here if you'd like me to read them out. So in August 2023, Kaipātiki Local Board said, we request urgent investigation into the creation of a large floodwater catchment in the golf course area of AF Thomas Park to reduce the significant flooding impacts as seen recently, noting that the current golf course lease expires in February 2025. We also note the support for this initiative by the Devonport Takapuna Local Board, and what they said about a week earlier was, we support the creation of a large floodwater catchment in the Takapuna golf course to reduce the significant flooding impacts as seen recently, noting that the golf course lease expires in 2025.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing there too, just in response, is that we were looking for solutions. When we passed that in 2023, we were looking for options. We needed to think about all things that were coming up in the future. So the reason that we passed that resolution around the lease was so that we had options for how do we come up with a solution, because knowing that things take a long time. So that was really the genesis of that decision.
And obviously an immediate response to the floods in February of 23 and the loss of life and moving our way through the categorisation process. So it has been a very fraught couple of years for everyone.
Thank you. Chris?
It's been very difficult in the ward that I'm representing, and I'm sure it's the same on the shore, where people have been really impacted by the floods, but they continue to see houses sprouting up in areas that we know are flood prone. And it's very difficult for the local board and for the ward councillors to be able to explain that. And I think that it's where local government looks in disarray when those sort of things happen. I'm therefore heartened that in the responses we've heard from the local boards today, that you are utterly committed to that same process, to moving towards the business case, not being in any way distracted by any other noise that might be around. Is there anything that you could put to us that we have overlooked before? There will be other considerations later on in the agenda.
I think you'll get a unanimous yes from us.
It's very reassuring. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no further questions, and so I just want to thank you two for coming in across the bridge today and being here in person, and to Mel and Terence for being online. Great input, Terence. But no, really good to have you here, and keep doing what you do. You know, you're there to be leaders in your community and to be fighters and challenge, and so continue to do that. Well done. Chris Jr. is going to move, and Richard is going to second. The vote of thanks. Those in favour say aye. And against,
Aye.
carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, team. Okay, the next item is the Auckland Transport Draft Statement of Intent. So Trudy from Auckland Council is going to come up and introduce, I believe, Richard Leggett, who probably needs no introduction, is the chair of Auckland Transport. And this is to hear from the AT board and receive their draft SOI, and the purpose for us is to enable us to question Richard. And just note that we will be approving our formal comments in May. So this is about asking where we've got to and hearing from Richard as the chair of the board. So welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. We have Chair Richard Leggett here today to present Auckland Transport Draft Statement of Intent for 2025 to 2028. The Mayor issued letters of expectations to CCOs earlier this year. This was slightly later than in previous years because it allowed time for the governing body to make decisions on CCO reform in December. And following this, expectations for Auckland Transport were approved by this committee in February. Council set both expectations common to all CCOs and those specific to Auckland Transport. So after today, the next steps will be a workshop between this committee and the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee to discuss proposed shareholder comments on the draft draft statements of intent from CCOs, and then we'll be coming back to this committee in May seeking your approval of the shareholder comments on the AT draft SOI. So with that, I'll hand over and welcome Richard.
Tēnā koutou councillors. So I've got probably 5 minutes of chat, Andy. First up is to acknowledge this is our key document, agreeing with Council what AT deliver over the course of the coming year and the specific targets. As the introduction to our SOI states, we are preparing for tomorrow while delivering for today. The focus of the board and senior management is to continue a very solid delivery performance against the SOI and in areas where we have fallen short to improve. Last year, as you know, we met or exceeded 18 of our 19 KPIs. The previous 2 letters of expectation have required changes and improvements in AT's performance and approach, and I believe in many cases we are achieving those desired improvements. Examples being capital spend, local board engagement, increasingly optimising the transport network. This year's letter of expectation again states the requirement for AT to deliver on council's priorities through agreed KPIs, but also to prepare for changes in our role and responsibilities. That preparation is underway, and feedback from council is that we are collaborating well with council executives on preparing the options analysis for Auckland Transport Mark II. I'll come back to this area, but as noted already, the KPIs in this SOI are prepared under the current legislation. Actually, it wasn't mentioned. So just to be very clear, that the KPIs in this SOI are prepared under current legislation, which is what the board and the management of Auckland Transport are legally required to follow. In terms of our KPIs and deliverables, we've divided these into 6 key focus areas, and they are making every interaction count, improving network productivity, taking PT from good to great, delivering value for money, effective governance and advocacy, and core business and other activities. The 24 KPIs and 37 deliverables are listed under these focus areas. And it's worth noting our KPIs and deliverables are pretty consistent with the previous 2 years, so there shouldn't be any surprises. A couple to note though, because we're unsure of where public transport patronage will land this year, we've provided a range in the draft for public transport patronage, and that will also impact on the on farebox or the revenue recognition. So the PT patronage number will be finalised with council executive ahead of the date for the final approval of the SOI. We are also refining the measures we use to ensure they reflect what you as council want to know. In this area, there's a question as to whether we use farebox recovery or private revenue ratio. And again, our executive will work with your executive, and then elected officials, your councillors will decide what is the measure you want. And we're also considering whether listening and response is the right measure to use for AT's public reputation. We're considering a customer perception measure that better reflects AT's ability to respond to what matters most to Aucklanders. The other change we're proposing is to replace the previously used transport emissions reduction number with the increase in the number of electric buses. We now do not think we should use the emissions reduction measure because of a lack of reliability around verifying transport emissions, and Audit New Zealand has told us that if we use that measure, transport and PT emissions reduction, it will likely result in a qualified audit, and we and council executives do not want us to risk a qualified audit. So just to make another couple of points on that, I mean, we are committed to PT emissions and overall transport emission reduction targets. These targets are currently, were in last year's SOI and are currently in Council's long-term plan, and we propose that they remain in Council's long-term plan. The issue for Auckland Transport is because of an accounting quirk. Audit New Zealand have indicated that the targets in Auckland Transport's SOI will likely need to be audited, whereas we understand those targets in the Council's long-term plan do not need to be audited. We will continue to report on emissions reduction, so you will still, as councillors, see what is happening in that area. We are just proposing that it comes out of the statement of intent. While we're relatively confident the KPIs that we have listed and the targets are achievable, they require an effective and motivated staff. With any change, there is uncertainty, but the lack of clarity on Auckland Transport Mark II will be responsible for, that we will be responsible for, and the consequent impact on people's jobs is taking its toll. We've recently lost 2 staff who work closely with the board, and both cited uncertainty about the future, lack of job security as their major reason for leaving. And this brings me on to a few comments about preparing for tomorrow element of the statement of intent. As I've said, I believe we're working well with Council on the future state and analysing a range of options for Auckland Transport Mark II. I think everyone's agreed the RTC and RLTP process will be changing. And Hamish Bunn, who many of you know, is leading our work with council executives on how this can be effected. We have an Auckland Transport team led by Kirstine Jones, which is working with council on the wider CCO review and looking at what can be moved ahead of legislation. We are leading into this work, but are mindful of the objective of the CCO review, which is to make sure Auckland Council Group is set up to deliver the Auckland Council long-term plan. For transport, Auckland needs a structure that can build and maintain transport assets. They are currently sitting at $28 billion and growing. We need to have a structure that is able to manage and optimise the transport network and to run a great public transport operation. These are three areas that are very closely interlinked. So any new structure needs to be able to manage the interdependencies inherent in the transport area. So to summarise, the SOI KPIs and deliverables respond to this year's letter of expectation and build on the past 2 years, where AT has been actively, and I think mostly, effectively responding to the demands for improved performance and greater transparency. We are working well with Council Executive towards an AT Mark II, but are concerned about the high level of uncertainty on our future state and the impact that is having on our staff and our ability to retain and attract talent, and therefore to continue to deliver the services to a high level of standard that you expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Someone like to move? Thank you, Morris. Seconder, Chris. Okay. Questions? Julie Ferry.
Kia ora, folks. Sorry if it's a bit noisy. Can you hear me? I'm at the airport. So,
Yes.
yep. Great. Okay. So I just have 3 areas of questions on this, and acknowledging to your point about the fact that this is sort of a chance for conversation rather than we're signing it off. The one about special vehicle lanes, which includes bus lanes but isn't just bus lanes. This is page 26 of the attachment, is forecasting 10 kilometres for FY26. That doesn't seem very ambitious, particularly if it's not just bus lanes, but it's those other types of lanes as well. Are you able to expand a bit on why AT has picked such a low target? Thanks.
No, but I'm sure someone here can. Murray and Sean can come and help me on that one.
Great, thank you.
Oh, no. Who wants to come up? Yeah. So Andrew Allen will respond to that.
Great, thank you. Kia ora, Andrew.
Good morning, Councillor. Apologies, I only heard a small part of that question. Would it be terribly rude of me to ask you just to repeat the question again, please?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. So the special vehicle lanes target for FY26, page 26 in the attachments, is only 10 kilometres, and that's not just bus lanes, that's a range of other special vehicle lanes as well. That doesn't seem very ambitious. Could you hear that okay? I'm sorry, there's a whole lot of announcements happening in the airport.
Yes. No, okay. No, that's great. Thank you for the question. I guess that comes down to an observation on whether or not 10 kilometres is ambitious or not. The target and what we're tracking towards this year is 5 kilometres, so it's half of the length of special vehicle lanes that we actually have in the SOR for next year. So in essence, the 10 kilometres is a doubling on what we're performing this year. And there is a huge amount of work going in. In fact, it's part of the update I was going to do a bit later as part of the AT update in terms of preparing designs and getting ready to be able to deliver against all of that. I would not be saying that delivering 10 kilometres of special vehicle lanes is a small or a low target.
But I guess that's down to what others might perceive. 10 kilometres is a fairly long length against our arterial network. And of course, these bus lanes and special vehicle lanes serve a specific purpose. And where you can put them needs to be linked to where we have good volumes of buses running, if they're bus lanes, and good utilisation of those bus services, rather than just putting in special vehicle lanes for the sake of putting in special vehicle lanes. So not every road lends itself to that outcome.
Okay, thanks for that. I may not still be on the call when you get to the update, but I did read it ahead of time, and I noticed that most of the information there was about dynamic lanes, which is, so it would be really helpful, maybe not right now, but afterwards, to have a breakdown of what you're forecasting around the number of the proportion of that 10 kilometres that's likely to actually be bus lanes. I don't have an issue with dynamic lanes, but it seems to me that we have gone off the boil a bit on them, and particularly that's becoming an issue for cross towns, and also some of the services where we don't have continuous bus lanes along the length of a route. And so they get stuck at certain points. So I'm interested in further conversation about that, but happy to take that offline, Chair, in the interest of time. That's okay. And I've got, I do also note that we did have a report from AT that indicated that putting 24/7 bus lanes on 20 key arterials would save the organisation $10 million per annum. So, yeah, that's part of the context too. My next two questions, sorry, Chair, I'll try to be as quick as I can. The removal of the emissions target, and this is on page 36 of the attachments, and the replacement of that with the low emission buses. Now, the Chair, Richard, did speak to the audit aspects of that, but are we looking at adding some other things? Because obviously low emissions buses are only a small part of the picture.
Mark Lang can answer that.
I believe thanks for the question, Councillor. I believe we're not planning to add any other measures, but I guess the key is, and if you step back for the SOI, if you're going to stand right back, we think the measure in there needs to be quantifiable, so something you can hold us to account to deliver. That for a second doesn't mean that we're not very actively looking at how do we reduce emissions, and that target we're working through obviously with Council and want to absolutely keep it it's in the long-term plan. We report against it, we'll report quarterly. And so don't think for a second we're backing away from the target. If you kind of get into the nitty-gritty of it, the problem with it is these targets are very difficult and they rely on a whole pile of information, particularly with operational emissions. The type of thing you're trying to estimate, we're reliant on getting things like fuel data from operators, trying to estimate dead running time, so when the buses are coming to and from the depots. So that's all the kind of work we're doing underneath, and that's the sort of work that we want to report back on. And obviously we want to absolutely reduce emissions as we can within available funding. So I guess that's how we were trying to separate it. We keep working on that, but we have a hard target that you can hold us accountable to in the SOI.
Okay, thank you. Again, probably interested in some more work in the space and how, because having that one target there for the whole climate action plan seems a bit undercooked, but let's see where we go next with that, acknowledging this is comments and questions, and we vote on it later in the year. My last question is around the DSI measure, and which is on page 37 of the attachments. I note there that you're reviewing the way that we measure safety, and I think that's good, but I'd like to see that include some stuff that's looks more broadly at people's perception of safety that then influences their transport choices as well. So things like, do parents feel that it's safe to let their children walk to school? Do people feel safe to take public transport or to be a bus driver or whatever? So I'm interested in whether that's part of your thinking. And then also having it as the absolute last measure in the statement of intent, I think is a terrible look for the organisation. And yeah, I know that they're not in order of priority, but when you put something last, it does send a message that I think you don't intend to send. So that would be another piece of it.
Yeah, point taken and very well spotted. That's easy to change, and I think, to your comments, entirely justifiable that it should be moved up, even though, as you say, it's not a measure at all of importance. In terms of your first question, we are very conscious at the moment, particularly around safety of public transport, and have been doing some studies in that area, and people are feeling less safe. And we've been working with police and government and council on what we can do to improve the perception of safety. So, yes, agree. I don't think I can ask Sean if we've got any other measures in the deliverables that directly relate to this.
Other than, as you mentioned, the safety on public transport, that is a particular focus. We do commit to working with the communities, especially on school responses around safety delivery. But it is too preemptive at this point to note what a future measure will entail. We don't want to rush that. We want to spend the time to get it right. And so we haven't proposed to replace it in this year's SOI.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. Appreciate the answer.
Thank you. Mayor Wayne Brown.
Right. Thank you for this. In particular, I think your chair's forward is very good and talks to the changes. But I've got this thing about speeding up the dynamic lanes and the AI signals and the TTM and the customer thing, so that if you looked at page 36, which lists them, how we measured, I'd like to have you at least consider temporary traffic management cone reduction of, say, 50%, 60% and 70% going into the future. You can just chew these over and think about it before we come back to our workshop. But the dynamic lanes, I thought it's quite a low number of those, 4 or 5, and I'd like to see 10, 20 and 30 over the next few years. AI signals, 10, 20 and 30. And then the customer perception thing, which is, are we listening? And it almost needs to be added into on page 19, the things that you're doing, and listening to the public should be one of them. I mean, the customer perception, you're aiming at 30%. I don't see why we shouldn't be aiming at 75%. I mean, the public transport service is pretty good. I use it regularly, and I used it late at night in the last week a couple of times, and I found it nice and cheerful and bright and quite safe, actually. The lighting inside the bus, I thought, was a very good kind of safety feeling. It was brightly lit, and you drove home. I drove home in the bus. People outside could see inside that it looked quite safe. I suppose at night, some of your buses with the darkened windows means that the people outside can't see what's going on inside. But when I went home with the light windows, I felt quite safe on it. So that was a good, very positive. So anyhow, that was my things, that TTM reduction, dynamic lane, AI signals, but in there as a measure, because those are the things we really wanted to get into, and that we've been it, but I don't get the impression of that that's as exciting for you people as it is for me.
As you know, Mr. Mayor, one of the key focus that we as a board and I personally have been keen on is having a target of reducing journey times. And reducing journey times for the Auckland public requires improving network productivity. And so network productivity is definitely tied in with use of AI signalling, dynamic lanes, more bus lanes, as well as special vehicle, or they are special vehicle lanes. So yes, and less disruption. So yes, we are keen on that, and we can look, and I can challenge on behalf of the board, the executive, to see whether there are areas that we can go faster on. The orange cone issue is, as you're well aware, is a challenging one. I think actually understanding how many orange cones are out there would be actually a massive target. And so having a percentage decline is going to be quite tricky to do. We need to get the utility companies, the developers, other users of the road corridor adopting the risk-based approach that only came in on the 1st of November last year, so that they don't have as many orange cones and as many disruptions. And I spoke to the chair of one of the CCOs just this week on that issue, and there's still a lack of understanding of how far you can go in reducing your TTM and still be safe. And that is one of the things that boards are concerned about. Again, we can have a look at this area to see if there's a way we can quantify a measure that is valid, and we can come back and see what we can do there.
Okay, well, thank you for that response. I know that the government has suddenly discovered orange cones as a political issue.
It's not just Auckland.
And I know, and Brooke Van Velden came out with something, and I sent her a copy of the EY report that my office commissioned, which does show that we've got a lot of cones because the legislation asks for a lot of cones. She hadn't actually had that given to her, which was a bit disappointing, but she is apparently reading it and asking some people to read it. So I have some sympathy, but I would like to see better numbers for dynamic lanes and AI signals anyhow. So thank you for that anyhow, and thank you for your opening statement, which is pretty good. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Not so sure about that blazer, but that's all right. And just remind us that Shane is going to be chairing a workshop where we are going to thrash out our response to this. So please, let's not try and get bogged down into what may or may not appear during that day, because we don't want to ruin the fun. Honey.
Thank you. Just a question in terms of Māori procurement. Correct me if I'm wrong that you have decreased it. And just to follow on from that, if it has been, can you tell me why? Especially
No, it's steady on this year. Oh, sorry, okay.
Just to clarify on the Māori procurement, the proposal is to hold at 3%, but just to explain that it actually results in an increase year on year with Māori procurement, given that AT budgets are forecast to be increasing year on year. In the capital space, we're currently at around 7% on average for Māori procurement, and that's predicted to grow. We are struggling in some areas of the business, particularly the public transport services, professional services, and business technology, where Māori procurement is underrepresented, but we're doing what we can to work to increase that in that part of the business. And that represents a significant portion of the budget. And just to reiterate our commitment to increasing the dollar value of Māori procurement, and that's baked into this current SOI proposal.
I'm just going to ask again, just for clarity. So it hasn't been decreased, or it is maintaining status quo without a consideration to increase?
So the proposal is to hold Māori procurement percentage-wise at 3% over the next 3 years. And that represents a dollar value increase as the budget increases.
Just in the trending up data and evidence show that there's an increase, there's a trending increase in procurement right around, or have I read that wrong?
That's correct. So over the past few years, there's been a trend upwards in Māori procurement. And this year, at a dollar value, it'll be somewhere between 70 to 80 million of the budget is going towards Māori-owned businesses.
Then it's something to actually review if you're leaving it at status quo. If the trend is that it is increasing. I don't know the finer detail behind the scene, but it's something to do with the workshop space. I also note around the marae that it is status quo about 1. You're going to be dealing with that too?
Yes, so the proposal on the SOI is we're holding at one marae turnout for the future years. We always look to try and exceed that, and I believe that this year we will be exceeding it as well. But the SOI target is you're holding at one.
I'll definitely follow it up with through workshop delivery. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problems, Greg.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And in that, maybe if we're going to be looking at the red cones, Chair, at some future date, just understanding perhaps how the finances around that work, i.e., do people make more money by having more cones out, by renting them out and that type of thing? What are some of the motives behind it, particularly financial ones, might be helpful?
Well, I'm struggling to understand where that sits in with the SOI stuff. And so...
No, that's just your comment earlier saying that we're going to be offline in a separate discussion.
Well, no, we're having a workshop where we can talk about the SOI stuff.
So okay.
I'm not sure where your question is in regards to SOI.
Oh, maybe that's just a comment, because I'm sure I'm not the only councillor that perhaps doesn't understand that. But Richard, my specific question around, I picked up from your comments around concerns around staff retention and having a fit for purpose structure going forward, so Auckland gets the best outcomes it possibly can in its transport space. So could I just ask you, in terms of, as this CCO reform goes through its select committee processes, etc., does the board or yourself or even the chief executive have concerns about the CCO reform that they will be protesting or speaking against such a reform, or just so we understand as a collective where you may be sitting as an organisation?
No. What we agreed with and supportive of are the resolutions that were made in December 12 last year by Council around the CCO review. In particular, with specific reference to Auckland Transport, the principles of how the reform will be looked at, a broad range of options as to what the structure might look like, and a timetable of decision making. And I haven't had any direct feedback from Council Executive in terms of how progress is going, aside from the fact that I know our team, led by Kirstine, is working well with the Council Executive. But no, we also, but as a board, and as I would say a well-informed board, we would expect and have been told by Council that we'll have an opportunity to input into the process, and particularly around we can give feedback on decisions that might be looking to be made.
Josephine?
Oh, it's good that I follow that question, because that is the question I was going to ask. Just picking up on your statements or what you said regarding staff motivation, and we need the staff to be motivated to feel good about their future at Auckland Transport in order to achieve these measures in the SOI. So my question was around what certainty can be given, because you talked about it's just so much uncertainty and you've already lost high-level staff.
In any change process, there's uncertainty. So what, again, I'd say any organisation would like is for a good process to be undertaken and decisions to be made relatively quickly. Now, part of this is wrapped up in the government's legislation direction and what they say around the RCA, and whether they have a view on what aspects of the RCA might be retained by AT or go into Auckland Council. So I suppose that the request from us is that, as I've just said, that the process outlined in December 12 is followed through, and the sooner we get to a good idea of what the structure will look like without necessarily the detail, the better.
Oh, thank you. And I suppose back to you, Chair, can those answers come through from the Council Executive?
Sorry, say that again?
He's asking about really a time frame, I think. and hearing more back from the council executive? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the resolutions in particular, I can't remember which resolution it was, December 12, was principles to be set out for the CCO review for Auckland Transport, options to be analysed, and a timetable to be determined. And I'm not quite sure where the council executive have got to on those three particular aspects.
And I think too, there's any changes are going to require a change in legislation, which is going to drive what and where and when and how. So I think we're in a bit of an uncertain time at the moment. And so, but, the executive, they just need to work together. Shane?
Yes, I've got three main questions, and kind of following on from Councillor Bartley, and just wanted to drill down on that 2.5 around effective governance. And you acknowledge the CCO reform transition, outline you're looking for opportunities, but that resolution passed nearly 5 months ago. As far as I'm aware, legislation is not impacted when we're talking about policy shifts and things like that. So what have you put in place so far in response to the resolution in that time?
Well, we've put together a team who is working with council executive. We have, as I mentioned, Hamish Bunn and his team working with council executive around the restructuring of the RLTP process. So they are really the only things. And I know that we have proposed to council executive some aspects of our work that could be transferred earlier than legislation, ahead of legislation. So as I said in my intro, we are leaning into this. I don't think there's been anything settled upon there, because it is quite complex.
Thank you, cool. Yeah, I'll just sort of run through a couple because we'll bring it up again in workshop and all that. But, just picking up on the Mayor's point around temporary traffic management, and to me it's not just about number of cones per se, but about costs and about delays. So, look, direct costs are high, and direct costs of rules governing temporary traffic management can make projects last longer, right? Because we're not allowing CCOs to work in corridors, for example. So will you be reviewing rules around when works can happen in the road corridor, and will you commit to trying to force down costs for temporary traffic management?
We are certainly interested in value for money and reducing costs. However, we are as interested, if not more interested, in reducing journey times. And so reducing that disruption. Dean, on behalf of Auckland Transport, sent a letter to the majority of main road corridor users explaining that we no longer were going to approve arterials and town centre work out inside peak hours. So again, from a cost point of view, that potentially might put costs up a little because the length of time that they can work is reduced. However, on arterials and town centres, the expectation is that a number of those would not be in high residential areas, so working through nights would be possible. But the feedback, I would say, from the public and from council itself is that if we can reduce disruption on the road corridors in peak hours, that is something that we should do.
Thank you. Just one more on this, and then I'll move on to just one other topic. Look, I just wanted to make really clear that reducing journey times and making that the exact focal point, that actually does have a cost. It sounds lovely in theory, but when you have a project that takes 3 months that could take years instead, because of these restrictions, that has a cost on that project, which has direct cost on council and on the ratepayers' bills. So what it's very hard to quantify, but I'm just wondering in the workshop whether you could prepare some advice around that point, because I think people need to understand how much that is costing the ratepayer.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do some work on that. How accurate or detailed, I'm not sure, because there will be assumptions inherent in it. But I think you could, I would like to think you had the confidence that our team are commercial enough to be able to make good decisions that will weigh up value for money along with traffic disruption. And because we are, I know since the letter has gone out, we have had a lot of requests for exemptions, some of which we're saying yes to.
Thank you so much, and thanks for looking into that. That's really great. I'll follow it up in the workshop. Last one. Look, I'm glad that you've raised, and I think Mark raised, the quantifiable nature around emissions data. I'm just looking at the removal of that target. Look, I've been, as you may know, very critical of past plans which do not give us any assurance about whether emissions are actually going down as a result of the plans or up, right? So there is expertise out there to actually quantify emissions data. Governments do it all the time, for example. I'm wondering if there's capacity and capability in the organisation to do that, and whether if we're saying, look, it needs to be quantifiable, could we get expertise to make it quantifiable so that we could do a target?
My understanding is that, yes, we have that expertise, but Audit New Zealand are going, even if you've got experts, and it's quite good, we don't believe there is enough history and there is enough evidence that your expert data is correct.
I just reiterate, I mean, Kathy Biebelman is one of the best in New Zealand who's working on this. She's one of the preeminent thought leaders in New Zealand. It is exactly that point. It's a journey at the moment. Everyone's struggling. So when you say government's provided this data, we're providing the data as well. It's just the auditors are struggling to audit it as we get further up into what we call Scope 2, Scope 3, which is actually the emissions from our suppliers. So to actually capture that data, we have to reach into their business, ask them to provide a whole pile of information, and then report on it. And it's as you go further through that chain, it gets very, very difficult. It's a complex, evolving area. All we should take from this is we're committed to it and we're not stepping away from a target.
That's really interesting. So I wasn't aware of that. So the headline there would be that auditing is the issue. Would that be the headline?
It's fair to say auditors are struggling to grapple with this at the moment themselves because they're trying to apply the same lens as they do to financial auditing, like your balance sheet. Even the XRB, so the External Reporting Board in New Zealand's come out and said that they actually think, based on feedback, that auditors should only be providing limited scope assurance on this because the costs of going to a full audit don't outweigh the benefits. We're kind of caught in a bit of a quirk here where, because it's in the SOI, it needs a full audit. So we've got auditors spending a whole pile of time at the moment trying to get to the bottom of how to verify a calculation of information from one of our bus companies, as an example.
That's fascinating. Look, I'll take it to Audit and Risk. It's a very interesting thing. Hey, thank you so much for the answers, team. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Richard?
Thank you. Just a few questions. First on the bus lanes. So I think 2 years ago we did 8, and then this year we were supposed to do 10, but you're saying that this year we'll end up doing 5, and then we're aiming to do 5 again next year? 5 kilometres?
I think last year was 5, and that was the target. The year and now, I'm pretty sure the target's 5. Next year, for the SOI we're discussing today, it's 10.
Okay.
And then I think the year...
This year, the year we're in now, the SOI target is 5 kilometres, and we are on track to at least meet that, possibly slightly exceed that. The proposal in the SOI for next year is to double that to 10 kilometres.
But we have in last few years done definitely more than the 5.
So there's a difference between, let's just not get confused between the number of projects that get delivered and the kilometres that they return back to the network. So there's 2 different things we look at, and this year's metrics include a number of projects and it includes a total kilometre distance. And I think sometimes those 2 things get conflated. So when you talk about 7 I think you are referring potentially, Councillor, to a number of projects delivered.
No, it's 2023 and 4. The SOI said that we had achieved 8 kilometres of bus lane.
I'd need to check.
I could name a few in my own ward that happened that year. So, okay, this is connected to this question. So we don't have an SOI figure on the cycleway kilometres anymore. They used to be 10 a year once we made it up to 17.
Sorry, the SOI currently says 10. So
for cycleways.
Cycleways.
We've cut that out because the government won't fund it anymore.
Quick question, Sean, do we have a deliverable for cycleways?
Yes, we have a deliverable for that. We are still committing to do it. We have removed the measure on the number of cycleways. We still retain our cycle counts measure. We want to be measuring how many people are using them. This was part of our attempt to consolidate the ever-growing number of SOI measures to keep them relevant.
So, I guess with some skepticism, what's the SOI called? A plan for tomorrow?
Preparing for tomorrow, delivering for today.
Yeah. So when we cut and not, in my opinion, not being super ambitious for keeping the bus lanes at 10 kilometres, we don't have any kilometre target for cycleways anymore, which we had at 10s under the last national government and the last government. And then we also have no emissions target, despite, and I'll try and keep it short, Chair, the times that the board and executive have come here, 2021, we'll wait for your climate plan. 2022, we need to do an emissions reduction plan and we'll do it with you. We'll wait for the RLTP, wait for this. And now we're saying...
You got a question on that, Richard?
No, the question is, how when cities all over the world, they're kind of doing bus lanes, cycleways and emissions reduction, is that we're suddenly not doing those things? And I realise the GPS limits that considerably, but is there a way that we can still be ambitious?
Well, we are doing most of that. And as Mark Lang has said, the emissions reduction target is still in the AT work plan, if you like. It's just the SOI because of that audit. We don't want a qualified audit. Now, we could be directed by you guys and girls to go, actually, we want it in. We don't care if you get a qualified audit because we want that number in the SOI. Now, our executive, and I think your council executive recommendation is that's not the way to go, but we still will report quarterly the emissions reduction number. In terms of the cycleways, unfortunately, and as you know, I cycle a lot, the funding for additional cycleways has been severely limited. So we could have in the deliverables a target based on the funding we've got. I don't see that it makes sense to have an ambitious cycleway length target when we know there's not the money there. That's the challenge.
Okay, thank you. And connected to the other figures around the 23 minutes over 10 kilometres and the efficiency, all the evidence points to you need the cycleways and public transport to do it. How do you see us achieving the other metrics if we don't, and this is feedback from us to the government too, because it doesn't make sense to me, but how do you see us being able to achieve these efficiency targets for the roads without ramping up the other modes?
Can't, is the short answer. And so when we look at our planning to achieve 20 minutes by 2034 is going to require more people in every vehicle. Well, not more people in every, more people on average in vehicles, so more use of public transport. It's going to require more people walking and cycling short distances, and therefore the roads will become freer for those people like tradies that need to use it. So,
but I guess trying to pull all these SOI targets together, how are all of those things true if we aren't or can't invest in all the other stuff? How are you saying we'll reach 20 if we can't? How are we going to get more people in cars or buses or bikes?
The big secret is public transport. That is, if we have a look at the numbers, and again, interesting, we had a session on TERP the other day, that TERP's ambitious target was something like a doubling of public transport from 13 to 26 or 29% of, and walking and cycling was an even bigger increase, but at a much lower level. So the public transport and City Rail Link and increase in the rapid transit network for buses, increases in patronage over those areas, catalysed by City Rail Link, I'm thinking that will go quite some way to do it. And then what we need to be doing, in my view, is providing more reasons for people to choose to hop on their bike to go to the train station or the bus station where they think and will have confidence, and coming back to that safety perception that the bike's going to be safe and it'll be there when they get back, so that we can get more people into public. But public transport will be the key, and people choosing not to use their car for very short distances will also be important.
And last question, Chair. Just on, and I have talked about it before, and maybe it's not an SOI measure, but can we have a bit of information on individuals, and I know it's harder with the pay wave, but we have this measure and we've kind of lost Fridays, right? Because people don't use more people are using public transport, but we measure how many trips. So there'll be many people in this room, as we know, that don't come in every day to work like they used to, and that happens across the city too. Are we able to measure somehow the people, even if it's just raw data on HOP and PayWave individual, to show the growth in users? Because we've got anecdotal evidence, but we still get because the trains have been closed and also people catching public transport fewer times. Can we have a bit of a measure on that?
So, Stacey, I'm almost 100% confident that that I know this, that there are more people using public transport than not using it as often.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily report on it. That's right.
Thank you, Chair. You're correct. We have more people, more unique individuals using public transport today than we did in 2019, let's say, in terms of that baseline. So more people are using it, it's just that in terms of frequency. So more people using it, but less often during the week. So I think on average, if we worked out across our whole customer base, it's 1.8 times a week. That's the current ratio.
Yeah, I guess, Chair, just if we could have of us a few times somehow showing that, so it does show that people are, with the investment, using our public transport, they're just maybe using it less because of post-COVID stuff that's happened.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of unique, Alf?
Kia ora, Heo Mana, thank you. Tēnā korua. And Richard, if you want a cup of coffee after this, my questions, I'll go and get one for you. Look, I've got three easy questions. Firstly, is the core, is health and safety core business of Auckland Transport?
Absolutely.
So with that context, my question is around the orange cones. Aren't they being used so then our community, as well as the workers, will be in a safe environment?
Yes, but there are a lot of examples, I believe, where the system is overdone. So I will give you one example. Last year, Sunday morning, I was on my bicycle just having a look actually at TTM around the city. And I was on Commerce Street and there was a truck being followed by a large articulated truck with a massive red cross. Sunday morning, very little traffic about, and they were going around picking up temporary speed limit, which I think had been put out for maybe an event. So there were two people in the front truck, and there was one person in the back truck. There was no other traffic, and it was 2 lanes each way. So to me, you could have done that very safely with one person in one truck who drove up behind the traffic, had their orange lights beeping, and picked up the temporary speed limit and put it in his truck. But for whatever reason, and I suspect regulation said that they needed to have all that machinery and 3 people. So that's one example where I don't think it was making it any safer for anybody, because it was would already have been safe.
Like you, I cycle quite a bit, so I know what you mean. This last question of mine is, I've got the recommendation from the 12th of December in regards to the mayoral proposal. So my question is, how are you getting on, obviously, in relation with the CEO of Auckland Council around developing the principles, options and the timeframes in regards to the changes that were passed on the 12th of December, please?
The board hasn't had any direct feedback. I'll ask Kirstine to answer that. So Kirstine Jones heads our CCO Transition Committee, if that's what, I'm not quite sure if that's the exact name, but it's something like that.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Kirstine Jones. Thank you for the question. We're working really well with the council transition team, and we have been, I have been meeting with them on a weekly basis, and we've been working on principles, we've been working on options. There's an options workshop next week. Timeframes, we've been asked for early advice through to the Mayor's office at the end of April, which we will meet that deadline. And if there will be a decision by governing body, I believe, in June. So we'll be working with advice to meet those deadlines. As Richard said, AT board has been given will be given an opportunity to feed into that advice before the decisions come to governing body.
Thank you. I look forward to catching up with you, Richard, on the bike lane. Kia ora.
Kia ora. That'll be worth watching. Wayne.
I've got a specific question just around improving network productivity. Given that one of those methods is around intelligent signalling, how many intelligent signals are you going to be installing in this next year?
Who can help me with that? Andrew again.
And it'd be nice to know how many we've already got as well.
Through the chair, thank you, councillor. That is a very challenging question to answer simply, because we need to define what intelligent signals means, and that definition is not clearly or well understood or even defined. I just want to make the statement first off that all of our traffic signals are connected to an operations system that has intelligence built into it, an adaptive capability. So I would argue that all of our traffic signals currently have a degree of intelligence linked to them. The limitation, the most significant limitation on the intelligence that they have through that operating system comes down to the sensor technology. And that's where we have a real issue at the moment. Those are all in-ground sensors presently, magnetic industrial sensors, and they have severe limitations on detecting things like how long a queue is, or whether there's a bus approaching an intersection, and if you want to prioritise that, if there's an emergency service vehicle approaching an intersection. So we don't have that capability currently, and the problem there comes down to sensor technology. What we are delivering this year, I believe the number, the top of my head, is 65 smarter signal intersections by delivering better sensor technology. It is ultimately the sensor technology that allows the intersections and our operating system to make better informed decisions to prioritise green time to those modes that most needed at that location.
Okay, maybe if I just re-clarify. So I'm not talking about the looped induction in the road. I think you know that. I'm talking about the sort of signals that I see in other cities that are smart, that have got camera recognition, they can recognise the queue length, they can recognise the type of vehicle, pedestrian queuing, cyclists, and they're integrated across intersections. So you actually have smooth flow across a whole range of modes. So I want to know how many of those we're installing. And it'd be nice to know how many we've already got. If we don't have any, well, that's fine. If we're not installing any, fine. I'd just like to know. Well, I'm not happy that we're not doing that, because it is available. So how many are we talking?
Councillor, I think I've done my best to answer your question. We're installing 65 detector systems, so cameras that can pick up the length of queues, that can detect late running buses and prioritise them through intersections, that can detect pedestrians standing at an intersection after they've pushed a button and cancel it if they leave before the phase is called. So I think in terms of what you're asking, the number that we're delivering this year is 65.
Thank you very much. And the context around that, Mr. Chair, is in the area where I live, congestion's gone up by, I think, 20% in a year. So people are experiencing delays everywhere, and it's escalating. And this is one technique that can be implemented, and it makes a real difference.
Okay, thank you. And I guess it comes into that, the SOI measure that is about, you know, the time that people takes to travel around. So, and it sort of mentions that within that SOI. So, Daniel?
With respect to the targets, does the asset condition target include or exclude the road corridor, including the substructure and road resurfacing? Road maintenance is set out in the second target. Can you just clarify that?
Murray? I think the answer is yes, but Murray knows.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? With respect to the asset condition measure target, does that include or exclude road maintenance and the road corridor, including the substructure? Because I note that the road maintenance has its own measure, but can you just clarify if the asset condition measure includes or excludes the corridors?
Yeah, the asset condition measure includes the road corridors and the pavement surface. That's a key asset that we're doing condition assessments on a regular and routine basis.
Chair, I have to say, in my follow-up question, I'm quite surprised that this is the first time, I think, this morning that this has been interrogated, because this is really crucial. In the footnote for the asset condition, you refer to that the funding from the NLTF continues to be below the depreciation target, which means that what we're looking at is accepting a 20% of the assets that will be in a poor or very poor condition. That's quite high, and we don't have a lot of movement really in relation to road maintenance to be able to address that high number, because if that is not funded, if depreciation is not covering that, what that means is that your asset conditions problem will grow exponentially worse, and you know that. What's the response to that?
Yeah. So those two lines can be read together. So the road maintenance line, you're seeing an increasing percentage of the network that we're renewing and resurfacing. It's not until we get to the end of the period, around 8%, that we start getting to the, let's call it break-even level, where we're holding the network at a stable level. If we can achieve above 8%, we'll start to see a decline in the deterioration. So the funding envelope that's approved in the RLTP is ramping up year on year for pavement renewals, and that's also supported at central government level through the GPS. And so we're working towards getting to a point where we'll stop seeing deterioration in the network and start to catch up on those backlog renewals, and that will, the tipping point will become the year 28-29.
I note that the sort of ramping up and break even always seems to occur right at the end when the numbers are least reliable, but it never really seems to occur when it's needed, which is pretty well now. So can I ask, with respect to the asset condition, that's an averaged result across the entire network. Do you have a breakdown as to whether that's how that looks sub-regionally within those sub-regional road maintenance contracts, as to whether you are at, above or below 20% in those sub-regional contract areas? Because I think some parts of Auckland are significantly worse than other parts in relation to your asset conditions.
Yeah, we have a lot of detailed data in behind that number. The asset condition is an average across the critical assets. So that includes road pavement as well as public transport assets and structures. We do have detailed breakdown across the regions, and definitely in the particularly peri-urban areas where we're seeing greenfields development and heavy traffic, quarries and trucks and so on roads that were not designed for heavy traffic. we're seeing a increased level of deterioration. So that data is available and can be shared on request.
My final question then, Chair, and maybe you can report this back at the workshop, but I'm assuming that the correct thing for AT now in response to what you've just said, with that peri-urban development taking place and the consequential impacts on those assets, that you would be looking to do variations within the sub-regional contracts to ensure that not only are you trying to address this, but you're addressing it where it's most critical, given the impact on that particular part of the network.
So we have a asset management plan and out of that comes a 3-year prioritised program of work, which is then prioritised again on an annual basis. And generally the roads that will be renewed and resurfaced are the highest priority at the time. So it's the program is always targeting those areas with the higher level of deterioration. And so, yeah, that's built into the way that we program the work. And the contracts are varied up or down depending on their work program for that year. There's flexibility within those maintenance contracts.
And the challenge from the board to Murray and his team is to try and do more with the same amount of money and find ways of rehabilitating roads that cost less so that we can do more. We have some degree of confidence around funding going out 3 years. So I think while you make the point that the further out you go, the less certainty you have, we're as a board reasonably comfortable that within a couple of years we're going to be pretty close to break even. Now, again, things can change, but it doesn't feel catastrophic at this stage.
Can I ask one more question, Chair? Developers don't fund the depreciation and the maintenance of the roads that they're ripping up now. That is funded by you next year or in 2 or 3 years' time, but the network that is being hammered now by the developers who don't pay for that, and there is a consequential effect. I'm wanting to know that you can actually have, not just within the sub-regional contract for that sub-region that you can prioritise within that contract, but there may well be an adjustment in the neighbouring sub-regional contract to take funding from there to augment the funding that's required there in order to ensure that there is some degree of mitigation against the effect of that development.
So the prioritisation happens across the entire network. It's not just by contract area. And we look at the traffic volumes of the road, the condition of the road, and then on that basis, and there's some other factors come into it, we prioritise which ones will go into that year's program of work. So yeah, we're not constrained by contract area in terms of the prioritisation.
Morris. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a quick additional comment to what Chairman Richard said about some of the costs involved in certain things. I have a video which I will want to share with you of 2 Saturdays ago, the replacing of the speed limit signs on Pakuranga Highway. They basically involve sticking a sticker onto the existing thing, literally a piece of plastic, tear the back off, stick it on. 4 trucks were involved, 1 leading the way up the highway, 2 of them are at the sign with 4 staff, and 1 truck way back further up. Yet the sign was on the inside of the footpath in the park. It didn't even need a truck. You could have walked up the footpath to it from a car park and stuck the 3M sign on with 1 person. So the councillors around this table were always getting quite concerned about the 8 million of unfunded costings it was going to cost us to do the speed limit reduction sign change. I can tell you the cost for just this 1 sign on the video must have been horrendous. 4 trucks and at least 8 staff taking 20 minutes to stick a 3M sticker of 60 onto a sign. I've got the video if anyone doubts it.
You don't have to answer that. It was more about protecting the giggling politicians beside it. Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Richard, for fronting up. You're the first chair of a CCO board to front in this new way of dragging you in front of us and making you present your draft SOI. So well done. And
My pleasure.
Always good to have you, and hope your bicycle's safe. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this? None. Excellent. Okay, we'll put it. All those in favour say aye, and against, carried. In faithful confidence, I don't believe we'll be able to get through the AT update in a judicious and quick period of time. So we'll have lunch now. We'll be back here at 10 past. Sorry? No, not 2 o'clock. But you just do yourself, mate. And 10 past 1. a quorum, and so we are going to kick off. So next item up is item 9, and it is the Auckland Transport update. So Dean, great to have you here, and all yours.
Right, kia ora everybody, and it's good to be here. I do have an army of people that will join me progressively for different elements of this presentation, but it's always good to take this opportunity. Can I make a couple of quick comments before we get into the substance of today's update? First of all, I really appreciated the SOI discussion and the feedback. Thank you very much. The thing I want to highlight out of that discussion is that if we look to press harder on some of these targets, behind them there is a trade-off discussion that you'll need to have. If you want more dynamic lanes, more special vehicle lanes, the trade-off discussion is how we disrupt our communities to get to that outcome, and we will need your support to achieve that outcome. What you've got there reflects what we believe we can deliver in current context with stretch. A couple of other highlights not in the presentation. Fair Share, you'll have heard about this. This is our program where we partner with private sector to subsidise, through their expense of course, for their employees, public transport travel. We're now at 38 companies across Auckland. We've got some significant blue chip companies involved in that, and Auckland Transport as of this week is also part of it. So it might seem strange that we were leading and not part of it. We're both leading and now part of it, which is a good result. My encouragement is that Auckland Council, the other CCOs and government ministries also become part of it. So can I leave that thought with you as councillors? If you can encourage council itself, the CCOs and government ministries to join that, we will be all in. The only other thing that I want to mention is we have put parking prices up by 50 cents. The last one was in 2023, and that has gone live. As I go to the Auckland Transport update, I will invite Murray and I think Stacey and Andrew up. Sorry, I'm trying to turn, oh, here we go, thank you. You'll see some content here. Have I got? Yes, they are arriving. Thank you. We want to cover off some public transport elements, capital program, and of course what Andrew was talking about, which is network optimisation. So I am going to hand the speaking over to Stacey, and she can bring you up to date on public transport. You okay with that? March Madness, starting with March Madness.
Can, absolutely. Thank you, Dean. So March, well, we call it March management. I like to think we manage these things a lot better these days. So in terms of that actual planning for March, started way back in November, in terms of looking at it in a lot more detail to try and understand particularly what we see each year with school buses. So school buses at the start of every school year is always a challenge for our team in terms of a lot of movement across Auckland for, you know, children that are travelling out of zone and going to different schools and being able to anticipate what that may look like. So a lot of work was done last year to try and support that, which is was very successful in terms of we had very little what I'd call negative feedback about children being left behind this year. And where we did have what I'd call spillovers in terms of needing extra services, they were put in place very, very quickly. So we had a number of new services go live with the school year to support schools, and where necessary we did add extra capacity. So through March, which is obviously just concluded, we moved 9.17 million passenger journeys during that time, passenger trips. So that is the first time we've been over that 9 million mark since August 2019. And so that was really good in terms of that. We're really happy to be there. We are seeing what I call quite stagnant growth right now. And so that's one thing that we're sort of figuring out what next, what levers do we need to pull in order to be able to get that growth back up. I do recall saying last time I was here that we saw quite a drop down in February in terms of particularly child concessions. We're like 10% down on the previous year, and we put that down to a couple of things. We're trying to understand that a little bit more as well in terms of how we attract more youth to using public transport and get those sort of behaviours as we progress. If we go to the next page. In terms of bus services, we did have media go out to about the award of our largest ever bus contract awarded, $1.068 billion contract over 9 years, and it includes also 175 new electric buses introduced on the network as well. That was awarded to Ritchie's Transport, and that delivers operations in the West and South Auckland. It included a number of key new, what I'll call inputs to that contract in terms of safety for drivers, but also in terms of some of those other things that we saw for the first iteration of PTOM. That was done in 2015, 2016 to improve like bus driver wages to make sure they don't get degraded through that procurement process. So there's a number of things that we did include in that, and really happy to say that's actually delivered by doing this contract, and future tranches will happen the same. We are seeing cost savings through doing that, not insubstantial either. So I mean that is a good result in terms of that activity. It's me.
Sure, I'll pick up from here. So Auckland Transport's received the instructions from Auckland Council around better value projects and the 10 principles, and we're absolutely looking at reviewing all of our projects that are in the pipeline against these principles and ensuring that we're delivering value for money. And this is important for not only Auckland Council but also our co-funder, New Zealand Transport Agency. So this will definitely be an important part of our capital delivery as we go forward, looking at these 10 principles. And I understand we may be invited again to report to the Revenue Committee on certain projects. In terms of the capital program, a few highlights here from the last month. Rahihi Reeves Road flyover is looking good with the lift of the beams over Te Rakea Drive. Good progress with the train testing and the CRL tunnels. Milldale Bridge over State Highway 1 was completed, and part of the funding for that came via Auckland Transport, and that's connected the communities either side of the motorway in that part of the city. And ongoing works in the community projects and around schools with safety improvements and community local board improvements. Looking ahead, quite a lot of work happening in the marine space. Anyone that goes out the Great Barrier, some significant work happening on Trifina Wharf with a renewal there, and preparing that wharf for future years. And that's a lifeline link for Great Barrier Island. The Glen Innes to Tamaki Stage 4, the final phase of that shared path, is beginning construction, and also works on several wharfs, pontoons, and the ferries are under construction. A huge program of work happening out there. These are just a few highlights. One thing that has been topical in the last month is around vibration and noise from raised safety platforms. This has been impacted in a number of local board areas in different parts of the city. Just to reassure councillors that we do have a program to review any complaints that come in around noise and vibration from raised safety platforms. And there's a process that we go through to measure and monitor the noise or vibration. And then there's steps we can take to minimise that and work with the local boards to come up with solutions. Just to flag, many of these raised devices were put in at the request of the local board in and around schools or different places. And then we're working with the local boards to be able to manage the impacts of those and come up with good solutions. I think that's it, and I'll hand over to Scott.
Thanks, Murray. Kia ora tātou. So next week, our Māori Outcomes team led by Lillian Tahuri, will release our E Marawa Tiri Tiri Ana report. It is a report that looks back over the last 7 years of Auckland Transport, working closely with Council, Mana Whenua, Iwi and Mātāwaka on what we've been able to achieve through that period. It's the first time that the team has brought this report together, and it shows some really great achievements throughout that time. Just quickly on a couple of them, and I'll note the ones that are on the screen. But further to that, our spend with Māori businesses has grown from 4.7 million 7 years ago to just over 41 million in this financial year. We've worked on projects across the region where Mana Whenua stories, art and the use of te reo is included in all of our public transport assets, and including the buses, the ferry terminals, right across the network. We've had, between 2018 and 2024, there were 2,636 attendances across 4 different workshops to uplift our internal capability at Auckland Transport when it comes to delivering for Māori and Māori communities. So it's a great report to be able to bring together to show all of the achievements that Auckland Transport on behalf of Auckland Council have been able to achieve over that time period.
Excellent. I think it's time for me to tag in. So I'm going to give you a bit of an update on network productivity this morning. There's a number of elements that impact and influence network productivity. I'm only going to focus in and take you through a series of slides that really focus on 4 areas up there: the network optimization, disruptions, parking and curbside, and safety on the network. Do you want me to? You could.
Yeah,
So wanted to share a little bit of information around Wairau Street Dynamic Bus Lane. This is one of our key projects for delivery this year, and we've started construction early, so we commenced construction in February. I won't read to you what's on the slide, but it is effectively an AM peak bus lane, and the stuff that's up there is this is looking to deliver 4-minute per journey time benefit for people on buses. What the slide doesn't say is it's also projecting a 2-minute benefit for people in cars through the use of this dynamic lane, and significant safety and accessibility uplift, particularly at that intersection with Maiora and New Windsor. So a really good example of the benefit that dynamic lanes in the right places can deliver. And of course, Maiora Street is one of those key feeders onto State Highway 20. So really strengthening those links. I won't spend much more time on that one. I think the facts are mostly up there. One of the other things I did want to draw out, and it's probably particularly pertinent given some of the conversation today about ambition around special vehicle lanes and bus lanes in particular. The team over the last probably 3 months, to be fair, have been focused on really building the future pipeline. So how are we going to deliver the 10 kilometres for next year? A lot of investigation and design work has gone into identify, prioritise, work up schemes for those projects that we're hoping to deliver next year. And in order to bring local boards on the journey with us, the teams have been spending significant amount of time at local board meetings, sharing with them the projects that we are contemplating at this stage. They are only proposed, so at this stage we've done enough investigation and preliminary design, but bringing local boards on board with us, if you like, around the things we are planning in their respective areas. And I won't relitigate the numbers there, but in total we've worked across 8 local boards, canvassing 25 different proposals. Those 25 proposals won't all land. Some of them we will do some work, and the consultation and the feedback might mean that we need to go back to the drawing board or cancel or cease and desist with some of those projects. But we've got to start casting the net quite wide in order to deliver next year. So this slide just gives you hopefully a snapshot of, it's a bit of a dashboard and gives you a bit of a snapshot on how we're progressing against all of the SOR deliverables that we have for this current year. And the good news here is that everything, not easily, but everything is on track to deliver, and we're hopeful that a couple of our targets will be exceeded. I think so everything is on track to deliver. You will see a flavour in these, and I'll use the first kind of one of those 4 pillars that we're focusing on, intersection and corridor optimisation. You'll see in there that this year we're only looking to deliver a total of 7 projects, but we're actually focusing on and working across designs for a total of 12 for next year. So when I say that the focus is on building the pipeline and getting designs ready so that we're able to go to consultation, what you'll typically see up there is that we're doing more design this year in order to be able to deliver next year than what we're actually delivering this year as a general construct. The other thing I may as well draw out on that slide, because there was a question about it earlier, so just to clarify, the question was around the smart intersections, and I'll draw your attention to the bottom right corner on that slide, where it talks about smart detection, including bus transponders at intersections. And I think I said earlier that the number that we were targeting for delivery this year was 65. That is the correct number for this year that we're targeting. We're on track to deliver that. In fact, we're on track to potentially exceed that for this financial year. And that effectively is what, as I was trying to articulate earlier, enables better decisions to be made at signalised intersections around movement of different modes through those intersections. The only other thing I would like to draw out, under dynamic streets and solutions, so that's the bottom left-hand side, projects to be completed this year, we're hoping to deliver 3. One of those 3 projects that we're wanting to deliver this year, while it's not a huge one, it's a really exciting one to be able to deliver, and it offers real good promise for improved technology on our network. And that is it's basically a dynamic loading zone. And I just want to touch on it very quickly. So we have a location in Kingdon Street where we have a part-time loading zone, part-time parking space, and a part-time clearway. So one space or series of spaces act as 3 different things, and all of that is currently socialised using signage. That's quite hard for people to understand and comply with. So this project looks to use in-ground lighting to respond in real time and dynamically change. So if it's parking space from 8 in the morning till 10 in the morning, then we will illuminate and light up parking lines using lights, so that anybody wanting to use the space can see in real time that it's a parking space, rather than trying to read a sign and work out which one am I at the moment. Am I in the clearway or am I in the parking sign? The on-ground line marking will effectively illuminate and make it very clear to the customer what the control is at the point in time that they're looking to use it. So we've taken that one to the Wairau local board, and they are also quite excited. Hopefully I'm not overstating that. They're also quite excited about the potential that that one offers. I will move on to the next slide. So turning to disruptions, couple of things that I'd like to call out here. I won't talk you through all of the stuff that's up there, but I think it would be remiss of me not to call out the fact that we've rolled out that very first bullet point, the little circle at the top of the slide, rolled out a requirement for signs across our network, whether it's AT doing works, a utility, a developer, or whomever's doing work. We now have a requirement in place for everybody to make sure that they have signage in place that articulates what the work is that's being undertaken, and to give an indication of the duration of that work. So that is now in place, and there's a little example of one of those signs up there. The other point I would like to draw out from this slide in particular is the third bullet point, and that I think our chair touched on earlier when we were going through the SOI draft. The lane closure halt, which Dean has sent out, has gone out to industry, and that effectively means that nobody can undertake works on an arterial or a town centre within peak hours as articulated up there. That's been met with, as the chair has alluded to, varying kind of degrees of appreciation. And we have had requests for exemptions in certain instances, and we're working our way through those. Some have been approved, some have not. But I think this does signal a very strong reset about the fact that our roading network is there for the movement of people and goods, as opposed to specifically the ease of undertaking work. And it's a difficult one because I think some councillors have also pointed out that there's a cost dynamic to all of this, and there absolutely is, but this is about trying to reset that balance. I will move on. So again, here, I might just touch on the Network Access Coordination Forum very briefly, and there's a bunch of information up there with the bullet points that you can. But in essence, this is a forum that looks, and if you like, challenges many of the most disruptive planned works that are coming up on our network. So it doesn't matter who's proposing to undertake that work, if it has significant potential for disruption, it comes through this forum. And this forum looks at challenging the methodology that's proposed by whichever entity is seeking to do that work. We look to try and do the work at periods which are not busy, so trying to move people outside of peaks, or even if it's not peaks, some of our corridors are busy during interpeak. So looking at the real-time data that we've got for networks and trying to encourage somebody wanting to undertake work to do that outside of really busy periods. Looking at rescheduling works, so many projects are better placed or done during, for example, school holiday periods. If you're going to build pedestrian crossings outside of school, the preference is to do that when schools are closed, not when schools are open. So that's the sort of thing that this forum challenges. And then also reducing the duration and also challenging the extent of traffic management that's proposed. This forum doesn't see every single TMP that comes through the business. We would drown if we tried to look at those in infinite detail for every single one, but it does look at all the ones that have significant potential for disruption. The second thing I will talk to on this slide, and it is an outcome of challenge by that NAC forum, is I've already spoken a little bit to the Wairau Street Dynamic Lane project, but I want to take a slightly different focus this time. So that project commenced construction, as I said, in February, and one of the things that project in its delivery was challenged with was to make sure that as it built the solution and delivered it, implemented it on the ground, that it didn't have a significant disruptive impact on people currently using the network. So a number of things have been done to mitigate the disruption potential that project could have otherwise delivered. They're all highlighted there, but I think some of the ones that I would draw out is we've required the project to maintain 2 lanes in both directions. At the outset in the concept of the delivery schedule, that wasn't the plan. So that's been done. We're using, in this instance, we're using drones to monitor traffic management because this allows us to see a larger area and see the interplay of different things happening in real time, whereas our on-ground cameras only show you a corridor, not multiple corridors at the same time, and that interplay. Those drones we've used on a few occasions in the past, and they mean that we can take a better system approach to the disruption rather than a street-based approach to the disruption, and then intervene quickly when we see things happening, i.e., we might be focused on Wairau Street where the works are happening, but one of the things we also required here was to put in place temporarily a clearway to allow a detour route to work. If that clearway is not working effectively or traffic is displacing to other roads and we don't pick that up, then we create disruption proximal to the work site. And that's what the drones and the monitoring are allowing us to track and to intervene in real time to mitigate. To date, we've had little to no complaints or pushback from the local community. The local board have made some comments around the effectiveness of the interventions we've put in place. And everything, touch wood to date, is tracking really well as a result of those higher order interventions. I'm being told to speed it up, so I will. Very quickly, this is a really exciting slide. I won't talk to it too much, but it is a pilot project that we have just launched, And effectively, it's for detecting automatically cones on the network using computer vision. Its first phase is in use at the moment. The second phase of development for this requires us to link it back to our databases so we can test whether or not those cones that are detected have approval or an approved TMP, and then send automatically alerts to our operators so we can respond to any illegal cones and set out on the network quickly. Very quickly, I won't touch on too much here. It pretty much covers most of it on the slide. I will comment briefly. The Albany Bookable Spaces pilot is up and running and proving actually quite popular, but slow to start, but really good now. And paid parking's been implemented at Westgate. It's landed fairly well with good use and uptake. And I won't go through all those numbers.
And we're done.
And we're done.
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, team, and thank you, Andrew. That was good to see you, mate. So thank you for that. Okay, Desley.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Auckland Transport. I'm going to go backwards. Cone thing caught my eye. That's very, very interesting. Cone identification AI. How about that? I do remember you saying last time, I think, that only 30% of the cones on the road were yours, which makes 70% somebody else's. When you look to identify the cones, do you know whose cones, to whom the cones belong? I mean, are they Watercare? Are they Vector? Are they you? Are they us?
Yeah, approximately 30% of what's taking place in the road network is ours, 70% the balance of others. If we get, so for us to identify whose cones are and whose work it is, our teams will generally know, but we have to request that. It's not immediately clear from the site itself, which is one of the reasons that we want to see signage go up, so that not only we know, but customers that are using the road space also know, and there's an explanation of what's happening, or if nothing's happening, why nothing is happening. So there's a lot of work being done there, but as for back at the office, at the head office, do we know? Yes, we can find out, and we do.
And I commend you on the what's happening and why. I think that's if I could remove all those emails asking me that question, I'll be much happier. So thank you. I think that's a great initiative. My last question is just on parking. So I know that for parking costs that have gone up about 50 cents an hour, and that doesn't apply to areas that have just had new car parks added, etc. So it's only some areas. But not all areas are equal. Is there any way that I can have a look at kind of what the parking charges are globally? Because, I mean, I look at Parnell, whose minimum parking charge per hour is $2.50, but it's $3.50 in Remuera. And I'm struggling to figure out, have you just put it up by 50 cents, or have you looked more holistically about what parking charges should be where? I just been asked the question is, how come Remuera's are higher than anybody else's?
So the answer is yes and no. Yes, we have a model there that allows us to better understand what the pricing should be. We have a lot of historical variations in there over many, many years, including before Auckland Transport. So our objective is to both increase but also to align. But Andrew might correct me, but I think of all the parking spaces we've got across our road network, so the on-road element of parking, we're only charging about 5%. So there's a significant amount that's not charged for. And we're having a look at that, and that's what the Room to Move strategy is designed to address. Look, just one other thing. I know that fares have gone up 50 cents, but our cost to serve in this area has gone up 13% since there was a last increase. And what the team have also come back and told me is that we've got a 30% increase in demand for the service across our parking teams to address blocked driveways because somebody's parked in the wrong location or on a curb, just bad parking. So there is less tolerance for bad parking, and so there's more cost associated with that. And we recover that cost off about 5% of our parking network. That's why some costs are going up. We're also looking to distribute that cost over more of Auckland over time to get better management.
Yeah, I suppose it leads me to a question, if I can, Chair, around, you know, smart solutions for parking. I mean, if there is some way of, you know, you knew when you were in a car park, you have to put your code in, you know, is a car parking there and the code hasn't been put in? I just think, are you looking more from a technology perspective?
We do have that right now.
Yeah, I know, I've got the app, but I'm saying if there's, you don't know on the road itself whether a car is parked in that car park. I mean, a car park then puts a code in, right? But is there better ways of utilising technology for parking so that your parking compliance people can go more around the other areas like over driveways or in free, you know?
Sure. Yeah, could be. It's probably going to come off camera technology, but let me come back to you on what we might be able to do there.
Okay, Lotu.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, and thanks Auckland Transport for your presentation as well. My question is about safety, and I appreciate the, you know, comprehensive information you've provided in the last 2 slides around safety on the network. But recently, Dr. Huhana Hiki, who is a strong advocate for our disabled communities, has brought to my attention issues for them around cars that are parked on the curbside or on the pavement and blocks access for our disabled communities. Now, for able-bodied people, you can just walk around it and it causes an annoyance. But for our disabled communities, for our seniors, anyone, you know, who has a mobility scooter, often they can't get past, and so they end up going on the road. And driving around in my area in Manukau, you see a disturbing number of people on mobility scooters on the road and not on the pavement. So I just wondered whether, one, you're aware of that issue, two, you know, what's being done to help with that, because I know it happens in and around Middlemore, for example, and I've raised that, but I know it also happens across the region, not just in that area.
We are very aware of this issue and we are concerned about it, and in part my answer is we've seen a significant uptick on receiving complaints from those that are concerned about their behaviour. Sadly, one of the times of day that we receive most of our complaints is school pickup.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot of bad behaviour. Parents are all rightly concerned about the safety of their loved ones, but in doing so, they put a lot of other kids at risk. So we do have some pretty poor parking behaviour across Auckland. And to the point where actually there is also violence, threats and aggression towards our staff, which is why we now have body cameras on all of our staff. And a lot of these areas are now monitored using in-car camera technology. So there is some challenging issues there, but we would welcome your support on it. And if you need more, more than happy to share that.
Kia ora. And just the last part to that question is, if you're able to capture some of that data for our disabled communities and what's being done and those issues being raised and presented as part of, you know, your presentation, because it's kind of missing. We're not seeing that sort of data.
We can give you an update on how we're handling parking behaviours, which would go to your point, not just for the disabled community, but for other parts of the community. Happy to do that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Shane.
Thank you, Chair. I've prepared a number of questions. Apologies in advance, team. But look, first and foremost, I don't know whether this is to Dean or to the Chair, but just the process of the way this report comes to the committee is that we get a covering report that has nothing in it, and then we get a slide deck in the attachments. Now, in every other report, we have things like a Māori impact statement, things like a climate impact statement. That is not being done because of that practice. So I'm just wondering if that was a conscious choice and whether we might be looking at changing that practice. So either Dean or Chair, if you want to jump in, because I'm not aware of how these things are produced.
Nor am I, but I seem to recall that there was a desire to have a different style report, but Dean,
look, the only thing I can add, look, we're happy to reflect what you need as governors, okay? So that's the first point, most important point. The second thing is that there was some discussions over the last 2 years I've been here about how we can better nuance this. And so what we do is once a quarter, we have a quarterly performance report, and that's to look at performance over the previous quarter or year to date, in which case we're also happy to include whatever those elements are that you require. And in between, we're taking a more nuanced, topical-based approach. And that's simply all that's been agreed. There's no intention not to bring stuff to you. If there is more that you want, then of course we're happy to agree that with the chair and the deputy chair and bring it to you.
It's merely reflecting the standards of every other report that comes to council. It's not an increase in service. So we can take that offline, right?
You know, I'll just sound, Barry, as if we were just chatting about it, and so bear in mind too that Auckland Transport's the only CCO that comes every month other than when they're producing their quarterly report, and so the other reports we get are quarterly reports that have all that stuff. These updates are there to provide from what we've given them, what we want to hear about on a monthly basis. Bear in mind the rest of them come quarterly, or every 2 or 3, every second month potentially, but generally AT are here every month, fronting up, giving us, and this is an update. So this is what we've sort of provided feedback to them over the period of this term as to what we wanted, but you can take it offline.
We'll take it offline.
Sorry, Chair, point of clarification.
Sorry.
Just last committee, you said we'd talk about what has been, and then this item this time would be to talk about the detail that's presented and the future. Is that still the case? I'm just making sure.
So the last time was we didn't have an update because we had the quarterly report.
No.
So and then this time is the report about what is happening and what is potentially coming up. So it's up to AT what they produce.
I know, but we can ask anything going forward, technically.
Yeah, you can, but I mean, also, as I've said before, we don't want to be bogging ourselves down, sitting here till 5 o'clock in an evening, having meaningless and pointless debates and questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Hills, for that clarification. I think it's useful. I've got a number of questions. I've tried to make them as germane and to the point as possible. But okay, so I've got working with a flood affected community that are experiencing a lot of rat running and high speeds around the area, which is becoming a real issue with abandoned houses, so forth. Just wondering if you could step out in this kind of new era, a process for this committee on how a community or a local board could implement a lower speed area in their area, within the local board area.
The new so there's a couple of things here. One is rat running, which is not necessarily related to speed, it's just driving behaviour. So of course, any local board that identifies that, and I've got a couple before me right now, we will work with them, and that's a combination of ourselves and the police. Secondly, second part of your question was related to how do we now take the speed and then look to reduce it. And the legislation sets out quite clearly what the requirements are for us to consider alongside the local board, the community and yourselves for that reduction. So I'm more than happy, and I think we've done it already, but I'm more than happy to recirculate what those criteria are so everybody is very clear, and we're happy to work with each of you or the local board as requested.
Appreciate that, thank you. Just in terms of safety, in terms of the reversion, I suppose, of the speed changes, look, I'm a bit confused on timeframes because, we were told in the open workshop that notification to NZTA will be late April, implementation in late May and June. I was actually out at Councillor Williamson's ward in Howick doing some stuff out there and bumped into people already changing signs. I'm told with the variable signs, we're putting the poles in, but we're not doing anything else. Could I just check that all of that is accurate, and can we confirm the advice on the time frame for works around all this?
Councillor Ferry has asked some very specific questions about this as well, and I'm just going through my email, but the information we gave you around time frames remains correct. So we focused on it just at a high level, and I won't give dates because I can't quite remember them. I'll pull them down. But arterials, we committed to doing over the month of March. That's done. Then the schools and more local roads, we need to have completed by the end of June. So we are working on that. Variable speeds, signs are included as part of the schools program. In terms of the timing when it's done, there was this question also around the judicial review. We need to confirm to NZTA those roads that will be reduced in speed by the end of April. The judicial review is happening circa this week. So we don't sense any conflict in terms of the timing. If the judicial review and the findings of it come out and land us in a different position, we will be able to respond before we commit to what speeds are reduced and where in line with NZTA timeframes.
Last one on this topic. So are we planning on taking a role at the judicial review hearing itself, noting that in the open workshop, AT's position was to oppose the reversal of speed limits? AT planning to represent that position in the review hearing?
No, we're not. We have made our position clear alongside Auckland Council when we made a submission on the bill, and we, in responding to those taking up the judicial review, because they asked the same question, we said we would not be attending the judicial review. Our position is clear, and we made that clear both through open forums, this forum, and in writing. And our position is that we support the current speed limits on local roads.
Thanks for reiterating that. I suppose that explains the sort of what and the how, but not necessarily the why. So was there a reason why you're not going to the hearing and sharing the view that you've already shared here today?
Only that from an Auckland Transport Auckland Council perspective, the view was that our position was already clear, and we are required to comply with the law. That doesn't mean to say that we're not concerned about speed. We absolutely are, which is why we've maintained that position. Getting ourselves into a judicial review process was not felt the appropriate way for representing our view. We've been able to represent it positively and very constructively in several other ways, which is what we have done and continue to do.
Okay, thank you. Two more on a different topic and then I'm done. Thank you, Chair. In terms of traffic management rules around arterials, now it's kind of a variation of a question I asked earlier around the board perspective, but restricting work to off-peak hours only does risk delaying projects, in some cases by months or years, and cost blowouts could happen. Things like when CCOs need to work in a corridor, for example. You know, when you were setting up that rule, did you consider flow-on effects and flow-on costs involved with those restrictions? And would you consider reviewing those and providing at least some advice on it?
Well, this is the big trade-off discussion right here in front of us. If I take Oniwa Road as an example, 30,000 vehicles per day move up and down that. So if we shut down Oniwa Road, and it's just, I can repeat this, rinse and repeat it across all of Auckland, 30,000 vehicles per day and all the people that go with it is a significant impact on the local economy. So yes, in broad terms, we have considered economic impact. That's in terms of wider economic impact. I get many challenges on this because I've met with a lot of chief executives and executives around this expectation that we do not do work in the peak. And my challenge back to them, and we have found it ourselves, is that when you plan your construction properly, when you do a mix of off-site manufacture, very efficient planning, do work outside of peak, you can achieve an outcome that is similar in cost. And we know that for a fact because that's what we've been able to achieve at Auckland Transport. In a number of instances, the effort that's gone into temporary traffic management, and you saw some examples, and Councillor Williamson was showing a video, happens to be a job of ours, the effort that's going in to provide for that temporary traffic management is in excess of what's needed to deliver a safe result and a less disruptive result. So I am pushing back on this assumption that because you can't do work on peak, therefore things will be delayed by months and years. I do not believe that to be the case. And we have to find another way through. Many other countries do, and I cannot figure out why we can't.
Yeah, agreed. I'm with you on the last bit. I've been advised the complete opposite, that teams are working for 4 hours a day because that's all they're allowed to do on site after set up. Is that possibly accurate? And how do other countries do it? Because I've been to other world cities where they just do it and it gets done.
I know, that's why you heard me talk right at the outset, how you plan your construction, how you plan your activity, and when you do that activity is critical. So my appeal to this council is enable us through the unitary plan to do more work out of hours. Because the trade-off is, if the road is there for movement, and we say that is critical, the trade-off, if you're not going to disrupt the road for movement purposes, you need to do more work out of hours. And that is disruptive from a noise perspective for a short period of time, but we enable the primary purpose of the road, which is to enable movement. So there is a trade-off discussion, and you are part of the key to unlocking it.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. My last one, thank you, Chair. When rail replacement buses are on the Western Line, this is closer to home now, my understanding is it's done reasonably inflexibly, so you don't have express buses necessarily going from major centre to major centre. Just seeing here, take commuters in Swanson over an hour and a half to get to Britomart, something they're not used to, and for a long time. So were express buses, things like that, looked at to mitigate that?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, absolutely they were, and we would have liked to have had more express buses. We're just tapped out. And, you know, in order to be able to run optimally during that time, what we're having to do is weigh up in terms of access across the wider network. So West has obviously had a lot of investment over the last year with the Western Express and putting more services in there. So in terms of a capacity share, it looks good, right, in terms of options, where out south they don't have those same options. So we do have express buses that we prioritise for the south to be able to make sure that there is different options there and obviously better journey times. Unfortunately, we are stretched to the max in terms of being able to accommodate the rail replacements through that 2-week period. It will be challenging. We'll be looking at it every single day, and it may mean that we actually end up compromising some services in order to supplement when necessary. But the numbers stack up in terms of what we have to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's 2 hours 11 from Pookie. Josephine.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, network optimization, but one of the things that does not make the network very optimal is intensified living. Where you've got intensified living and the roads are just blocked up with cars parked on either side, and you can hardly fit your own car in the gap. And I know this is an ongoing problem, but I haven't seen any solutions, is it the developer, is it I don't know, because, before maybe people had more space in their homes to park all their cars, and now they're just doing it on the road. But the road is for movement, right? So.
So this is, and I'm sure Andrew's got an opinion, but I'll start off. This is a challenge. The unitary plan provides for narrow streets. It also does not provide for a minimum number of car parks off-site, or off the road, or on site. And so, in effect, if I'm in one of these more intensified neighbourhoods, if the developer's not required to provide a minimum number of car parks and we provide for narrower streets, we immediately congest that street with on-street car parking. So it is a challenge that we have to address together with Auckland Council. Because it's turning up and rubbish trucks not being able to get down the road, emergency service not being able to get down the road. It's fronting in a whole lot of different ways. The theory is a good theory, in as much as with intensified living, we should also be providing for more public transport options and services, cycleways and walkways. The challenge with it is when you do those sorts of developments, you're not arriving at the beginning of the development to capture the change behaviour right at the front end. So that is, we can look at the balance. We'd need some more proactive and forward funding for public transport, and we would need greater confidence that as we look at cycleway options and walking pedestrian options, that we have the funding and the confidence of council to do that.
Okay, so how do we do that then?
How do we do that? Well, it's very hard to do it retrospectively unless we come through some of those neighbourhoods where we decide that a particular road is a through road, in which case we would have to put no parking, broken yellow lines there. Yeah, and that's not going to work either, is it?
Oh, that won't work.
So therein lies the challenge. It is, it's a real big trade-off challenge. So we need movement, and we're not willing to take parking off the road. And I know the trade-off here, but this is the trade-off. My recommendation is I think we need to provide for more off-street car parking, and that could be, maybe council funded or a developer funded, but it should be built in and designed and built in at the outset, not retrospectively put in. It is too hard, too tough. I do think we have a problem here. We do need to address it.
Thank you.
it was also a previous government policy. They changed they removed the minimum car parking, and so this isn't the time, and so it's created issues. So next up, Wayne.
I've just got a question further to the video that I saw that Councillor Williamson provided, where there were 8 people and 4 trucks for a task that actually involved one person on the footpath with a stick-on sign. So the specific question I've got is, do you have a checklist that covers off temporary traffic management, that covers off the choice of vehicles? For example, you could have used an e-bike in this instance, the number of people involved, the nature of the road, because in this case, this was a road, I think, 86,000 vehicle movements per day, so I think it's the busiest road in New Zealand, other than a motorway. And there could be some other things on the checklist, and this could be a digital checklist that could be filled in within a short space of time, and you could, you could have it available to you. And further to that, have you considered a charge to contractors for the use of the road space so that you're actually incentivising a reduction in this colossal amount of apparent wastage?
Yeah, so thank you for that, Councillor.
And just the last thing, safety, because in this particular case, it was actually less safe than somebody on the footpath.
Yeah. So I did have the privilege of having a quick look at the video, and thank you, Councillor Williamson. The way that we procure the sign replacement will be probably a fixed amount per sign. What the contractor decides to do is a choice of theirs. We will not prescribe what they do. So if they decide to turn up with 4 trucks and 8 people to do one sign, that looks nonsensical, and I agree with you. And I will have a discussion with that contractor. But we're not paying for all of that kit and all of those staff to do that sort of thing. My expectation, and you've heard me say it before and I'll repeat it now, is that we get rid of this overzealous, oversized response. We don't need it to achieve a safe outcome. So I agree with you, and yes, we will challenge our suppliers with the same challenge that you've put to us today. Thank you.
So just further to that, so I come back to my question. Is it possible to apply such a checklist within the procurement process? So at least you've still got a checklist. You've got some advice. Because clearly if you leave it to the marketplace, they're going to charge you as much as they can. And most of them are going to charge you as much as they can.
Yeah, I'm saying that we're not paying for all of that. That is what they're choosing to do. We're paying for per sign. Okay, so think of it fixed price. How they choose to spend the money they get from us is a choice that's unrelated to what we've asked them to do. But of course there's checklists. We have probably too many checklists. But I will come back to you, Councillor, as to exactly how what we expect from our contractors doing that sort of work.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
And I don't know the answer right now, sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially the ratepayer is paying. You're paying the contract, we're paying you, and the ratepayer's paying us. So somebody's paying, and it ends up with the ratepayer. That's my understanding, unless I'm out of whack with the way our finances work.
I think he answered it, Wayne. He said it's part of a contract, and it's not an individual job thing. So he's answered that, and he'll come back to you. Yep. Alf.
Sorry. Kia ora, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. Firstly, I don't want to know any information what you just said, please. I don't need it. In reply to Councillor Wayne Walker's question, I don't need any information around that video. Chair, I'm in your hands in regards to what I do now. I wish to acknowledge some of the people here. Shall I do that at the debate, or can I do it now at the debate?
Good at debate.
Okay.
Just don't
So,
break my own
kia koe
rules.
te rangatira, ngā mihi ke oke mō tō mahi, kōrero. So my first pātai is to you, with e maro tiri ana, and there's a 6-year outcomes report. When is the next one? I'm hoping it's not going to be in another 6 years. Kia ora.
Through you, Chair, tēnā koe te rangatira, and we're the same. And so we've done an updated report, which is our Māori Outcomes Plan, now looking forward, and that goes out 3 years from where we are today. And so our expectation in the team is to now do it on a regular basis. We haven't said exactly what that cadence is, Councillor, but you're right, it was too long to get to this point, which is why it's a fairly comprehensive report. We spent a lot of time in bringing together the data to make sure that it was an accurate reflection as well, and partly because there's so many things that we actually could have put into the report. So it did take too long to get to here. We are really proud of what the report has been produced, and we are going to be doing it on a more regular basis. We are working closely with Haukura, with Mana Whenua to do that. We've got a discussion next week with people who are coming to the launch of the report, and Lillian and our team will be engaging to come up with a cadence for you, Councillor.
Kia ora. I don't know whether it's to you, Dean, or Andrew. How much contact or liaising do you have with those blue-green projects across Tāmaki? In particular, the two that's in my ward, and that is Te Rarata and Harania. So how much contact or do you have around the blue-green projects?
I think we need, I've just looked at Andrew and I've reflected myself on the answer. I don't have the answer. Can we come back to you on that, Councillor? Okay. Murray seems to have an answer.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we liaise with Craig McElroy and Healthy Waters around the Blue-Green Network projects. But I must admit, it's just around the interface between the transport network and the stormwater network. So, yeah, if you have a specific issue, then we can take that away and look at it.
Supplementary, and the reason I've asked that particular pātai is because there was a meeting that we had at Māngere, both Councillor Fully and I attended, and there were some concerns around traffic management plan, but also more importantly, concerns around the traffic when it gets diverted. So that's the reason just want to make sure that that gets tabled to you, because with the projects coming up, we've got an item in this agenda. I think it's important that there is some connect or liaison in regards to the blue-green. I've got one more pātai through you, Chair, and that's it. And that pātai is around traffic management plans. Can you tell me how public are those traffic management plans? Because that was a question that was asked at the meeting that both Councillor Fully and I attended.
The temporary traffic management plans themselves aren't public, but they could be requested. There's nothing confidential about them, is there, Andrew? They could be available, but they're not posted anywhere. It'll be up to somebody to ask.
Thank you. Honey.
Actually, it's a comment and a question, and it was just to give congratulations to the producing of the reports and to what Councillor Paina has said. So that's based to the team, whether it's a lino ke aku te rangatira. Congratulations to that. Question is similar to that of what Councillor Paina has alluded to in terms of the major projects. And I've heard about the Mana Whenua engagement just briefly now, is to ensure that they are, and those projects, what impact have you, what's the question? What is the impact on the Māori community of those projects?
Well, I guess in all of our projects, there'll be both a direct and indirect impact. So with our Māori businesses, for example, which are categorised under 50% ownership of a business, to be a Māori business, that's the threshold. We, as I spoke about earlier, to the February date, we're 41 million in the procurement spend. By the time we get to the end of the financial year, end of June, we're expected to reach 70 to 80 million in spend, so that will be a direct through to the contractors. On some of the others projects, there'll be, I guess, the indirect. So you've got the use of te reo, you've got the use of Māori art, for example, working with our local communities on bringing those stories into the different projects. So that is the acknowledgement of whakapapa to those areas as well too. So that's part of, I guess, what I might term the indirect impact. Does that answer your question, Honey?
In part. It was just the previous korero, especially with the procurement space, is staying at status quo.
Okay. And so I think just further to that, when Murray spoke about it earlier, when we're looking at the next 3 years in particular coming forward, our overall total spend at Auckland Transport is increasing quite significantly. And so that 3% from a dollar figure grows year on year on year. What we find though is when we get to the end of City Rail Link and the Eastern Busway, we start to get into services and the operating budget. And where there are some challenges for us is that the capacity inside the Māori sector in operating and services is not there at the moment. And so we need to, well, not to the same level as the capital side. And so we need to work with the sector on how we build that capacity to ensure that, I guess at that point, it doesn't drop off.
Thank you for that. It's something to work with the workshop.
Thank you. Richard.
Kia ora, thank you. A few quick ones. Stacey, your comment around we feel like we only, is it stagnant increase? I can't remember your wording about PT. Is there, what are we doing to increase that? Like we have shown by investing significantly from 2010 to 2019, we almost doubled PT ridership in the city, and it didn't happen by accident. So how are we, what are we able to do, even the soft stuff, doing a relaunch of the new network collateral so people know what's in their backyards? Are there any secrets or investigations we're doing to see those sort of increases come back?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question, Councillor. I mean, there's a number of things that we're doing in terms of obviously improving the safety outcomes. There was a lot of talk about the safety of public transport last year, and that did have a detrimental effect in terms of people's confidence on it. So that's something that we're focusing very heavily on this year with initiatives and working with communities, and we've got some real targeted resource on that now, which is good. That's a big one. Yeah. Another thing, and you pointed it out, we've like tripled in terms of our frequent network over the last few years, and so with that we're doing a targeted sort of campaign all along those frequent transport networks. Now we have 42 of them, so we're going to do targeted sort of interactions and activations in those spaces, so people know that they have access to a service 15 minutes or better between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m, 7 days a week. So that type of thing, that actual tactical marketing we haven't been doing for years. So that's going to be quite specific as well. And there's, you know, sort of other things that we're doing in terms of from both a network inclusion approach and just continuous improvement. But you'll see that we're obviously looking at, you know, what other benefits we can provide to our customers as well. Fair share, and I know Dean mentioned this, has gone really well, and what we're actually seeing now, we're at that point where you sort of start getting that tip and you have customers talking about it, and it's sort of proven, looking at that data, that's increased people's use of 30% in terms of that, people that have signed up for Fair Share, their employees have increased the use 30%. The other thing is that what we're seeing too, which is actually a really good sign, and I think we'll see more of this throughout the year, is that like last year and the year prior, in terms of the week peak was really, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Monday, Friday was super light, and weekends are, you know, 130% of what they used to be. They're actually really buoyant on the weekend. And so Mondays and Fridays have gone up, so we can see that that spread has improved a lot more. So I guess it's probably more of some targeted conversations with, you know, businesses going, you need to be here on Monday or Friday if they're working flexibly, and we can see that improvement that allows, you know, better capacity distribution as well. So there's a number of things we're constantly looking at that, but those are two of the big things that we're concentrating on.
Cool, and thank you. That's really good, exciting. The other one was the peaks. Do we have the space? You know, and I'm hearing it, and I see it personally myself. If I get on the bus before 8, I'm sweet. If I wait till 15:15, a few full buses go past, and that can turn people off. Do we have any scope or funding to add a few, or is it just too hard to fill in some of those peak areas to make sure people are not being left behind or stuck against the front of the windscreen like often we can be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we look every day in terms of what that sort of pattern looks like. And usually what we'll find after the first few weeks of March is that it evens out, right? Because people know what their travel behaviour is going to be. So through February, March, people sort of adjust to that. And so adding more capacity to the peak is not necessarily going to fix the problem, right? And so you've got to try and smooth it out a little bit in terms of that. And so the idea is that people don't have to wait too long. And so that's why having a really solid frequent network is great, because people have confidence in it. They can turn up, they know that if they don't get on their first bus, they will get on the second and that kind of thing. Where we have repetitive full buses, then we'll address that issue in terms of that. But a couple of full buses, when you have, you know, 5-7 minute frequency, that's what the peak of the peak will have. Yeah.
Okay. And just on the planning, like, we obviously never want to get to the 500 bus drivers down situation ever again, but are we planning for excess drivers needed, but also what is and I'm sure there's stuff going behind the scenes, all the feeder buses for the CRL, the Eastern Busway, and all the feeder buses into the stations around the network that will, you know, we will see an explosion of public transport use once these great things open. Are we planning so that the first time someone jumps on, they want to come back?
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, we're going to probably do it in a couple of stages, yeah, in terms of optimising the bus network, because you don't want to have it all big bang and then, you know, there's delays the other side and they don't match up. So we'll be, you know, conscientious about how we do that, but we will be optimising flow through to the City Rail link in terms of that. The other big thing, and I didn't mention it, that when you think about it from a customer perspective, and great example that the Chair pointed out in terms of, you know, journey times on bus compared to, let's say, rail, where you're on a dedicated rapid transit network, is the more bus priority we have, the more likely people are to use that service, because they get much better reliability in terms of their journey times. They have confidence in it. So more bus priority is obviously a really big lever, and network's 80% bus. So, you know, in terms of that, that's something that we're going to have to concentrate more on. Yeah.
Thank you. And just on network, the same conversation. I have really good access to Tracy and Andrew and others, you know, when things pop off, like on the shore with roadworks. But I guess some of the RMA requirements of us on those 2,000 TMPs, a lot of the time we don't have a choice. I think the wording is reasonable requirements, right? So if 70% of these disruptions are not ours, we are still quite limited in what we can do to make people work at night or make, you know, not dig up the road. Is that correct?
It's partially correct. The limitations only extend to entities, mostly the utility entities, who have a right to access the road corridor. Those are the ones to whom we're less able to say no. We have to impose reasonable conditions to mitigate the impacts they may create. So it's not to everybody applying, it's in particular to those that have a legal right to be there.
Okay, and I would love to, and I know Councillor Dalton's messaged me, that we would love to know what unitary plan possible changes are needed, but as far as I understood, we do have pretty good scope. A lot of projects do happen at night. I thought a lot of the issue was the cost of doing it at night, and also the fact workers' availability. Not everyone wants to do night shift on the road. It's not just a pure unitary plan issue.
There is a trade-off here, but the trade-off we're asking businesses to consider and Auckland Council to consider is if we take a road and say that's available for doing whatever needs to be done on, whether it's a development on the side, a utility or a trench or something like that, the impact turns up in a productivity impact and a congestion and travel time impact. And that hasn't really been factored into decision making. We're saying that is now very, very important. It's a bit like saying to Watercare or Healthy Waters or to Chorus or Vector or somebody, sorry, you need to turn your power off for 24 hours while we fix our road. And that's not a conversation we have, but all of those entities are able to say, you need to turn your road off while we fix our pipe. And the intention is to level the playing field and say movement is important. And that's simply the pressure we're putting back into the system. And to be fair, it's enabled some very, very constructive conversations. I'm really pleased with the direction, but it has been disruptive.
Okay, Daniel.
Good afternoon. It's an interesting discussion. You might not be able to help me. Yesterday, the NZTA board would have met and resolved the co-funding proposition to give effect to the earlier decision we took on accelerating funding for grade separation at Takanini. My question is, and I want to pay tribute to the staff that you already have who are undertaking those difficult conversations for land acquisition, which will be ongoing for some time, really, really difficult because there are some very upset property owners affected. My question is, do you have confidence that Auckland Transport has the resourcing in terms of your in-house officer support to undertake and to conclude successfully conclude all of the negotiations necessary to acquire all of those land parcels within the affected routes that we know of, so that we can move forward expeditiously, understanding we have to get through the appeals on the NORs, we have to do the design, we have to do the consenting, and then we go to construction. But it's the acquisitions right now that's one of the reasons why we've accelerated this funding, to give people closure. I just want to make sure that the organisation is geared up to work through those negotiations at pace.
Yes, we are, and if we need additional resource, we have access to that. And this is not the first time we've had to negotiate in difficult circumstances. Eastern Busway would be a recent example as well. So the team is skilled and understands how to do this, and also can draw on resources from across the council family or private sector to assist us in that process.
It might be a bit early, and I know that this is a look back rather than forward, but do you have any sense, Dean, of how many acquisitions you may have to achieve through the acquiring process as opposed to a negotiation?
I don't have that, and I'll come back to you on it. I don't have the numbers available to me.
Okay, no further questions. I'll move this. Should have done it before. Someone like to second? Thanks, Greg. Okay, thank you, team. Great to have you here, and thank you for another comprehensive update. Any commentary, Alf?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge the staff, and this is the only opportunity I've had to do that, and this is in relation to the temple at Redoubt Road in Manuko. On the 26th of February, there was a VIP event for those that could attend the opening. And I want to acknowledge the late Wally Thomas, because he was part of that build through Auckland Transport going back to 2018. I want to thank also Lillian, I see her at the back, in regards to your input as well. Andrew, to you and Henry, who came through with us on the 26th, I want to acknowledge the work in the latter years of the build, Andrew. And Chair, for me, it just needed to be acknowledged around the work that they had put in to make that temple possible. The last is just really a suggestion to our rangatira Scott. There is a political, Māori Outcomes political working group. Can I suggest, e te rangatira, that report maybe it goes onto the agenda. I think the next one is in May, and there are different people on the political working group that Councillor Leone does. So I just wanted to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alf. Shane?
Yeah, thanks. I just quickly wanted to kind of back up the discussion around temporary traffic management. And I think going forward, we should be keeping a really close eye on it and looking to delve into it, looking at the policies that we're doing on the road corridor, whether they're right, whether they're up to scratch, and try and solve a huge problem for the city. Because, look, I want us to look at, for example, the direct costs, right? Pay a hell of a lot to traffic management companies. Everyone does. Seems to be exorbitant. Want to look at that. Want to look at whether we, medium to long term, even look at contracting these things, or whether we have other models that we can do that might be cheaper and better. You know, this has been done in history and it's worked. So these are the kind of conversations that we should be opening up in the future, I think. Because I've had some discussions recently around this that have been really kind of opened my eyes around the potential straitjacket that traffic management has, that the rules potentially have, be they unitary plan, be they working in certain times or days or hours, because the evidence that I've been told, at least, is that when people get their stuff out of their van, they've got something like 4 hours on site to do major projects. Well, that's what I've been told, right? And you can see then that maybe a 3-month project becomes a 6-month project, becomes 1 year, becomes 2 years. There are downstream costs for that, because every time we contract anything in terms of a big project, we set a funding envelope and then you guarantee it. They will come back 6 months later, a year later, and say, actually, it was more expensive than we thought. Can we have some more money, please? This happens all the time. And I think, or my theory at least, and I want to delve into it, that maybe temporary traffic management is at least part of that answer, because they're not out there working and doing the job. You know, a lot of us around here have been to large world cities, New York, London, etc., where they just get stuff done and we wonder how they do it. Well, why don't we kind of learn how they do it and roll this out into the global city that we want to become in Auckland, right? The cost blowouts that we have on basically every CapEx project of any significance in Auckland, we need to delve into that, you know? So where that answer is, I don't know, but I think we need to be all starting to look at asking the questions, because it has huge implications for the city, potentially to the tune of millions, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars, who knows? I think there's big cost savings here while we discuss whether to save $1,000 here, 10,000 there. We could be saving millions if we get these kind of rules right. So, you know, just kind of a call to action, I suppose. I'll be looking into this, and I hope everyone else will be as well, because we've got to figure this out. Thanks, Chair.
Shane, Tesley.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Auckland Transport. Look, I think, you know, typical me, I just want to highlight some of the positives that I think is really good about this report. I think the new $1 billion contract for buses to Ritchie's, including 175 electric buses, is pretty phenomenal, especially that's more buses for the west and the south. And I think that's really good news for us as a region. I'm sorry the Mayor's not here, because he'll like to see your 10 principles put into the update on decision-making principles. I couldn't highlight your good news without talking about the GI Te Tamaki Stage 4, which has nearly got spades in the ground, but certainly has started by way of preparation for that project. Other things like the Bayswater pontoon renewal, Trifina's wharf renewal, I mean, that is a place that just can't operate literally without some sort of infrastructure around boats, etc. So that's really positive. And the new vessel for the Devonport route, I think, is a positive as well. I think the removal of some of the troublesome vibrations associated with roads in Titirangi and Avondale are also another positive for you, and I congratulate you on that. I love the cone identification, and I look forward to further updates on that. But I just thought we should all remember that these reports do have some really good milestones for Auckland Transport in them, and we shouldn't forget to thank them for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tesley. Nothing more, so we'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And against, carried. Thank you. So the next item is the time of use charging, and so while Mark, Hamish, Graham and Michael wander on up, just a reminder that this has been through a workshop that has been through a political steering group, and this is about our submission to the amendment bill. It is not about what is best or what is coming. We don't even know. It's our submission, and hopefully we can get through it reasonably quickly, bearing in mind of what we have to come later. So, gentlemen, all yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. Chair, and I think you just read my introductory notes. This is a request to approve the submission to the bill. It is a draft submission, it is a draft time of use in charging legislation, and that is the purpose of the meeting today, not to necessarily agree to progress a scheme or to agree to progress the design of a scheme at this point. It is, in our view, obviously very important that we do respond to the bill and present opportunities for improvement, which is what's before you. I should just introduce the team. I'm sure you know everybody. Graham Gunthorpe is our Programme Director, Hamish Bunn from our policy team, and Michael Roth, you know, from Council. The work that you have seen and we're presenting today is a joint piece of work between Council and Transport, and it's a submission on behalf of the Council group. Our recommendation is that we believe we should be supporting the bill and the intent of the bill, but it should be subject to the resolution of the governance and revenue issues that we have identified in our submission. I'll just quickly cover a couple of context slides before I hand over to Hamish to briefly go through the recommendations. But in terms of context, why we're here now and what decisions have been taken previously. Going back to 2021, we thought we'd put a bit of a milestone in here. The previous council had supported time of use charging in principle, and that was through a submission to a select committee at the time on the previous Ministry of Transport research work, which was called the congestion question. And that is the starting point and the basis of all the work that we've been doing since then. In November 2023, the forerunner to this committee agreed to form a working group between Council and Transport and to effectively progress time of use charging as quickly as possible. And in June 2024, we agreed the programme objectives and next steps. The work to date, I'd like to emphasise, has been overseen by a political reference group, and that's what we're presenting today. Final slide from me, and just a bit of a reminder and further context is that the programme has also completed, and it was published a couple of weeks ago, a cost of congestion report into Auckland, which was led by Ernst & Young and Arup. It estimated that Aucklanders spend up to 29 million hours per annum stuck in traffic, and that equates on average broadly to 66 hours per annum of time delay. That equates to a $1.9 billion lost time opportunity for Aucklanders stuck in that congestion, which is also compounded by around $700 million of further impact on the economy per annum. It's also compounded by 120 million in additional vehicle costs by the additional travel time required, and $9 million in greenhouse gas emissions, which otherwise could be avoided. So in the interest of time, that's a bit of a context and background. I'll hand over to Hamish to go through our recommendations.
Thank you. Before I jump into that, I just wanted to also recognise the work done by Chris Gulick, who's my team leader. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today, but has played a key role in this. So before we jump into the specific recommendations, I thought we'd recap some of the background. Over the last 2024 in particular, we were tasked by this committee to undertake background work in preparation for this submission. We have done significant work. We've gone back over the international lessons learned from the schemes that have succeeded and haven't succeeded, or haven't been implemented, I should say. And we've also done some modelling of potential options, and that is very much drawn on in our submission. A couple of key points, that implementation of these schemes is not guaranteed. They're difficult things to implement, but the ones that have been implemented, they've all succeeded, and they're all simple, fair, effective and feasible. So those are the sort of our touchstones and thinking about the way we're doing it, and it's a test that we've also applied to this legislation. Will this legislation support simple, fair, effective and feasible? We know that if we're going to put these schemes in place, they're going to impact across networks, they're going to impact across local roads, motorways, public transport networks. So that means we need to think about these things in an integrated way. It needs to be thought about jointly, and so we need to govern these schemes jointly. And the successful schemes are often led by a local champion. So we're really saying that local councils, local authorities need to be able to buy in, and they need to be able to have confidence that when they start this process, they're going to be able to shape the outcome. And again, that has really impacted the way that we've thought about this submission, and I'll come back to those points. We've also taken account, we've done extensive engagement, and we've taken account of that feedback that we've had from partners, stakeholders, and members in the community. You know, people see congestion as a problem. They're open to these schemes if they think that, you know, it's going to be a reasonable scheme that will succeed. But they are also fundamentally saying you need to have public transport alternatives. So those are some of the things that have really shaped our thinking as we've tackled the legislation. So just in terms of recap, the legislation that we're talking about here is the Land Transport Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill. It was released in December, introduced into, first reading in Parliament was March 2025, and the submission deadline is the end of this month. In terms of the way the legislation works, it enables time of use charging on existing roads. It sets out a governance structure, which in simple terms is that schemes can either be proposed by local authorities or the NZTA, and once a scheme proposal has occurred, initiation has occurred, then a scheme board is set up between NZTA and the relevant local authorities. That makes a submission to the Minister of Transport, and then he can approve that, and then it goes through to Order in Council. So that's the kind of governance process. There's also a range of other elements of the legislation which we'll touch on in terms of the key components of the submission. So at a high level, Mark's already really covered the essence of that we support the introduction of the bill, and we support the bill's purpose, which is a focus on congestion reduction. The bill has a generally enabling approach in terms of most of the elements of scheme design, so we support that kind of flexibility. And we also note that it requires impact assessments which include the views of Māori, so we support that element because we've had feedback from Hukura that they think that this is extremely... And the way that the draft bill is set up is it tends to be fairly centralising of decision making with the New Zealand Transport Agency and the Ministry of Transport. And we don't see that local authorities really have the kind of decision making rights over scheme development, particularly where they could impact on local networks or they could have direct cost implications for local authorities. So we recommend opposing the governance structure that is proposed in the bill, and we also recommend opposing another element, which is the use of scheme revenue for parts of the region not impacted by the charge, but I'll come to that. So in terms of some of the recommended improvements, I mean, these are all detailed in the submission itself, but the high level components are really that we propose the significant governance changes, and this is probably really the key thing here, that we'd like to see that the legislation changed to give local authorities that are impacted by the scheme a role in endorsing any scheme proposals or other significant changes before it goes to the Minister for approval. So just repeating that would bring local authorities, giving them a formal decision-making role on scheme design, on changes to the scheme, before it then goes to the Minister to approval. So it really makes sure that there's an opportunity for local authorities to shape and inform the scheme and represent the views of the community. We're also looking for joint decision-making in the scheme board and consideration of the role of the Regional Transport Committee, that's going to change through the CCO change legislation, that's taken into account in the decision-making. We're also recommending some improvements to revenue. At the moment, the legislation does not specifically does not specifically include the use of revenue to fund things like additional public transport services or most local authority costs that might be associated with the scheme. So we're recommending that the legislation is amended to explicitly say that the revenue can and should be used for those matters, and that any remaining surplus after key scheme costs have basically been targeted, that any remaining surplus is targeted towards projects or services that will help those impacted by the schemes. In terms of mitigations, the current bill only allows for mitigations for emergency vehicles. However, we note that pretty much every other scheme that's in existence around the world has further mitigations, for example, for disabled users and such. So we are looking for greater flexibility within the legislation to enable mitigation. So the key wording there, we should say, firstly, reflecting the views of this council that government first used welfare tools at their disposal to mitigate impacts on vulnerable communities. But where that is not possible, we're saying that the legislation should enable limited mitigations, such as fare caps or exemptions, to address any really significant impacts on vulnerable groups, but where this does not materially impact the viability of the scheme, because we recognise that you don't want to open the door too far and end up with the scheme not doing what it needs to do. We're also seeking that scheduled public transport services should be exempt from the time of use charge. And then finally, there's some wrap-up elements around timing, trials and regulations. The bill's currently proposing a 1-year delay before implementation. We are saying that we think we ought to be able to go faster, particularly in an Auckland context. And we're also recommending, we're recommending the removal of that delay. We'd like to see some provision for trials. That's a key point that's been emphasised by the political reference group. And it could well enable the schemes to test different pricing levels as they're implemented, and that's a key factor. And there's a number of regulation powers that sit with the minister in the way that the legislation is framed here. We're kind of asking the question, well, why do we need those regulation powers? And if you do want to have them, we'd like to see consultation with local authorities before they're impacted. So that, I think, is a very, very quick run through of the key recommendations in the summary, in the submission, in the draft submission. The key next steps is that we'll take feedback, of course, from this committee on any changes to the bill. We need to do some tidy-ups to incorporate comments that we've had, an additional round of comments from Hakura, and take into account local board submissions as well. And then we need to submit this thing by the end of the month. And then in May, we're doing presentations to the select committee. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Someone like to move? Thanks.
Happy to move.
Thanks, Chris. And Chris Jr., thank you. Christine Fletcher, your question, please.
While we support the intent of the bill, I just want to come, Hamish and Mark, thank you for the introductory comments. You've had quite a bit of time to talk to your counterparts in Wellington. Was it just an omission, do you think, that they didn't make provision for any trialling? Because trialling, when you look at international examples, is quite important with this. That was one question. And the second question I have, was it their specific intention that revenue allocation would, we're making submissions to remedy that, but what was their rationale by not having the revenue allocation going into the areas where those who were receiving the financial charge I'm just a little confused. You've done such a fabulous job as we've gone through the working party, and I'm very grateful for all of the insight we had. But I couldn't quite understand what the rationale was by the government introducing it in that form. So just on those two specific questions, if you could answer, please.
I think if I try and answer those questions first, there's been very limited conversation in the drafting of the bill with our counterparts in Wellington. It has been quite difficult to engage, to be honest, hence the amount of focus we put onto our submissions. With regards to trials, that's come from our lessons learned, as you've pointed out. And with regards to mitigations, the only possible insight we can probably give is that the view that it needs to be as simple as possible and as uncomplicated as possible. Hamish, don't know whether you want to add?
Yeah, on the point about revenue, I think to be fair to the legislation, there is provision in there for allocation of any surplus revenue towards additional costs. And perhaps that is where they thought that costs related to local authority costs or public transport services costs could be negotiated. But the point is that is in a negotiated agreement between the local authorities and the minister. What we are saying, to make sure it's not overlooked and to give local authorities and public transport authorities confidence, and the public confidence, that the public transport services are going to be funded, let's have it explicitly called out as one of the elements that should be funded within the key explicit part of the bill.
Thank you for that. Chair, I won't need to speak later because I'm realising that we're running a bit, but just in principle, we do need to support this legislation. It's been hanging around for many years. I do see it as a necessary evil if we're going to optimise the assets that we have, and I don't doubt that there will be quite a lot of pushback from the community on it. But I think our officers have done an excellent job in preparing the paper that's come to us, and I hope that it can enjoy the support of this committee.
Okay, Chris.
Thank you. Good to see this progress. Just in terms of the essential complementary measures, we identified public transport. In our workshop, I discussed the importance of public transport and active being referred to together, because we know when we talk public transport and the provision of public transport doesn't sing, doesn't work unless you get those active connections. You know, at Auckland Transport, we often talk about that in a holistic way, in a systems way. I guess just in terms of how I'm reading it here, we don't, and maybe I've missed something, so please correct me. Are we talking about the essential complementary measures as accessible public transport and also active transport? And I add the word accessible because I'm really concerned about the provision of public transport that then is not accessible because of fare structures which are starting to get away on us. So just a small thing there that you might like to, or it could be it's actually a large thing for you to address there. That's my first. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think conceptually that's what we're aiming for, that we are saying that all the essential elements really to make sure that the scheme works should be included and funded out of scheme revenue. So, yeah, and I think we would assume that public transport needs to be accessible, so we'll just look at the wording within that.
So the other part to that about it being PT and active being identified as essential, it's not just essentially provided for out of the revenue of the scheme. We've actually got to lift the bar at day one opening, because I thought that's how we were approaching it, that this support was conditional upon having in place the essential public and active transport system that Aucklanders need so they can divert to that. How are we articulating that? And are we clearly stating our considered support for time of use charging is conditional on having a robust and accessible public transport system that people can choose on day one, not just out of the essential measures, contributions.
I think that's a very good question, Councillor, and it's an important part of gaining community support to implement a scheme, and that's why Council has been, support has been conditional on that. This legislation cannot solve everything. This is just legislation to enable the scheme. So our focus in the submission has been to ensure that a proper public transport system is a component of it, and that the legislation itself makes sure that any surplus revenue gets directed towards the local area that's impacted, and in particular better public transport in that area to help gain that support. But of course you're correct, when we're later hopefully putting forward an actual scheme to operate, that should include considerations for improving public transport, either at the start of the scheme or just prior to implementation. But that doesn't necessarily have to be part of this legislation. That's about a particular scheme. We've focused on making sure that the revenue of this, of any scheme would go towards those improvements that we want.
So, and just to clarify then, so we would be advocating, we'd be working with government if it showed an appetite through legislation that eventually landed as an act and it enables us to do it. We would still be saying at that point, okay, you've given us the powers to implement it, or you might implement it for us through NZTA, but we would be saying then we need to show Auckland that there is or are very clear alternatives for movement across Auckland. So we would be working separately outside of our submission process to get the Auckland Public Transport and Active Network up to scratch so that there was a very clear and viable choice for Aucklanders to move on.
Well, I think absolutely that's all the work that Auckland Transport is doing, and Auckland Council has been funding. We're doing everything within the means that we currently can to have the best public transport system we possibly can anyway. And then I think what we're saying is if you're going to introduce time of use charging on top of that, then there will be instances where you can see that you would need specific additional public transport services and capacity to make the scheme work, to make sure that you've got a really great alternative, to make sure that existing public transport routes aren't overcrowded, and you'd be doing that as part of the scheme development. And that's why we're saying, hey, we want the scheme board to be, in terms of the governance, to be a really joint process that we engage in with NZTA and, and others. And then we want council to be able to have the ability to endorse the proposals to make sure that council is comfortable that the scheme is addressing all of these concerns. And we would like those additional public transport services to be funded out of scheme revenue without having to argue about it. So that's kind of where we're driving towards in the submission.
Yeah, look, that's good. I appreciate those answers. They're comprehensive, and I'll leave the point of, active being coupled with PT.
Alf? Please excuse me for this question. Could we find ourselves, I'm looking at implementation now, could we find ourselves that the main arterial routes that the government have deputation over different times to what we would have in our roads or roads that have come off the main arterial route? I mean, in my head I'm saying, well, yes, depending on the congestion, but then I just don't want us to sort of have congestion on our roads from 7 to 8 a.m. and then when they get onto the motorway, it's 10 to 11 or so. Look, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that could potentially happen, but what we're trying to drive towards again in the submission is that we want to say that we would want to work jointly with NZTA in scheme development, and even where the NZTA might propose a scheme, we still want NZTA's proposal to be subject to council endorsement before they go forward for approval, to make sure that, you know, if there are any differences, for example, in the times at which charging occurs or things like that, that they're ironed out and everybody is comfortable that they make sense and they're going to work for the user. So conceptually that might happen, but I think we would be trying to work to not happen, because you want simplicity for the user. So you want consistent times. That's one of the big principles. So we're saying in this submission, hey, we would like joint governance, we would like council endorsement. That way we can make sure that everybody's happy with the scheme and it's going to work for the customer.
So supplementary, Chair, so the backstop would be talking. Basically what you're saying, hey, that's the backstop, is bloody hopefully we'll talk and come to some resolution, because, yeah.
Well, I think that the front stop is talking, because we will always be talking with our colleagues in NZTA. The backstop is governance. But talking is better when it's backed up by governance.
I think I'd just add to that, Councillor, that the reason we are absolutely supporting this submission the way it's written is that there is a risk under the current legislation, significant risk, that there is no joint decision making, and therefore what you described could happen in theory. And with the changes we're proposing, it would be a joint governance, joint decision making, and therefore we would be able to actually manage the co-design properly.
Thank you. Shane?
Yeah, thanks. Just two quickies. So can I be crystal clear? The government can impose a scheme on Aucklanders even if we opposed it. So our first goal should be to work with it rather than against it? Cool. Okay. That makes things a little easier for me as a skeptic. Second and final question. Did you look at ring fencing revenue collected to be spent back in the area that we're paying for the scheme?
Yeah, that's one of our recommendations, that any surplus revenue after you've paid for all the essential elements of the scheme and all the additional public transport services and other, you know, things like active modes and traffic calming and so on and so forth. If there's a surplus, what we're recommending here is that should go towards the people in areas impacted by the scheme. At the moment, the legislation is saying that you can negotiate to see where it goes within the region. We're saying it needs to be tighter.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Joe?
Thank you. I support the submission. I think it's really good, especially in regards to the governance issues you raised, considering the bill only says for us as a local authority, we can enable local authority to identify areas. We can propose indicative schemes. We can outline potential charging zones, but we don't actually have decision-making power. So, yeah, really appreciate the submission, and also picking up on the mitigation for our vulnerable communities. I think my question's been answered in regards to, well, they could go ahead and do this anyway, right? So, yep, cool. And then I did have a question about something that Bill mentions in regards to impact assessments and public engagement will support equitable implementation, and whether there was any more that could be fleshed out around that statement, like what does it look like, how, or is that more a question for the government?
The bill does set out provisions about what impacts need to be assessed and taken account and reported on in making a scheme proposal. So I forget all of them, but it is things like impact on Māori, I think impact on vulnerable users, what are the costs and benefits to the various users, things along those lines. So the bill does have those provisions, but one of the observations that we make is that, you know, once you've identified these issues within the legislation, you can't, there's no opportunity to use mitigations or exemptions to address a lot of these issues. So it's one of the things that we're saying is one of the issues with the bill is it's great, it's very important that we understand what the implications are for everybody, but we also need a bit more flexibility to be able to address them as part of scheme design.
Yeah, I would support that response, especially when the theme I'm getting from it is, well, if there are vulnerable users, they could go to WINS, but the vulnerable users I'm talking about are actually workers in low-income households, not necessarily community service card holders. So, yeah, that's why I raised that. Okay.
Can I just supplemental? I think the extent to which impact assessments go, we've heard from business associations who really want to see local economic impact. For example, we've heard local board members want local board impact assessments. By making sure that council has representation on the governance, you can help set what the parameters are, what is the expectation of the joint program team to undertake those impact assessments.
Awesome, thank you.
Honey?
Now, Kia ora, I've got 3 questions. And I'm aware we, as Haukura, have a representative on the political working group, similar to what Christine was making a reference to. So, in developing the draft submission, really simple, why wasn't the draft just submitted to Haukura, the Secretariat, just to review? I mean, I know there's a position paper that's been placed, but I'm just questioning it in my head in terms of a manner to respond.
So the draft was submitted to Haukura staff around 3 weeks ago, and we received the response on the 24th.
Okay.
The changes, we would like to include all of them, but we had already submitted our final draft to this committee. So our intention, and it comes through in the resolutions, is that we would like the committee, we recommend the committee delegates to the chair, deputy chair, and a Haukura member for the final sign-off of that, of the submission, so that we can make sure those get included.
Okay, thank you for that response. In terms of in terms of that means then, to give it effect, there is the possibility that the considerations from chair to chair could be included, yes? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sorry, can you just repeat what would be included?
In terms of actually getting the finer detail into the draft, you're saying to me that through chair to chair, there could be the probability of it being included, yeah?
That is our recommendation. For the benefit of the room, the 3 changes that were highlighted in the Haukura markup were that the Haukura position paper from July 24 be a primary attachment as opposed to in the insights report. The second is a recommendation on including some quantitative evidence in the report. I think that makes sense. And some grammatical and naming conventions. So I think we'll be making those recommendations to the delegated members.
Okay. Thank you.
Wayne?
Sure. So I've got a question around supplementary information that might go with our submission. And the particular concern I've got goes to the matter of revenue allocation, because that is critical if we are to have the revenue to deal with the public transport and other alternatives that are fundamental. And secondly, the matter of trialling. My personal view and the reason why I think it's important for us to have supplementary information around our concerns is that I'm rather cynical about congestion charging because of Auckland's geography and the fact that across many parts of Auckland now we've got congestion at peak and also off peak. So shifting the time just shifts the problem, doesn't solve the solution. And our public transport and other options in many cases poor, to say the least, and even with the CRL I don't know that we're going to solve them. So is it possible to actually convey to the government the serious of those concerns and other concerns? Otherwise, we end up with something that is not fit for purpose, if it's fit for purpose at all, particularly against a background where there may well be more economical options like the intelligent intersections and like that at far less cost dramatically enhance flows and are what other cities are doing in the majority rather than the limited number that apply congestion charging.
I mean, I think we are collectively conveying, and the submission does touch on this to government, the importance of this issue. I mean, we've recently released the the Mayor's office recently released the work showing that the cost of congestion that Mark covered earlier on. So we're reflecting that that number is now getting to be a very, very large number. We're highlighting that congestion is an issue now, will continue to grow and it will get worse. We recognise the point that, you know, time of use charging may not necessarily be a silver bullet everywhere, but where these schemes have been implemented, they have been extremely effective in reducing congestion. And there's definitely parts of Auckland where this can succeed. So I think our recommendation is that this is a tool that we definitely want in the toolbox. You know, there are places in Auckland that are well served. We're about to invest in CRL and a whole range of improvements to our public transport network. So, you know, there's definitely scope in the work that we've done in terms of modelling. You know, there's been lots and lots of work, and it does give us confidence that this kind of scheme can work. It's a useful thing. We should seek the legislation.
I think I'll just add, through 2024, we undertook a lot of work across 7 different areas. So there's the core 2 parts of a scheme, that is the charge area and the tariff. But then there's 5 others, the technology, the governance, mitigations, complementary measures, and I'm going to forget the last one. But importantly, we covered those so that we could answer the legislation, whatever was in there. So we have brought to you today information that answers that legislation and shows what we believe would be a good framework for Auckland. And we plan to bring the remaining information to you to workshop so we can understand that wider information. But for the purpose of the legislation, we believe this is the comprehensive data.
So just back to my question around supplementary information, especially as it goes to the importance of trialling. Are you going to be supplying information around that?
Sorry, which sort of, I mean, we do say in the submission that we think trialling, we want changes to the legislation to enable trialling. I mean, the trialling is quite a tricky thing in terms of the governance framework that they've set up in the legislation. We're trying to work as much as possible within that framework, but we're certainly saying that the legislation should enable opportunities for that trialling to occur. So, you know, if it turns out in a future scheme that we want to test a scheme with the public or in certain areas via trialling, we'd like that option.
And the message we heard from the political reference group is the purpose of the trial is for speed of implementation and flexibility to test things. They're the real drivers. So we are trying to get that across in our submission as well.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Wayne Brown.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. First of all, I was partially answered about trialling. You know, I do want to push for trialling, but the trialling could be something also on price. I think in New York it didn't work until they changed the price, got the price right, and then it worked. But, I generally support what the submission to have more local say, but I would like to ask you to broaden the trialling to include price trialling as well. No one is going to get it dead right to know what is the number that would work best right from the start. And the other thing I would like to somehow or other reflect is that the government seems to have an obsession from Wellington to have national consistency. But this is not something that well, you'll be able to get national consistency to work on, because it's never going to be needed in most places. And then even in Auckland, there'll be different places with different responses. So can the submission, which I generally support, be slightly altered to cover those two things?
The draft legislation does include the need for reviewing of the scheme and adjusting from time to time, and that, in my view, is more important even than the trialling aspect, because essentially that is acknowledging the issue that we're not going to get the price right immediately, and over time people do make adjustments as the system changes. So we will be regularly able to review the price setting, and so our submission supports that requirement for review.
Good, very good.
That's
And the national consistency is a thing that I'm worried about, because it's not possible to have national consistency. Most of the places will never have it.
Yeah, we agree, and we did make a point along those lines within the submission.
All right. Well,
But
I'm
we'll
reasonably
strengthen
happy with the submission.
Yep.
And but I'm not as keen on any exemptions as some councillors seem to be. The exemption is you just change the time you use the road.
Okay, thank you. You can, happy driving. Okay, no further questions. Thank you, gents. And just want to acknowledge the amount of work that has gone into this, and it's been pretty tough because we didn't know what was coming, and you were working in a vacuum of sort of knowledge and understanding. So I do want to acknowledge just how much effort you have put into this collectively to try and sort of sweep all those ball bearings into what sort of looks like a pile. So thank you, and good work. So comments, John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick comments. I found parts of the submission a little more ebullient or upbeat than I would maybe have been. The executive summary: Auckland Council welcomes the bill and supports its overall intent. And Mark did go through the kind of previous resolutions that are meant to be guiding us here, and it's not quite so. It's a little bit more guarded, a little bit more circumspect. So we support in principle, okay, we support in principle congestion pricing. You know, that's there's a general idea without much in the way of details. And then the key word that was used in that 21 resolution, conditional upon the following issues being addressed. So support is only conditional on one, mitigation of equity impacts, and that could take a number of forms, I would suggest, not just the obvious one to do with poorer people. There are other equity issues. And two, having public transport services and projects in place, so not in line, in place across Auckland on an equitable basis to allow road users to switch
another
to alternative
bill
roads where appropriate. So that was quite a strong guidance on a number of issues there. Public transport services, projects all in place, equitable basis, and allowing people to switch at the time. And I think we're quite a long way off that. Good on the team for pointing out some of the flaws, which are a little concerning in this legislation, in terms of, you know, the lack of control or governance that you know would enable us to be rather impotent when it comes to challenging adverse effects, you know, financial costs, any scheme that might be opposed by the community. You would have thought that would have been something that would have been addressed up front to try and engender a bit of confidence, but they haven't done that, which is a little concerning in itself. And then, you know, pretty limited view of mitigation. So I guess, Mr. Chair, it's easy enough just to support these at each turn, and this one advances a little bit more. As it advances, I'm having more concerns, not the other way around, and I think a couple of other councillors have signalled that too. You know, when you ask the obvious one about pricing, that's a detail to be sorted out later on. I see the figure of $5 like bandied around quite as almost a de facto kind of sum that'll be landed on. I've heard various people saying that, including the guy that was in the car a little while ago. $5, away, that's $2,500 a year. One person, two people in a family, it's $5,000. So, yeah, I'm more uncertain. I don't want to be a negative Nelly, but I'm more uncertain about this now than ever, and everything I see happening, and especially in terms of what appeared in this, in this legislation that we're submitting on, is showing it's going to be quite a bit away from that quite clear resolution that's passed back in 2021, which was imposing a number of reasonable expectations. I don't think they're going to go anywhere near a number of those, to be honest. And the last thing I'm going to do now is support yet another charge. We've had the interim transport levy with your predecessor, Councillor Baker, the Right Honourable Member from Franklin. We had $340 of that. We had the regional fuel tax and all the hoop-ha about that wasn't exactly transformational. I don't hear too many people in my ward complaining about having gone. And now here's the next big thing is congestion charging, which to me has a very unwelcome feeling of just being another revenue raising gig that will be rolled out across Auckland. So some good points in this submission. I'm not nearly as upbeat as some of the other parts of it would seem to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have been consistent about my opposition to this scheme. It once was conventional wisdom that you would implement these sorts of schemes, a la London, Singapore, once you had a mature, functioning, well-patronised, efficient public transport system. We don't have that, still don't have it, despite billions that ratepayers have spent and taxpayers have spent over the last 20 years or so. In fact, we're going back, and probably because of that, those who support these sorts of schemes can't wait as an efficient, functioning, international standard public transport system slips further and further into the distance. So the cart has been put before the horse. We're going to have this congestion charging scheme before we attain the nirvana of a decent public transport system. There's a lot of talk about revenue, how it's going to be shared around. The main part of the revenue, the bulk of the revenue, will go to the private corporate, which will be running the scheme, the IT, the cameras, the invoices, and so on. And what will happen is that, on the other hand, the average Auckland working family is going to cop another bill to worry about, to have to pay. And in effect, then we'll be having implementing a regressive tax scheme, taxation scheme on Aucklanders. So the people advocating the scheme, there's a certain irony. People in the system advocating the scheme probably won't be paying for it at all. It'll be in the expense account. It'll be in the out-of-pocket expenses and so on. It's the average working Aucklander which will be paying for the scheme. And I don't think that's particularly equitable. The people in Auckland are being squeezed already. This year, over $3 billion of rates will be charged on Auckland residents and ratepayers. That is the fact of the matter. And again, this is inequitable, unfair. It won't particularly work that well at all. We still won't have a decent public transport system. And all it will mean is that the people whom we in the local government system, the interests of the people that we are meant to represent, will be sold out. They'll be having to pay more. In effect, they'll be getting less service for what they're paying. So I have to say, I firmly oppose the idea. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mike. Shane.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. I've taken a lot of time today, but look, pointing out here, look, Councillor Watson makes a lot of great points, and I just want to thank him for raising, particularly one of the points around, we're talking about conditions of support here. I think that's important not to lose, because there's a lot of stuff that we've talked about in this debate that we need to actually get across the line to make this scheme actually work, if indeed we were wanting it to work. Yeah, the uncomfortable thing, because I've long been sceptical in these debates, and the pragmatic element here is the government can just impose this on us. You know, we can't forget that. So we have a bit of a delicate dance where the rational option, I think, is to stay at the table and raise the issues that we have raised in all of these resolutions. And, you know, I've got a couple more that I would raise too, and just in line with Councillor Lee's views, which I thought were good. Urban planning over generations has pushed out poorer Aucklanders. You know, lower socioeconomic communities having to living further and further away from the centre of town. And the jobs have not gone with them. They're the ones that are getting up at 6 a.m. and coming home after the kids are asleep, just to put food on the table. They're the ones that are working hard in different parts of the city, and in many cases will be captured by the proposed charge. And so I would say they're victims of poor urban planning decisions over generations, not bringing the jobs to them. And so this is a context element here of this debate. The other thing I would add is that there hasn't really been much of a check on public opinion here. I'm finding these reports harder and harder to vote through. And I do so because we need to stay at the table. But look, I want to know what my residents actually think about this. I suspect I know what they think, but I want to know, right? At what point do we ask the public what they think about this? Because we don't have really any visibility on that. So those are kind of a couple of extra points. And I've talked previously about how implementing the scheme in other world cities have much better public transport than we do. Stockholm's always used an example. It's got double the amount of train stations Auckland does, for example. So we've got a huge amount of issues, but it is rational for us to continue to raise these issues with the government and try and engage in as much good faith as possible. So look, I'll be supporting this, and I thank staff for their hard work on the submission. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Morris isn't here, so Richard.
Thank you. No, it's similar to what everyone who's spoken on this. I think that we do need the ability to have this tool and work with the government to look at it. I do have major concerns, as echoed in previous agenda items on this committee today, that we are saying one thing, but the funding from government and the GPS is doing another. We have said before that congestion charging would be great if everyone had options, and the current GPS doesn't give everyone options, and I've given that feedback to ministers as well, that if we are not being able to fund critical rapid transit from city centre to Mangere through all those suburbs, the Northwest Rapid Transit, which has been on the books for a bazillion years, potentially one day rapid transit across the harbour, you know, those need to be progressing to give people hope there is other options, to make space on the road for those who need to drive or have no other options. So although we need to keep and partner with the government going forward on this, because as Councillor Henderson said, it could be rolled out without our permission. It would be silly to do that. But we do need to create any scheme in the future that can show the benefits. If it is $5 each way, each day, we would have to prove or show the community that they're saving more than that in time and petrol, etc. If you are spending 2 hours each way in traffic each day, and this suddenly made this 45 minutes, I think $5 would be a good spend. But we need to prove that, we need to model that, we need to show that. And unfortunately, we don't get to all that work, and we don't get to work on schemes if we don't have this legislation. So it's a bit of chicken and egg. It is a bit of trust. Our city is very congested, and it's the main thing that people complain to us. And governments come and go, and they all have different ideas for us, but this does give us a tool to work on. And it also gives us a tool to say, absolutely, when the legislation passes, we won't be implementing anything until we have X, Y, Z open or more funding in this area, or proof that it's going to be better for the majority. But the issue is continually doing nothing is a big mistake too. So I will support the direction going forward, but it doesn't mean tomorrow this is going to be on our streets with no mitigations, with no conversations, with no additional public transport, etc. So I think it's important to have tools. The government doesn't seem that interested in giving us many tools and also taking some away. So I think in some ways we've worked with them and the previous government on this direction for a very long time. But any scheme that came into Auckland would be a significant amount of consultation and a significant amount of other work before we ever rolled something out. That would be my assumption anyway. But thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Maurice.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm very much in favour of time of use charging in principle, and I agree with a number of people around the table. The devil is in the detail and what you set it at and so on. But if you ask yourself some sort of fundamental questions, and that is, do all the trips that are occurring on our roading network have to all occur at the exact time they do? The answer has to be no. There are trucks blocking the highway at absolute peak commuter times that could go an hour later and do it and probably arrive at the depot around about the same time. And so to have some sort of pricing signal to those users that do not need to go at that time or could go an alternative route and not create the congestion, I think is a good thing to do. I've seen really good examples that I spent some time up in the Birmingham area and the Midlands going on from Birmingham up to Manchester. The private sector built a thing called the M6 toll road, and it sits right beside the M6. Now the M6 is free, you can go on it any time you like, but try doing anything more than about 5 miles per hour, because it's just absolutely blocked and stopped. But for £3, I think it was, for a car and £8 for a truck, you could go through that same roading network up to Manchester in about an hour and a half less time. Now, I don't know what you think, but for most people, I think their time's worth more than £3 for an hour and a half. And certainly for a big truck running with diesel and so on, it's worth it. So there are some real gains because people will change behaviour. They may go later, they may go earlier, they may not even need to make that particular journey, but because the current use of that road is free, they just do it. Anything that's free just gets overused. That's just a simple law of economics. So I think the principle of it, given that I hear so many people around this table saying it, I never stop hearing it, we're never going to be able to build more roads, we're never going to build our way out of it. I actually don't agree with that, but even if we say there won't be any more roading, we've got to provide some sort of a throttle on the supply end of it, if we can. Now, you could design it to be a big revenue maker. I don't think we should. I think we should try to make it so that it's not a big revenue generator for us. But I think that if some people in the morning or afternoon or whatever decide, do I have to go right now? Do I have to go? And if that decision is tempered by, well, it's actually going to be $3 cheaper or $5 cheaper or whatever it is in an hour's time, then I think that's a fantastic outcome. If you go back to my M6 and M6 toll road, they were only being throttled or not by just the price. But here, we're able to give you the out of that price at different time. So it's actually even more, it's more sort of user-friendly to people to say, I don't need to go and see Auntie Myrtle at 9 o'clock today, I'll go at 11 when the traffic's eased up. And certainly in the big trucking things, those motorways in the morning coming in are absolutely locked, blocked and stopped by massive big rigs that could easily have to temper whether they use those roads for another hour. And as I said, in many cases, probably still get to their destination around the same time, given being so slowed up by it. So this is a good concept in principle. I accept that there is a lot of detail to done, and the devil is the detail, but we would be fools not to explore getting something like this that gets us some of the congestion that's out there that is as gnarly as you'll ever get anywhere. I lived in Los Angeles, and I can tell you that some of the congestion here is worse than I had to put up in LA. And that's how bad it's got in the mornings and afternoons around this place. So I'm very much in favour of this.
Thank you. And Mayor Brown, hopefully you're out of the congestion, you've stopped driving and you have pulled over to the side of the road. But your gig.
Okay, I just want to say that I follow Councillor Williamson and I support this as well. And just remind you that we've already got it going. Ports of Auckland are charging more for a truck to be collecting a container during the day than at night. We've got empty roads at night, and the truckies are discovering they can do 4 trips for container out to Southdown at night and only 2 in the daytime. They're working it out. So I support it. Thanks very much. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. No further commentary. I'll put this. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And against?
Aye.
No. No.
No.
Do you want to record it against?
Yes, please.
Please record my vote against.
We will do that, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, carried. Thank you very much. Next item up. And just before we do this, I have no confidence at all that we won't be going past, we won't be finishing before 4. Yeah, so we're going to approve that now. So we're going to approve, if we can approve, firstly, Teams link for Deputy Mayor after 4 o'clock, and also early departure for Chris after 4 as well. So after 3:45 for Desley. So those in favour say aye. Well, I'll move that, and someone want to second that? Wayne, good work. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Okay. So the first part of our discussion today in regards to the Wairau blue-green network, and so this one is about setting the scene. And so welcome to Craig and Tom. All yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to introduce on my left Tom Mansell. Tom is Head of Sustainable Partnerships in Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience. And I think his attendance here is very appropriate when you consider that this project is all about future sustainability and all about partnering with the iwi and the community. So welcome, Tom, and thank you for your support. He's also done a grand job in fronting the media on this issue over recent times, and it's great to have a lot of media talent inside Healthy Waters, so I really appreciate that. Just a little bit of background. This is actually a big catchment, 1,450 hectares, a lot of waterways in the catchment, some 18 kilometres. And in actual fact, when you go back to let's go back 100 years, this area was actually a wetland area, natural wetland area. And in many ways, what we're looking to do now is actually go back to the future in a sense. That you could look at this project that we're talking about actually as a daylighting exercise, exposing what existed before urbanisation took hold and the reclamation that was the golf course became part of our current situation. It's highly urbanised, a lot of runoff occurring, and you've only got to look at the future predictions around climate change to know whatever problem we're trying to fix today, I can almost certainly assure you that that problem will be bigger tomorrow and bigger the time after. So what is really critical in this project is that we get our future planning correct and make sure that if we're going to put in a large storage area, that the area is big enough to cope. And so we'll be putting a lot of effort into determining that final sizing of the asset. I think that's really, really important. Look, we've already heard from the impacted communities this morning, so I won't dwell on the... they did a fantastic job of highlighting the challenges that everyone's faced in the area. Suffice it to say, we're at 142 Category 3 properties that have now been identified in the area. So it's our biggest single hotspot area in the region, and obviously subject to many, many insurance claims. I won't dwell on the next slide because that was more than adequately covered this morning. Just a little bit of pre-human history, which I think is actually quite interesting, in that before Lake Pupuki erupted, the water actually flowed south into Shoal Bay. But when Lake Pupuki did erupt, there was a massive rocky uplift, and that caused a layer of basalt rock which forms the natural barrier. So now the creek actually, through that event, changed direction and now flows through the basalt rock alongside Lake Pupuki to Milford Beach. It also means, particularly in that southern reach of the creek, if we need to do work in that creek, it's extraordinarily difficult because it's basalt, and so it involves a lot of difficulty in terms of trying to make that creek larger right at the bottom end of the creek. Sorry, I just flicked a bit too fast there. The motorway also is a physical barrier that prevents movement of water through the catchment, and as I previously talked through the issue, the urbanisation and impervious increase in stormwater runoff is only going to get bigger and bigger as time progresses. We've had a lot of discussions with you around blue-green networks, and that's just an example of what was achieved in the Green Slade Reserve of a during and after, and that's exactly the type of situation that we're trying to achieve with our proposed work in AF Thomas Park. So we've split the project up into 3 stages. Stage 1 being the detention in AF Thomas Park, and we require some 550,000 cubic metres of detention in the park. And it's easy to say the number, but I think we need to put a bit of context around what we actually mean by 550,000 cubic metres. It's equivalent to 44,000 truck and trailer movements. And so one of the things that I'm determined to do as the sponsor of this project is to ensure as little as that traffic goes onto our roading system as possible. In an ideal world, we would actually use all of that material to go onto the existing site, because that will have a really positive impact on both helping generate a higher ground level, which will then help achieve the type of storage volumes that we require, but also get those 44,000 truck and trailer movements off our roading network, which will do nothing to help the current situation we face with Auckland traffic. So really committed to as much reuse on the site as possible as a fundamental objective of this project. We've got a number of culvert and channel improvements that we need to do as part of stage 2. There's a bridge in Woodbridge Lane which we are wanting to move, which is council land, so we can do that without any additional permissions. We've also got blue-green networks that we want to do in Totara Vale and Sunny Nook and Nile Road, and you've seen some very, very graphic imagery this morning around the devastation in Nile Road, and also some further detention improvements in the upper catchment. And then long term, we'd actually like to do some major replumbing through the commercial area, but that's not currently in our 10-year LTP, and that's something that we are going to be working to with a slightly longer time frame. But the important thing about the stages are Stage 2 doesn't work until stage 1 is commissioned and concluded. Stage 3 doesn't work until stages 1 and 2 are concluded. But when we design stage 1 and stage 2, they'll be designed with stage 3 in mind. In other words, this is a fully integrated outcome, but it has got 3 stages, and each stage is interdependent on the stage before. So at a very high level, because we will be going into a lot more of the specific details in the confidential part of the paper, but this does reduce the flood risk exposure for 261 properties in this area, reduces flows by 30%. There are also some significant water care and Transpower assets in the area, which suffered damage in the January 23 flooding event. And the other point I'd like to make also is that there is actually a large water care wastewater pipe that actually bisects the golf course. It goes right through the middle of the golf course. That's a 1200 millimetre diameter wastewater pipe. So any options we're doing around storage, we need to recognise that that pipe's there to stay. And so at the very least, we're going to need 2 cells, one on each side of the pipe to achieve that volume, because there's no way that we can practically relocate that pipe. So that becomes a significant constraint to how we design the infrastructure that would be required to achieve that type of storage volume. Obviously, maintaining access to the North Shore Hospital, absolutely critical. We've also got a number of retirement villages in the area. And you've heard this morning also talking about what can occur with blockage risk. And so very, very hard to occur what form the blockage is going to take in the stormwater network. And so the way that we do our inletting and our outletting is really critical in terms of how we manage that blockage risk. And of course, if we're going to do a project of this scale to address flooding risk, we don't ignore water quality, we don't ignore amenity value, we don't ignore biodiversity, because these are all consequential outcomes that can be delivered through a well-designed project. And we certainly shouldn't ignore that the economic uplift that this will create for the region if we get it right. And the other opportunity, of course, is that with the Category 3 land that has been acquired by council through this process, once the infrastructure has gone into place, there will be some opportunities with redevelopment in certain aspects of that land that we're creating. So, high-level summary, very significant social, economic, environmental and cultural benefits for this program. Now, if we don't proceed, well, the good news is right now that Wairau Stage 1 has now approved Crown funding. So it was recently signed off by the Minister of Finance and Minister of Emergency Management. And that is 62% of the cost of Stage 1 of $36 million is actually funded through the Crown funding aspect. So Council's funding share is 38% of the project cost for Stage 1. Obviously, no project, no flood risk reduction, and so that potential loss of life risk remains very significant. We've got increased risk of asset failure and increased severe weather events. We've heard a lot this morning already about the trauma that existed and still exists in those communities. There's no redevelopment potential on Category 3 properties because we need the infrastructure to make these Category 3 property rationalisations work. And we're not delivering on what we committed to in the community through the 2024 LTP, where the whole Making Space for Water was such an important plank of the Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience work program for that 10-year period. Tom's been very heavily involved, as I said in the beginning, through the partnership component of this project, so I'll get Tom to talk through the next couple of slides around the work that he's done in supporting this program of work. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Greg. The project team is very well aware of the speed we need to move at this. We've heard the communities are still at risk, so we're very keen to get this away and start designing and building as soon as we can. But we are aware also it's quite impactful for the community, and we see these blue-green projects, especially this one in this catchment, as quite transformational. So we want to take key partners, mana whenua and community with us as much as we can within the timeframes we've got. The public engagement and consultation, although we've met with the residents already, we've met with the golf course, and we've had a number of those meetings, it hasn't really begun yet. We really want to kick this off once the business case is signed and we work through the design, looking at what the community, what the key stakeholders really need. We've already established a mana whenua working group, and that has been going for a few months already, been working with community facilities and a number of key stakeholders. So the stakeholder group and partners we've identified, obviously local board, the mana whenua group, we already have up and running, highly impacted residents. We want to get a design team that involves representation from as many parts of the community as we can, being at the same time to push this through in a timely manner from the residents are still at risk, and also the government timeframe is quite strict that we'll follow. The initial views from the initial consultation we've had so far, everyone agrees this work needs to happen. We have a duty to keep our residents safe, and we have to utilise the assets we've got to try and mitigate this flooding. We have been to there are affected users, and we do recognise the golf course as significantly affected. We have been early consultation with them. Obviously, there's going to be further consultation. We're going to look through the plans and work with them as much as we can. And because of that, obviously, there has been quite significant media attention, understandably, but we'll work through that.
Thanks for that, Tom. So this is just a little bit of, I guess, a roadmap of where we've been and where we're wanting to head to. So kicked off in June 2024 with the long-term plan approval. Then we had the tranche 2 prioritisation paper that was identifying Clover Drive and Wairau as our 2 top priorities. Went through the TRIC committee on the 13th of February. The Crown funding approval came through on the 26th of March for stage 1, which is the co-funding project with the Crown. We're obviously at today's meeting in the red box today. And then we will, once we've got the sign off today, the next step would be to formalise our community working group. We want to get on as soon as we can with removing the Woodbridge Lane Bridge, as well as all the work we'll need to do around the design, the detailed design, the cost assessments and the revised cost-benefit analysis. So when we come back to you next time, we'll be able to show you all of the alternative options that we've evaluated within the AF Thomas Park area in particular, and also we'll have a better handle on the type of work that will be required to be done to enable us to move further on the stage 2 works for Wairau, which will be a key feature of the next LTP. And although we say beginning construction in late 2027, I personally think we can do better than that. And particularly if we can get some traction around support around making the consenting process easier for ourselves. Really keen to get on and start earthworks in the golf course area, particularly as soon as possible. And I think at that stage, that's us. Very happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Thanks, Tom. I'm hoping that we can contain questions until we're into the confidential bit, because then we can, can ask a lot. But I'm going to move this, Richard, you're going to second, and you'll note, so there, we did circulate it, so in regards to the Red Chair's rec, which is basically requesting that that we undertake a technical assessment of the golf course's proposal this morning, and ensure that it's included within that business case work. So that's where that's at. So are we wanting to ask questions now, or can we wait until we're in confidential? Chris?
Yeah, I take your point. I think that most of the conversation will be in the next section, but this motion before us, can we just discuss that motion? Or not so much discuss it, I just want to ask you as chair. Firstly, the word request, I don't think it's superfluous. Where actually it's that Healthy Waters undertake the work. But can I just check with the team, Craig and the team? I'm sure, Chair, that you've socialised this with the staff. I just want to understand what this means for the team undertaking a technical assessment when, you know, the business case is there for stage one. Can you just outline what a technical assessment of an external's proposal means in the context of where we're up to, and how it might modify the direction going forward, if it has merit?
So with the proposal, to put it in very plain terms, the proposal that we've come up with that's been costed and developed to get to the stage we are now are two cells, one each side of the water care pipeline. If we're to look at a proposal like the golf course, I haven't counted up the number of cells that they've got on that because this is quite new information to us, but you'd have to think, just looking at it, it looked to me like there might be 30 different cells, if you like, that are interconnected, that make up the ability to create a total storage volume of 550,000 cubic metres. So we would look at the implications around both the cost of the program and the deliverability of it, because it was expressed by the golf course that they thought this project could be done with 9 holes of the golf course remaining operational at all times. Whereas up until now, our assessment indicates that because of the numbers that we're talking about, we had always worked on the assumption that in order to actually come up with a cost-effective earthworks program, and you look at the size and scale of the issue that we're dealing with, that all of the land would be required, and then you'd be able to look at future use opportunities once the actual decision or the infrastructure had been put in with the actual storage, or the design had been completed for the storage. But we're happy to look at if this is, as mentioned by the golf course, a cheaper and an effective option. We'll seriously look at it.
So can I just come in there, Craig? So who would be undertaking that work? I mean, I'm assuming there's been a number of parties, technical expertise from outside of Healthy Waters and flood resistance have been involved with this. Can you just run through, because there's probably some questions being asked about, maybe reputations or capability of those parties that we've been with, the parties we've engaged, whether they be stormwater engineers, freshwater people, ecologists, landscape architects. Can you just tell us who are the parties that have helped us get to where we are?
So what we've, at this concept level, we've used the hydraulic modelers and through the consultancy WSP, and we've used, that has been looked over with our in-house modelers as well, and the engineering side as well. So it's basically the hydraulic modelers and the engineers at this concept stage. So to review what the golf course has proposed, yes, it will take some time, but not huge amounts. We'll run the basics first, the hydraulic model, and we'll see how viable it is from there, and that work needs to be done first.
Okay, so there's some question that we're not reviewing it. It would go to a consultant that we're working with who's familiar with the work to date, and they would assess it and say, well, maybe we have looked at that or haven't looked at that, and it would be an external entity, contracted by us, commissioned by us, that is familiar with the work.
Correct.
Okay, and I would deem that independent, that their very best professional judgment would be asked to be brought to paper. Correct?
Correct. It's
We've only got one goal on this project, that is to come back with a proposal that effectively is the best cost benefit in accordance with the 10 principles set down by council around effective procurement to make sure that every dollar of ratepayers' money we're spending is spent wisely. So that's our only mission, is to make sure that we're putting forward a proposal that meets your requirements and is best for community in order to meet those requirements. And so as part of that process, very happy to look at an alternative option and just see how it stacks up. But I think the thing what we've created now is what I'd consider to be a baseline proposal which we can measure other projects against in terms of are they better or worse, in terms of the financial cost versus the benefit. Kia ora.
And one last one, if I may, Chair, I'm a little bit cheeky. In the workshops, I viewed this as an incredible opportunity to show an exemplar project. Craig, and I think that's what I heard that your team wants to achieve here, because this is a lot more than water detention and flood resilience. This is an opportunity for a freshwater environment, a place for birds in the city and invertebrate life, etc., and a place that could go to, you know, landscape architecture competition to work up at some stage. Is that still the view of your unit?
Well, absolutely, because we talked previously before about the Awakiri wetland came up in the conversation this morning as an example in a brownfield situation of what was considered to be a great outcome. That's the type of standard to which we'd expect this project to be delivered as well, which I think meets the community needs, achieves great environmental and ecological outcomes, as well as solving a significant flooding risk in that area as well. We don't get the opportunity to work in these areas very often, so when we do it, we need to do it once and do it properly. Kia ora.
Okay, before we move on, someone like to move an extension of time, as soon as we move. Thanks. Second Shane, those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
Carried. Okay, so all of these questions coming up, they obviously can't be asked in confidential, so we will keep going. Wayne?
Sure, so I've got a few questions, Mr. Chair. The background is this is pretty much the first time I've seen all of this detail. That's within the last 3 days or so, which is not much time to consider it. And I'm assuming that most councillors haven't had a site visit to the location. Maybe they've even never been to the golf course. I don't know. I certainly have. So the first question I've got just goes to D, and I have raised this with you, Mr. Chair, and that is that, yes, there's the aspect of the Takapuna golf proposal, but there may be other aspects of proposals that should be considered in a business case. And I intend to raise some things. So my real concern is that we don't adopt the approach of closing things down, which I would suggest has been the approach to date. And because of the work done by Takapuna Golf at their expense, we now have something that may well have huge merit, but there may be other things. So I would look for a change to that addition, as I said, and as you assured me, Mr. Chair.
So just to be clear, Wayne, you popped into my office last night or yesterday and hadn't read the thing that had been sent out, but the amendment, and then this morning, and I asked you to flick something out as soon as you could, and so this morning I got something from staff just saying that you wanted to open it up to all proposals that we may or may not have seen. And so my advice back was, I don't agree with that, so I'm not going to add it to my chair's recommendation, and that you had every opportunity to take up an amendment by addition, should you wish to, and that was what the advice went back, and then you subsequently came to me and said you were fine. So
No,
all
no.
good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, let's be quite clear. I engaged with officers. The officers are here today. I asked and spoke to them around those changes, and my understanding that they have engaged. I have to rely on that. And I stand by my concern that, yes, there is a proposal of Takapuna Golf, but there are other considerations. I will give you an example. So, by way of question, I'll give you this example by way of question. Is it correct that directly adjacent to the golf course and between the golf course and the drain is the Event Finder Centre, and that the pathway of floodwaters has to go through what is currently the car parking area of the Event Finder Centre? And did not the Event Finder Centre suffer extreme damage in the floods to the extent that there was a great deal of work required, perhaps similar to the properties affected in residential areas? Can you confirm that? I don't need much more than a yes.
Yeah, we're well aware of what happened at the event centre, yes.
Okay, so for example, one of the things that I would suggest we should be considering as part of this work is what happens in respect of the event centre itself and the land attached to it, which could well be part of a more refined proposal. I know the event centre, because I have spoken with them, are concerned about their long-term future and the prospect of actually shifting. Because if there is a significant flood, and that flood could occur sooner rather than later, they're going to be wiped out again. So why wouldn't you consider something like that as part of a proposal? So that is a singular example, Mr. Chair, of the reason not to be myopic and close things off, which is of real concern to me, and I would suggest will be of concern to people in the community. And if you don't take into account the provision of the Local Government Act around reasonably practicable options and so on, you actually potentially cause delays. So I'll let you think about what I'm suggesting as far as D. You might want to consult with some officers. You might want to consult with the officers that are here, like Rebecca, for example, that I discussed this with. So I'll just move on to some questions. In respect of the golf course proposal, if we accept that the golf course as it stands, or a variation thereof, would continue, and the golf course is able to continue to maintain the area in the same way they have for, I don't know how many years, approaching 100 years or the like. There's been a golf course there for a long time. What is the net present value of that operational saving to us, and bearing in mind that over and above that, the golf course pays us rates, as compared to the net present value of maintaining detention ponds, which are stocked with a range of vegetation that we know, because we've got information about this, cost a lot of money. Have we done any net present value analysis around those sorts of options?
So all of that information would come back as part of the business case development process.
Okay. The other question I've got, Mr. Chair, that goes to cost-benefit analysis is that usually through you, Mr. Chair, cost-benefit analysis goes to a number of factors. In this case, yes, stormwater, but equally the parks aspects, particularly as it goes to active recreation, putting a value on that, the related health aspects that the golf course has pointed out, because there are many tens of thousands of people that use the golf course across a range of ethnicities, genders, and so on, and ages. So would not that involve people in finance across our council, parks, conceivably consulting with people in the health area, maybe Otago University and the like, and others, so that we've got a little bit more comprehensive benefit cost than what we might otherwise have.
So I believe it's in the, that's covered in the confidential and bulkier report, Wayne.
Okay, the other question I've got, have you looked at other golf courses elsewhere, locations like Singapore and so on, where the sorts of suggestions that the Takapuna golf course has made?
Yeah, I'm personally, for one of my sins, I'm a massive golf fan, so I probably would consider myself to be a bit of an expert when it comes to golf courses. So I can assure you that I'm extremely familiar with many golf courses around the world that are designed to provide flood mitigation as part of their design.
And the other question I've got, given that you mentioned there are 44,000 truck and trailer movements, I mean, I'm not sure where those truck and trailer are going to be going, but if you've got a proposal, and let's say the Takapuna golf course proposal involves less truck and trailer movements, particularly off-site, is that not quite a substantial consideration to factor in?
Look, I think at the end of the day, if you're creating storage of X cubic metres, regardless of whether it's 1 hole, 5 holes or 50 holes, you're still going to have the same amount of material to shift to create the volume that you need to for the stormwater purpose. So I think all proposals are going to create massive needs for an extremely large earth-moving project.
And
Sure.
the last question I've got, Mr. Chair, just goes to the general context. If we accept that across Auckland we have a massive number of active recreation areas that are located on old swamps, I could rattle off a number, are located in lower lying areas that may have been reclaimed, and there are other golf courses, rugby fields and the like. Should we not be really giving serious consideration to multi-use, because otherwise we stand to lose across Auckland a very great deal of active recreational space against a background where we've got potentially sea level rise and coastal inundation coming at us from the other end. And what does that look like? I really don't think the officers have considered that, but it is the larger picture. Otherwise, I would suggest we're setting in train something that is going to considerably change the landscape of Auckland and considerably impact on the recreational opportunities that all the people that live in Auckland enjoy.
Thank you. Honey?
Just a quick note, and I did see that you had engaged with mana whenua, and how would that continue?
We've got a working group with mana whenua right throughout the design process, right through to the construction. As partners, we are and will continue working closely with them.
Just one follow-up one. In terms of working with that last resolution up there, have they been made aware of that? And if technical assessment, would that state that there's been a cultural value or assessment done, or cultural impact assessment done?
We've been with the mana whenua working group from the very beginning. We've been working with them, so if they require a cultural impact assessment, we will, but so far we haven't. They are going to be very much part of the design process. They are aware of the proposal from Takapuna Golf. We need to socialise this with them again.
Thank you.
Okay, Alf?
Tēnā koutou, thank you, Chair. With D as it is, that won't hold up the timeline that you show. I just want to make sure it won't hold up and the work's going to get done. Am I correct in that, Craig?
Absolutely. One commitment I will make for this project is that we're absolutely committed to dealing with this project as urgently as we can. It's already well over 2 years since we had the flooding event. Every day the risk of another flooding event is a day closer. And as the community said today, now is the time to act. And really today is the first step towards that final course of action around doing, because we've now got the Crown sign-off. If we get the council sign-off today on the initiate business case, that gives us the green light to proceed into more detailed design and coming back to you with a more advanced business case as we firm up on the thinking process.
Question to you, Chair. That's understanding orders 1.5.6. It's just to confirm that there is no amendment that we will be discussing at the moment, just as per those recommendations, because you've included that as part of your recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. Can I confirm that?
Yeah, I mean, I think yes, but I think, can we not have if Wayne wanted to put an amendment up, could he not?
Yeah, I'm unsure whether he can now that he's spoken.
They were questions, Mr. Chair. We have not moved into debate.
Let me finish. I just wanted to make sure that that is where we are at the moment. So then just wanted to find out. So I'll leave it to you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, John.
I see that Greenslade Reserve has been used a bit in the visuals here. In fact, you could have just about equally used Freyberg Park, which has a sports field very similar. I just want to check that when it's not acting as a retention receptacle or cell or whatever you want to call it, it's used for rugby and rugby league, isn't it?
So the way the project's been conceived at the moment is that some of the storage area would be dry when it hasn't rained for a long period of time, but some of the storage area would be a permanent wetland as well, because that's the way that effectively the excavation that we do will take it back to where that natural existing wetland is, because that's the way that nature set this thing up in the first place. And one thing I've learnt in my role at Healthy Waters is it's far better to work with nature than try to fight nature. Yeah. So I think the more we can replicate what was there in the first place, the more chance it'll be of being a sustainable outcome long term. And so it'll be a mixture of both a wetland and a dry field situation that would only become storage in a big event.
Yeah, I just say in terms of ratio, it's got a full-size rugby pitch there and it's got some of that other natural drainage around it. By far the majority is the actual sports field. That's correct, isn't it? Yep. Okay, so and the reason I asked that, because I just that's obviously a confined area, but just as a general principle, we're going into a bigger area, a golf course, but technically speaking, do the same principles apply in terms of storage and conceivably either as a big unit or smaller units, you could apply the same Greenslade approach then to the Pawanama golf course if you chose to.
Yeah. So the whole thing we're developing has a recreation purpose in a sense, some of it being passive recreation and potentially some of it becoming active recreation. And that's a decision that at the appropriate time can be made by council as to what it sees that long-term use of that land being. Kia ora.
The final cost, a question, Mr. Chair, goes to the cost for stage one. I think is in the vicinity of 58 million for that. So that's the kind of baseline we're anticipating to do the works on the golf course itself.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, John. Richard?
Thank you. And just to clarify, you have worked with Event Finder and the C and the board are in favour of us going forward with this business case. The questions I have are just on proposals, and the proposals you've come up with did not start here. There is an assumption that this was sort of plucked and then you've just proposed it to the boards, but as the board said, they actually asked you to look at this not the other way around. Could you just give a brief of how you got to this point?
So it's quite a long journey already we've been on. So initially from direction from the boards, we looked at what we needed to do, which was store that amount of water, and we looked at A.F. Thomas. So we went through very high level a number of scenarios, and we then went forward with the most probable one that was the most likely cost-effective one, which is the one we've come up with. So initially we did run through a number of scenarios that how we would store that huge volume of water. So it has been a process that we've come to here today, over a year in work.
And just to clarify that I know the local MPs are in favour of the stage 1 and stage 2 as well as the local boards, but do you just want to confirm what Crown have approved? They've approved us, my understanding is that they've approved us to do what you presented to them.
So the good news about the Crown deal is that the Crown are funding stage 1, but if there are any monies left over from stage 1, they will go into stage 2 and still be subject to Crown funding. And that also applies to the category 3 as well. So if for any reason we end up with a surplus out of the category 3 buyout, or the surplus out of the Mangere project, or a surplus out of Clover Drive, or a surplus out of Wairau stage 1, all of those monies would go into the Crown support for Wairau stage 2. That's from a Crown perspective. Kia ora.
And just to confirm, they have agreed to the proposal based on what we've given them, which is the proposal you've seen today. So that's what they've agreed the business case on.
Cool. And I'm sorry, Duncan, do you have the access to the 2 images I sent? Just want to, and I know it is difficult, and I think it's important to do this in public, but there's 2 images I just want to show. One is, sorry. That is the motorway and the busway, and that was early on in the night, so it had only really started raining at that point. So that is just below the golf course, and I know there was a proposal from the golf course to potentially send water that way, but can you comment at all on why this is difficult? This is towards Akaranga, towards Shoal Bay, just below the golf course.
So we did look at that option. There's a number of consenting issues also to tunnelling, going through hard basalt, going through sensitive high ecological areas, and again, getting water into quite a significant pipe. There were issues with blockages and residual risk, so we eliminated that option fairly early on.
Thank you. And the next image, please, Duncan or Lotta. Cool. So this is on the other side of, so the upper end of the golf course towards Wairau. Could you just maybe explain essentially what you're, and that's Transpower and Watercare there, essentially what you're trying to do is get this to be happening in the golf course first, because this was, I think, about 5 or 6 o'clock, and the really bad flooding happened about between 7 and 9, I think.
So the whole way the scheme is designed to operate is that we hold the water back in the golf course and release it back into the downstream network as capacity in that network becomes available to avoid overtopping that network. And that's effectively how we've arrived at the sizing decision, so how much water we've got to actually hold back while there's insufficient downstream capacity, and then we release it effectively through a control mechanism as capacity becomes available.
Thank you. And the reason, like, obviously none of us want to get rid of golf or any recreation, but the reason you've gone to this, I understand, is due to, well, the proximity of it, but also is it the case that we have to look here before any private or Public Works Act purchases?
We do, but even if but this is still, irrespective of that, this is the the best option anyway. The fact that it's already in council ownership is a massive bonus. I mean, there could have been a scenario where that whole area was full of houses, for example. But when you look at the whole layout, and I keep coming back to the point, when nature designed this catchment, this is where the low spot of this catchment was. This is where the wetland actually existed. So we are very much going back to a daylighting exercise and creating what was there in pre-development times and making that the basis of the whole solution for the catchment.
And just, sorry, Chair, we've had a lot of concern from the businesses, and I know the Crown Agreement is to reduce risk to homes, but is it, and I just want to publicly, give confidence to the businesses who are upset, this will, and we hope it will, have offshoot effects to reduce, is the intent, even though the aim has to be residential, that it will have potential safety and reduce risk to downstream businesses?
It has limited benefit to the commercial area. It will reduce the risk to some extent, but the substantial risk to the commercial area won't be reduced until we do stage 3, which effectively is removing that current concrete channel and providing a new waterway through that commercial area.
And a bunch of the questions from golfers and other in the community, I say, why don't you just focus on the Nile Road, the catchment where you're buying houses? Can you explain just briefly why it has to be in this order?
Well, until we have the ability to control downstream flows, there's nothing to be gained by creating a blue-green environment in the downstream area, because that will just be drowned by the fact that that water can't be held back. Therefore, it won't operate as it's designed to operate.
Thanks.
Well, good. Greg.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question I asked of the local board, a bit of clarification around the funding. So that money that the Crown's providing for the project, I just want to understand if the golf course proposal or any alternative proposal seem to be viable, is that funding still fully available?
If it turns out that proposal meets the same, has the same cost benefit and can be achieved for that same sum of money and achieves all the outcomes that we're looking to achieve, I can't see any reason why it wouldn't be acceptable to the Crown.
Okay, no other questions. I have a question for you, and just in regards to this morning, the consultants, Civil Plan, they're a reputable consulting company who have obviously said they'd been doing a month's work in regards to this. So any other proposition or proposal that's put up, what is that going to mean in terms of the timeline and the desire, I suppose, from every single group that, including the representatives from the golf course this morning, what would it do to the timeline that they all said needs to happen as quickly as possible without delay? What would any additional unsolicited, unprepared proposals mean to that timeline and us being able to deliver what the community are screaming out for?
Well, hard to be too specific, but I could say that it's not going to be good for the timeline because we've got limited resources that are focusing on solving this problem. So every new proposal that came out of the woodwork takes time and effort to look at it. That means that's taking a resource from somewhere. But also it's going to add to the cost as well, depending on how many alternatives we were considering. A lot of effort's gone into getting us to where we are already. I can assure you that WSP have considered many, many sub-options, if you like, to get to this as the preferred option already. And so I think by sitting down with the consultants, I'm hopeful that we would get to a common ground quite quickly on establishing whether that alternative is viable or not.
Okay. No further questions. Wayne, have you got an amendment?
Correct, you haven't, Mr. Chair. It's been emailed.
I don't, because
to you.
I don't have my computer. I never have my computer up here, mate,
Okay,
so
well,
the staff have.
It's been emailed to Barry, it's been emailed to the secretary.
So it's up on screen, it's up on screen now.
Sure, the only modification I would suggest is I'm mindful that what we don't want is to deal with proposals that might be flippant. So perhaps the insertion of the word serious, or there may be some other word that you or the officers suggest, Mr. Chair. So what we are considering is both the proposal from the court, and for example, if there was a proposal from Event Finder Stadium, for example, who are adjacent and affected, and that was a serious proposal, that could be worthy of consideration. So I'd just invite any suggestion as to an improvement on the wording. So as much as I'm putting that up and it's being considered, it's not, there's room to move.
So it's your amendment, mate, so if you want to, it's up to you to, and I certainly wouldn't be helping you because I don't agree with it. But
well, thanks for your predetermination, Mr. Chair, but that's okay. So perhaps the word just serious proposals.
is that what you're proposing? It's
Yes.
your amendment, Wayne, so...
Yes, that's what I'm proposing, but I'm also just inviting the officers to comment, Mr. Chair, because I understand what they're saying, but I'm also mindful that if we are embracing proposals and those proposals might have merit, it might even save time and save cost.
So are there questions on the amendment?
Yes.
Alf?
I haven't got a question. I'm going to speak to the amendment.
Now we're getting confusing. Okay, so staff have moved away. The questions are any questions to the mover? Are we seeing them? Eh? Okay, so comments. You got anything, Wayne? You want to kick it off?
Sure, if I can speak to the amendment. So I've had the opportunity to look at the Takapuna Golf Course proposal fairly carefully. I've had the merits of it explained to me in terms of the hydraulic modelling, and I believe that it has merit, and I don't pretend to be a stormwater expert. And I've had the opportunity to consider the massive saving that council has that it will afford over some decades from the phenomenal operational savings that we have. I mean, they are immense. And I've also seen the golf course in action and the huge number of people that play golf there. So that is really brought to my attention that there are proposals out there in the community that should be seriously considered. I've also spoken previously with Event Finder Stadium, for example, and I would believe that they would have a serious proposal because their site is considerably affected. The floodwater effectively goes through their car park to get to the golf course. So if there was an opportunity to consider something there, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do that? And I know that one of the options, for example, might be relocating their operation to North Harbour Stadium, for example, where there is space for that sort of thing. So I think there's merit in considering other serious proposals, and I'm mindful that we're sitting here, and as much and all as the officers may have worked on this, many people in the community haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. We haven't had any workshops, and we've had very little time. And I don't like circumstances which I see too often around this table where we have a lack of contestable advice and we're effectively narrowed around a limited pathway against a background where there are immense sums of money involved. And that is the case here. So I seek support for frankly, an amendment that I think is pretty reasonable. But as I said earlier, if somebody wants to add a further amendment to enhance the wording, I'm more than open to that. Thank you.
Thank you. John, have you got anything as seconder? Okay. Alf.
I have an issue with the amendment, and the issue is any other serious proposals not previously considered. What I think we're doing is opening it up for any and everything to come in. My issue is, for me, the Takapuna Golf's proposal, I think has merit. And that's why I'm saying, let's investigate. They had the opportunity. They grabbed the opportunity. They came here. They put the proposal in front of us. What I'm worried about is that we're now going to invite others. I know that there is a wording in there, any other serious proposals, but I personally don't want what we're talking about here to be delayed. I asked the question earlier of Craig and the team and said, will this, the one that's been added by the chair and the mover, will it delay, will it delay work on the blue-green project? And the answer was no. We're going to open up ourselves to possibly delay some of that work. Why? Because we then have to wait for others to come in. Are they serious or not proposals? This is why for us, I want to go back and I want Craig and his team to look at Takapuna, the Golf's proposal, because I think it's got merit. But we won't find out until they look at it. So from my perspective, definitely not supporting the amendment. And then I'll speak, excuse me, I'll speak, if it gets defeated, I'll speak to then what will be the substantive. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. Angela?
Well, thanks, Andy. I know it's getting late in the day. Essentially, supporting what Alf said, I cannot support this amendment, having listened to this morning and now to Craig and team around how far this process has come in conjunction with the local boards, mana whenua and community, to even think that we would consider delaying anything, and it will be delayed. And I think this is just so unnecessary. It is really frustrating. I appreciate that it's everyone's entitlement to put up an amendment. I appreciate that. But boy, what we heard this morning, and particularly with weather today and tomorrow, I don't know why we would even consider putting something up that could possibly delay this. So I'm comfortable with the Chair's recs, Andy, and thank you for putting that up, because it means that Takapuna Golf's proposal will actually have a look at, get a technical assessment, and that's probably going to be delay enough. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Richard?
Thank you. I'm disappointed about this. This is not the first time, Councillor Walker, that's come to us, and this is the fourth project that has come to us in the exact same process that we've had before. Mangere, Clover Drive, others. This is the process they've come to us. We've had workshops, we've discussed Wairau, we've discussed the different options. We actually prioritise Wairau and Clover Drive, and so if you've just realised that happened, that's pretty strange. Next thing, Event Finder. Spoken to Brian Blake, the CE, spoken to board members on Event Finder. They support the Stage 1 and Stage 2 proposal going forward to business case. They had $7 million worth of damage to their building and 480,000 people affected through the floods. They want us to progress. They think we've been too slow already. So don't come here and say, oh, Event Finder might have a proposal. They don't. Brian and team have been very clear about that. The other thing is, just throwing up there any proposals, just any proposals. There's no timeline on that. There's no limitation. There's no who could put up proposals. Of course, we want to look at the golf course's proposal. It's a beautiful course, it's a popular course. We do not want to get rid of it. The issue is we all have sat here through the LTP 2 years of discussion saying Healthy Waters must prioritise the worst and most dangerous areas, and sadly, the Wairau was one of the worst and most dangerous areas. You weren't there when we were on the streets in the weeks after the floods. We picked up 2,500 tonnes of people's household items off the streets in Milford. I had people of all ages. I were in houses where the water was up 2 metres. The water had taken out, I think, about 1,000 cars in this catchment that were completely totaled. There were 69 people saved by Surf's Lifesaving in this catchment. There are schools, hospitals. If this happened at 3 p.m. with all the kids coming out, then we might have a very different story on the deaths. If this happened in the middle of the night, midnight, 1 a.m., we might have had a very different story. We had older people piggybacking other older people out of the Lady Elm, out of the Sunninook one, took the mayor down to some Sunninook homes which were totaled, as in people had to climb on their roofs in urban areas. We had buses floating, we had buses full. So any delay, the people who sat here, there were other people who wanted to speak who were actually, they knew they would be too emotional to sit here and speak today. If we just delay on some random proposals that we don't even know about, just to make a political point about someone else's community, Councillor Walker, you've never even come to me or spoke to me about this, which I'm really disappointed. I would never do that in your community or to you. So I think this change is an affront to our community. The team will definitely look at the golf option. There have been other options that the Healthy Waters have met with the golf club on already, and they were discounted, and I hope magically we can work in this option. But also remember, the local boards requested this be investigated before Healthy Waters had the proposal, and the local boards are the final decision makers on what happens post the lease. It may be golf. It may be, if this project doesn't happen here, it could be the 18 holes. It may be 9 holes. It may be whatever, but that is not up to us. And that's been through the court before. That's not our delegation to decide what goes here. So I hope we can support in the confidential the items going forward, and I hope we can react to the community. But if you were there and I didn't see you helping rip out carpets and belongings with the Defence Force.
Mr. Chair, is this line of attack going to continue?
There's no attack.
You're the chair.
Point of order, the speaker is speaking.
So I'm just saying.
Point of order?
I've stood in front of hundreds of people extremely upset, swearing, crying. We've had hundreds of people having to move out of these areas. If we delay with no set time and this passed, we will lose the Crown funding. Our local MPs are in favour of us moving forward on this, so are the local boards. We just have to move forward and investigate. And I'm just disappointed that this has come up, and it doesn't really say what would happen if this passed today, on who and what proposals and when they would even come back to us and who would fund them to be looked at. So yes, I'm exercised about this, but I hope it doesn't get support. Thank you.
Okay, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I'm disappointed at the tone the meeting has taken over this issue, because I heard Mr. McElroy express his views that he was open to the Takapuna golf course approach, and he was going to be pragmatic about it, and I take his word for that. I think there's no need for Councillor Walker to be chastised. Councillor Walker has always been a champion for the region's sporting facilities, and indeed a champion for surf lifesaving, given that Councillor Hills has mentioned the role of surf lifesaving, the good people in surf lifesaving during the floods in Takapuna. We had floods all over the region. The same thing happened right across the region, Greyland in particular. So there's no need for war stories as a sort of for morally chastised Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker, I think he's trying to be inclusive and not prescriptive in his amendment, but I think he is actually backed up by the law in this matter. Section 77 of the Local Government Act
Act decision making. 77.1 requirements in relation to decisions. A local authority must, in the course of the decision making process, A, seek to identify all reasonably practicable options for the achievement of the objective of a decision. And it goes on. So when he talks about seriously, I think if he wanted to be precise, he could put that in and he had the full backing of the law. I don't think a whole lot of people are going to come out of the woodwork with alternative schemes. There are only two schemes, one by the council, which will seriously damage an extremely important regional facility, and the one by the Takapuna Golf Course itself, which I am convinced will do the job, and I'm confident that Mr. McElroy and the Healthy Waters team are open-minded about that. So please let's move together in consensus over this matter. It's not a matter of unless we do this immediately, it's the end of the world. 2 years have gone by. We need to make the right decision. There need not be a delay, but most importantly, there's no need for one of our members to be chastised for coming up supporting a more inclusive approach. And that's what I have to say. So I will be supporting his amendment on principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. John?
Yeah, well, it's been a lot longer than 2 years. I can remember getting off the bus at the bottom of the road there, where all the Westlake boys were dropped off if they came from Birkdale, and that so-called Wairau stream was a raging torrent. In fact, one of the studies done at UE level was on the Wairau catchment, so quite a proportion of the students that went to Westlake were intimately aware of the issues in the catchment, and Milford used to flood badly back there too. So I agree with Councillor Lee. The hyperbolic posturing I don't think is really appropriate here. This is an important issue. Of course, you don't want to delay it. One of the reasons Councillor Walker wasn't down in the Wairau Valley, he was busy enough up in Stanmore Bay and Browns Bay, where there was some pretty bad flooding scenes too. Maybe not quite as bad, but nothing too cheery about big chunks of the Albany ward as well, just like all the other parts of Auckland. So it's not a flood competition here, it shouldn't be. What we want is the best outcome here. And as everyone said, including the golf people, who made it very clear on a number of occasions, a solution here is non-negotiable. So take that as a given. Doing it in a timely manner is also not negotiable. That goes without saying as well. So to suggest that perhaps just looking for anything else that might come out of the woodwork in terms of things that may help us, well, why wouldn't you do that? It's not going to slow the process down. It's not. I don't think there'll be anything other than what the Takapuna Golf Course come up, because they're the only ones with the resource to employ engineers and consultancies to come up with the sort of technical expertise that might make an impact on that. But if there was something else that's helpful, I mean, mention the North Harbour Event Stadium there, that's on a significant parcel of land. They have been really concerned in the past that they will have to move, or they may have to move because of what happened to them. A little bit like the badminton club along by the Westlake Boys' bottom fields, just along the road, where people had to be lifted out of the flood torrent there as well. So any other serious proposals not previously considered? Well, if something comes out, I think our officers quite rightly, said they're looking to make the best decision and approach it with an open mind. Well, if you approach it with an open mind, then if something that is relevant comes through, well, of course you're going to consider it. So I'm glad this area is going to get some serious response to because it's needed. There are other parts of Auckland that also need it who aren't getting something. So that's the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose, for the moment. In terms of our obligations here, we do have the Local Government Act. It does refer to considering all practicable options. I don't think there'll be anything too much else that comes other than what Te Akapuna Golf has put on the table, because I think what we've established here is the same principle applies for the retention as it has in some of the other facilities, only on a much bigger scale. I guess my final comment, Mr. Chair, is that this just isn't, an ordinary golf course that serves the people around Onawa Road. It is one of regional significance. It's the busiest one in New Zealand. I would say it's one of the few golf courses that has every Tom, Dick and Harry playing it, no matter what nationality, ethnicity or wage bracket, you get all sorts of people playing on this golf course. So, of course, if we can come up with something that does both, why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you do it? So that's all I've got to say, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John. Daniel?
I wasn't going to speak, but this will be the only comment that I'm going to make in relation to this. And I won't be supporting the amendment, Wayne. The reason for that is that Brian Blake, who is a very good friend of mine, and he's the chair of a licensing trust and I'm a deputy chair of it, has been contacting me. And the advice that I got from him was that whilst Event Finder Stadium Board doesn't have an official position on this, they are broadly supportive of where Healthy Waters is going. And so that's enough for me to persuade me in relation to how Event Finder Stadium works in relation to this. But I won't, once we deal with the amendment, then the substantive, but I just want to say, Chair, I want to thank Healthy Waters, and I want to thank in particular the residents who came and spoke, as well as Takapuna Golf. And I also want to commend the advocacy from John Gillen and the new chair of the Devonport, Melissa Powell, which I thought was very persuasive, actually. And ultimately, look, I get that this will be contentious, but and they will have to front the community when this comes out of a business casing exercise to concept. But I can't get past the fact that, notwithstanding the park, the more fundamental issue here is the lack of solution, which is leading to that devastating flood effects within that catchment, which must be the subject of the response now. So that is really where I sit on this matter. And I say that because I've had some of these Healthy Waters interventions which are quite necessary in places where, frankly, they shouldn't be building houses in my ward, but they are. And I can absolutely understand the frustration, the irony of houses being removed in Nile Road and over the back fence, new houses being built. Accept that. But there does need to be a solution in this particular catchment. But I think that I have to be persuaded by what Brian said to me. And I really encourage that if Event Finder Stadium's leadership team is going to be brought into this discussion, I really would like to vote in accordance with what I've just been told, which is that they are more comfortable with the Healthy Waters proposal as it stands. I do want to thank Takapuna Golf for their proposal. I think it is worth a consideration if there is a way to mitigate this. But fundamentally, there needs to be a way to look at how one can take the stormwater away from the homes to the sink in that catchment, which would be the correct outcome, and I think that takes priority. And finally, Chair, I don't want to support anything that would delay the potential use of funding from Crown for a good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thanks for this. I commend Healthy Waters from their approach, and I'm quite happy that the golf club came up with something to help preserve their operating thing plus do the stuff. I've got great confidence in the Healthy Waters guys that will look at both. I wouldn't be at all surprised to find that the golf course one's a fair bit more expensive. But I looked at the number somewhere or other, I think it was 163 million for 265 houses, something like that. Worked out about 600,000 a house. So it's more other things that you've got to value into this work. And there will be some intrinsic value of having a golf course or not having a golf course. I think they'll come back with two good proposals and there'll be different prices and we'll have to make a decision. We may even go for the golf course one if it's a bit more, if it has some value that we can see. But we do need to get on. So I'm supporting whichever one of those ones get through, whether it's got the amendment or not. But I think we've got to get on with this. Okay?
Okay, thank you. There's no more comments. My thoughts, I won't be supporting the amendment that's put up. It's, for me, I spent time working with staff and asking them what would be the right way of dealing with the Takapuna Golf Course, and it was on their advice that that initial recommendation was put up. And and I also spoke to Richard as a seconder, and being the local councillor, I cannot see the point. We have heard a very, very clear message this morning that we need to get on with this, and there are scars in that community, and we will only start to heal those slightly. We'll never heal them totally, but by actually doing something. And we've heard from staff that any unsolicited, unproven things could well delay things, and I'm not prepared to do that. We have got a proposal. When you go to page 259 to 263 of the attachments, there is option after option that was considered by WSP. Option 259 to 263, line after line of options. So there's been any number, I didn't count them, I'm failed school C maths, any number of options there. They have been considered. We aren't going to hang around. We cannot hang around for the people of that area, and so I'm going to be voting against it. So there's no other comments. We will put this. Withdrawing it, you? Yes. Yep. Okay. So the motion has been, or the amendment has been withdrawn. So we go back now to the
point of order. I just want to get this clear. Do the standing orders allow that? It feels like I've been, as an elected member, I've had to endure a debate for 45 minutes and then the member sees no merit in the motion that he moved. That created an hour, 45 minutes, an hour of debate.
Righty-ho. So standing orders are that you can't withdraw it without the consent of everybody.
Therefore, Chair, I think I will not consent to this being withdrawn. This has used up incredible time and wasted our resources. And now it's being seen as having no merit by the mover. Incredible.
Okay, so we'll put it, Wayne, and... Can we have a debate on whether we can have a debate? No. No, we will not. So we'll put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No.
No.
It's been defeated. No. So we'll go back to the original resolutions, which included the which is the original thing. Is there any discussion on that? None?
Get on with it.
Yeah. Fair call. Okay, all those in favour say aye.
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 And against? Carried. Right, thank you. We just have one more item, which is, before we go into, which is the summary of transport and resilience. Wayne? Thank you, Wayne. Second to Lotu. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. And
Aye.
against, carry. Right, someone like to move that we move into confidential? Thank you, Wayne.
I'll
Second
move.
that. Thank you, Lotu. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. And against, carry.
Aye.
Righty-ho, we'll just have to take a small adjournment while we put in the cone of silence, which only people born before 1990 will understand. So we'll just adjourn while we clear the room.